You're the security guard. We pay your salary. If something dangerous happens, you go in first. That was the first thing anybody said to me after the world ended. Not, are you okay? Not, what do we do now? Just a reminder of my job description, delivered by a girl in a pleated school skirt while her boyfriend was in the guest bathroom eating a toilet. I want to be clear about that last part. Zhang was eating it, not throwing up in it. Kui, academic star, heir to a construction fortune, the guy who once made a hallway full of people applaud while he called me a charity case, was on his knees in a marble bathroom biting porcelain. Zhang had already broken most of his own teeth doing it. The sound was wet and clicky, and I am going to hear it for the rest of my life. Song Shen was screaming at him from the doorway. That's where you pee. It's dirty. You can't bite it, ma'am. Of the many problems in that room, hygiene was maybe number 9. Zhang turned around when he heard her voice. His eyes had gone the color of skim milk. Then he came at her, and I did the thing my job description apparently required, which was get between a rich girl and her boyfriend's mouth. I kicked him in the chest. Zhang went into the vanity, the mirror came down, and I hit him with my baton until he stopped moving. It took longer than it should have. Zhang did not scream once. That was the part that made my hands shake afterward, not the blood. People scream. Whatever that was, it did not have the equipment for it anymore. Look at him, I said. Really look. Is your rich second-generation boyfriend still a human being? She looked. Then she sat down on the hallway floor in a very expensive skirt and didn't say anything for a while. I locked the villa, front door, back door, every window on the ground floor, slid the bolt, checked it twice, checked it a third time, because at that point checking doors was the only skill I had. Here is who I was that morning. Mei Hu, 18, orphan, second year at Tunghai University, night guard at the Jingxiu Garden Villa District for 3,000 yuan a month. 55 buildings, 1 gate, 1 booth with a broken space heater. Half the people I went to school with lived behind that gate. They knew exactly what I made because Kui Lei had told them, and for 2 years, the funniest joke in my year was to hand me a receipt and ask if I could afford it. Some people are born inside the gate. Some people are born to stand next to it in a polyester jacket. That's just how it is. That's what I told myself anyway, right up until every person inside the gate started chewing on furniture. Turns out the apocalypse is very democratic. By noon, Song Shen had recovered enough to open her refrigerator, and I got to watch a girl discover economics for the first time. There were 2 bottles of milk in it. That's all. 2. Sub-brand, 250 milliliters each, the kind you buy at a convenience store when you're already in the convenience store. Where's the food? I said. We don't cook. She said it the way you'd explain something to a slow child. We eat out. So the plan was 400 milliliters of milk, 1 apocalypse, no exit. Without food, I told her. We last 7 days. Maybe. She reached for the bottles. I took them. Those are mine, she said. This is my house. It was your house. Now it's a building with a door I know how to lock. She grabbed at my arm and I slapped her hand away and she looked at me like the ceiling had spoken. You work for us. You get paid by the homeowners. Do you know what happens when I report you? To who? I honestly wanted to know. Give me a name. I'll go find them. I'll wait. To the school. Everyone at school is eating each other. It's the apocalypse now. Try to keep up. I put the milk in my bag and went upstairs and picked the bedroom with the best door, which is a sentence I never expected to think about a house. Then I lay down on a mattress that cost more than I make in a year, and I stared at the ceiling, and I did some math. 3,000 a month, 12 years to buy that bed. I got it in an afternoon by being the last person in the building who could still count to 10. That's when the voice showed up. Ding. Apocalypse detected. Host has been bound to the many children. Many blessings system. I sat up so fast I pulled something in my neck. For the continuation of human civilization, every survivor you pull out alive and keep alive pays out. The harder the save, the bigger the payout. Kill zombies for attribute points. 10 zombies, 1 point. Rewards issue on confirmation, not on intention. Good luck, host. I said out loud to an empty room. Excuse me? It did not answer. Systems and stories always answer. Mine had the personality of a vending machine, but it had already paid because apparently the boyfriend in the bathroom counted. Future deduction, level 1. 1 hour of simulated future 3 times a day. Virus immunity, level 1. Plus 20 to every base attribute. And something called constitution enhancement, which the panel described as, your body is reinforced to carry whatever gets stacked on it later. Then a status window, and this is the part where I stopped feeling like a security guard. Mei Hu, 18. 1.85 meters. Strength, speed, stamina, spirit, all sitting at 70. An ordinary healthy adult sits at 50. I had just gotten 40% stronger, faster, and tougher than every man I'd ever been afraid of, and it cost me 1 kick and a baton. I looked at my hands. Same hands. Terrible hands, honestly. I bite the nails. Okay, I said. I can take 3 of them at once now. That number was going to look very funny to me later. I want to explain future deduction because it is the single best thing that ever happened to me and I almost wasted it on nothing. 1 hour, simulated. I close my eyes, I pick a plan, and I watch it happen. If it goes badly, it unhappens. 3 tries a day, and then I'm just a guy again until sunrise. So before I opened that front door, I ran it. In the simulation, the run to the convenience store at the district entrance went clean. 12 seconds of contact, no crowd, out. Then I did it for real. Rules I made on the way down the drive. 1. No noise. Zombies are blind, deaf, and stupid until you give them something to point at, and then they are extremely not stupid. 2. Only calories. Nobody starves holding a bag of imported seaweed crisps. There's a mini fire station by the district office, the little glass box with the extinguisher and the axe. I took the axe. A baton is a tool for convincing drunk men to leave. An axe splits a skull in one go, and I am telling you that as a fact, I confirmed personally within about 90 seconds. 3 of them in the store. 10 seconds. Head, head, head. The 4th was behind the counter, and I knew him. Old Guo. Zhang used to slide me a warm bottle of soy milk at the end of a night shift and wave off the money. Now he was standing at his own register with his jaw hanging wrong, still wearing the apron, still where he was supposed to be. I did it fast. I would like to say something profound about that. There isn't anything. I did it fast, and then I filled both backpacks, and I did not look at the apron again. Sugar, milk, sausages, vacuum-packed chicken legs, anything with a calorie count that made a nutritionist cry. On the way out, there were a dozen of them in the road, so I did not go back to the villa. I went into the nearest villa, through a window, and waited them out. Here's the question I got asked later, more than once, usually by someone who thought they'd caught me. Why not just live in the convenience store? All the food's right there, because I was not the only person left alive in that city, and hunger does something to people. The nicest man you know will do arithmetic with your life in it if he hasn't eaten in 4 days. That store was going to be the most popular address in the district within a week, and I was 3 days into being strong. 3 days is not enough to be everybody's enemy, so I took what I could carry, and I left the sign lit, and I went home to my rations and my locked door. The next morning, a girl started waving an easel at me, 50 meters across the drive, 2nd floor, opposite building. She'd shoved a canvas out the window and written on it in what I sincerely hope was paint. I'm so hungry I looked at it. She flipped it around, wrote fast, and held it up again. I saw you got food. Can I have some? I mouthed, very slowly, so she could read it. No way. She went away. She came back. New canvas. It was a crying face, professionally rendered, with real technique in the eyebrows, and I stood there in a dead man's bedroom at the end of the world getting emotionally manipulated by watercolor. So I wrote my own sign. If you can get here, we'll feed you, which was not generosity. It was a test. The ground floors in Jingxiu Garden don't have window bars because bars are ugly and rich people would rather be robbed than tacky. The crowd was clustered at my gate, not hers. 50 meters of open drive. She could make it if she was fast, and if she didn't stop, and if she didn't scream. She made it in about 8 seconds. She came through my window like a cat going through a hedge and landed on her hands and said, out of breath, water. Water first, then we negotiate. That was Zhongru. Fine Arts, Class 2, one of the 4 campus beauties, which is a real title people at my school used without irony. 4 figures worth of love letters. She drank straight from the kitchen tap with her hair in the sink, and there went the goddess image, permanently. The system paid out before she got her head out of the sink. Ice control, level 1. 5 needles, 15-minute cooldown, range about 10 meters. I tested one against the garden wall, and it went through reinforced concrete and kept going. Now. I did lie to her once, and it was worth it. Before she crossed, I'd burned a simulation on the next hour just to check the run, and in that hour she said a lot of things out loud that she assumed she was only going to say once, including exactly what she used to think of me. Word for word, there was a full sentence in there about my jacket. So when she got inside and started negotiating, I told her I already knew what she was going to say, then I said it first, all of it, the jacket line included. She went white. How? I read minds, I said. It's very tiring. Don't make me do it twice. She believed that for about a week and a half. Best week and a half of my life. Day 3 is when I learned that a cheat is not the same thing as a solution. Inventory. 15 bottles of milk at $2.50 each, 70 sausages at 20 grams, 12 loaves of bread, 8 chicken legs. 7 days for 3 people, if nobody got greedy. There were 15 zombies parked at my gate. I had 10 needles. 15 minutes to reload. That's 3 cycles. 45 minutes of standing at a 3rd floor window shooting fish in a barrel, and I thought I was a genius until I actually tried it from up there. Miss. 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 The needles are light. Once they leave my control radius, they're just cold and pointy does not travel 20 meters and punch a skull. Range 10 meters means 10 meters. I had built a sniper rifle out of an ice cube. Fine. Simulation 1. I go down, crack the door, take them through the gap one at a time. It worked beautifully for 4 minutes. Then a woman I had never seen before came sprinting up the road toward the convenience store with a bag over her shoulder, and the noise turned every head in the district, and they got her about 40 meters from the door. She screamed the whole way down. That scream pulled dozens of them out of the side streets, and by the end of the hour, the store was surrounded by a crowd I would never get through. Reset. That woman was going to die whether or not I opened my door, but if she died at my gate, I lost the store. Simulation 2. Don't wait for cooldown. Go out with the axe. The thing people don't understand about virus immunity is that it changes the entire shape of a fight. A bite doesn't end me. A bite is a scratch with bad manners. So I stopped fighting like a man who could lose and started fighting like a man doing yard work. Step in, split, step out. Don't stop moving. Don't let 2 of them get an arm on you at once. 10 of them in one pass. And when I saw that same woman coming, I did not open the door and shout. I walked out, got a fist in her collar, and dragged her backward while she kicked me in the shins. Let go my bag. I'm your dad now, I said. Get in the house. Real world, same plan, same result. 20 of them ended up piled at my gate instead of 50 at the store, which is how I learned the actual rule of the apocalypse. You don't win by being strong. You win by knowing which 40 seconds matter, and the system had just handed me a way to find out. The woman in the collar turned out to be Du Mei, which is a name you might know if you watched a lot of bad television. Get your filthy hands off me. Do you know how disgusting you are? She recognized me before I recognized her. Building 12. 25 years old, third-tier actress, 7 years in the industry, millions of followers, walked past my booth roughly 600 times and never once turned her head. She informed me now that I used to stare at her. I did not, incidentally. I stared at the gate. That was the whole job. I'm your god, she said, in a hallway, to a man holding an axe. My management pays the property fees. Your salary comes out of my building. I told her what the fees bought her, which was a locked door, and that she was standing on the correct side of it, and she should think about that. Then she offered me money. 100,000. Then 200,000, like she was closing a deal, and the horrible thing is that a month earlier, that number would have changed my entire life. A security guard works 10 years and doesn't save 200,000. Money, I said, is a pile of waste paper with famous men printed on it. She had no counter for that. It's the only argument I have ever won cleanly against a professional. Her stomach growled in the silence, which ruined the moment for her considerably. She hadn't eaten in 2 days, not because of the outbreak, because her agent had told her to drop 3 kilos before a shoot, and she'd started the day before the world ended. 7 years of sacrificing for a career, and the last thing she gave up for it was breakfast. The system paid for her while she was still calling me disgusting. That night, dinner was 1 sausage, 1 bottle of milk, 1 slice of bread per person. Song Shen and Jiang Ru ate like it was a tasting menu. Bread, plain bread, and Jiang Ru actually closed her eyes. Du Mei sat 2 meters away and sniffed the air like a stray. Nobody offered, not out of cruelty, out of arithmetic. A big star, left out in the cold in a room that smelled like toast, and she cried about it, and I let her, and I am not going to pretend I felt bad. She'd had a year of walking past me. She could have 3 minutes of walking past bread. She ate the next morning. She's been in my house ever since. She still brings up the bread. 3 days, 3 saves. Ding. Consecutive rescue streak recognized. Title acquired. Expert. Every attribute plus 30. That put me at 100 flat, across the board. Exactly double an ordinary adult, which meant 100 meters in about 6 seconds in boots without warming up, and every ability went up a level. Future deduction 2, 2 hours instead of 1, 4 times a day instead of 3. Virus immunity 2, and here is the line that ruined my week. Immune to level 2 zombies. Level 2, not zombies, level 2 zombies, which implied a level 3 and a level 4 and a scale that somebody had already drawn up, and I had just found out about it from a sentence fragment. Ice Control 2, 10 needles, 20 meters. My rifle finally had a barrel. And Dark Space, Level 2, which is a 20 by 20 by 20 meter cube that lives somewhere inside me and holds anything I put in it. 8,000 cubic meters of nothing, attached to a guy who 3 days ago was worried about a broken space heater. I stood in that bedroom doing the math, and the math was very simple and very ugly. The system did not pay for being clever. It paid for people. It did not care how many doors I locked or how much food I hoarded. If I wanted to keep getting stronger, I had to keep going outside and dragging strangers back in. My cheat had a leash on it, and the leash was other people. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. At dawn, I cleared the gate. 20 of them in 15 minutes. Magazine of 10. 1 reload. No drama. Then I walked down to the convenience store, and the 3 zombies I'd left inside were on the floor with their skulls split, not by needles, by an axe. Somebody else had a fire station. Somebody else had the same idea I did on the same morning, and they were maybe an hour ahead of me, so I emptied it, all of it, into the cube. Bread, milk, sausages, packet. Pots, pans, a rice cooker, packet. Batteries, lighters, the entire counter display of instant noodles, packet. There was a box behind the register I picked up out of curiosity, and I wanted on the record that I put it back down. Then I walked 10 meters up the road, picked up a rock, and put it through the front window. 3 zombies came at the noise, wandered in through the broken glass, and settled. Perfect. Now the store had staff. The food in there was mine. Anyone who wanted a second opinion could take it up with the 3 gentlemen at the register. I turned around and there were 4 people standing in the road behind me. Jeanbo, 5 years as the head of security at Jinxiu Garden, my direct superior, a man who finished middle school and never once got over the fact that a university student had to call him sir. Jiang used to say it in the break room, loudly, so the day shift could hear. College graduates still end up as guards, working under me. If I tell him to go east, does he dare go west? Jiang had my axe. Well, the fire station's axe. 2 guards behind him. And behind them, keeping a careful 2 steps of distance from all of it, Jiang Wen. She owned the store, ballet instructor, ran a dance studio in the commercial strip, and Jeanbo had spent 5 years going after her and getting nowhere in a way the whole night shift knew about. Little May, Jiang was smiling. Heard you've been busy. Open the bag. There's no bag. Then where'd the food go? Ask your girlfriend, I said. It's her store. Oh, sorry. She's not your girlfriend, is she? 5 years and she still won't take your calls. Does she even have your number saved, or does it just come up as a string of digits? Jiang Wen made a noise like a cough. Jiang came at me with the axe. That's the thing about men who have been the boss of 8 people for 5 years. They think the world runs on volume. Jiang was mid-swing when the needle went through his forehead. The other 2 didn't even get to be scared. That's what nobody tells you about ice. It's clear. There's no muzzle flash, no bang, no arc of something silver. 1 second there are 2 men in a road, and the next there are 2 men on the road, and their faces are still doing the expression from before. They never learned what killed them. I doubt they knew there was a fight. Jiang Wen's hands went up before the last body settled. Don't kill me. Fast, level, no crying. The store's mine. There's a back room they didn't get to, and a delivery key, and I know which units in this district have full pantries because I know who buys in bulk. I'm worth more talking than quiet. The system paid before she got to the end of it. That was the first pitch anybody made to me in the new world, and it was a good one, and she's still making it, in her way, every single day. I went home with a 4th mouth and got a committee. Dumei and Songshen had opinions about a stranger eating our supply, and they delivered them at length, in the hallway, in stereo. There isn't enough for... There's 8,000 cubic meters of enough, I said. The problem was never the food. The problem is that everyone in this house eats what I carry in. So here's the rule. You want to vote on who else eats? Go outside and bring back a can of something. Voting is easy. Carrying is the job. Nobody went outside. Zhang Ru, notably, hadn't said a word during any of it. When I looked at her, she just shrugged. It's your villa and your food. What exactly would I be objecting to? Smart girl. She got the room with the balcony. Jiang Wen was worth every bite inside of an hour because it turned out that in a building containing 4 young women from good families and 1 security guard, exactly 1 person on the premises knew how to cook rice. I opened the cube in the kitchen and put 100 pounds of rice on the floor. Oil, onions, cabbage, a crate of eggs, every bottle of seasoning the store had. 4 people stood there staring at the pile like it was a magic trick, which, to be fair, does anybody know what to do with this? I said. Silence. Jiang Wen rolled her sleeves up. Within 10 minutes, there were 4 people in that kitchen washing, chopping, and getting in each other's way, and the smell of frying noodles went through the whole house, and Songshen stood over the wok and said quietly, "This tastes like my mom's." Her mother was on the other side of the city. We did not talk about that. Jiang Wen cooked for 4 people who 3 days earlier would not have known her name, and afterward she stood at the sink and said, mostly to herself, "So I'm still useful for something." That sentence is going to come back at the end of this story. Remember it. Dumei started panicking about her own usefulness immediately, which turned into an argument about who was going to contribute what, which turned into 3 women volunteering for jobs that did not exist yet in a household that did not exist yet. I let them fight about it. It was the first evening since the outbreak that anybody in that building did anything other than survive. The next morning I stopped thinking like a guy in a house and started thinking like a guy who owned a district. Jinxiu Garden. 45 villas, 10 residential towers, about 10,000 residents on the books. 70% turned in the first hour, which is a number I hate typing. The towers were a lost cause. 10,000 people, stairwells, corridors, no sightlines. You do not clear a tower, you lock a tower. The villas, though. 45 separate boxes, 2 or 3 bodies each. Doors I had keys for because I'd had keys for all of them for 2 years. The whole time I'd been the poorest person in that district, I'd also been the only one holding a ring with every address on it. So I ran a simulation, walked the whole route in my head, and then walked it for real with an axe. Villa 2. 2 of them in the living room, a man and a woman still in pajamas, and on the rug between them, what was left of a little girl. I'm not going to describe it. I'm not going to describe the shoes. I stood in that doorway for a second and thought about the fact that parents are supposed to love their kids more than anything in the world, and that the virus does not care about anything in the world. Then I did both of them with the axe, and I closed the door behind me, and I went to Villa 3. Villa 6 is the one I don't talk about. There were 2 boys in it, Shenjun and Gao Yong, class 3, both of them the kind of rich where the parents buy the teacher a car. They were not hiding. They had the lights on. They had a girl in that kitchen, and they had been doing something to her with kitchen knives, and when I came through the door, they did not panic, because in their heads, I was still the guy in the polyester jacket. Shenjun actually offered me a share. Zhang gestured at her like a man showing off a grill. She's one of mine, he said. Take a turn, she's still warm. I want you to understand that the outbreak was 6 days old. 6. It took these 2 less than a week. Honestly, I said, you don't deserve to be alive in this world, so I came to send you out of it. Axe, needle. 2 seconds. Neither of them got a word out, which is the only part of that night I'd change, because I would have liked them to get 1 word out. The girl was past saving. She knew it before I did, and she asked me, and I did it, and I closed my eyes when I did it, which is not something you should do with an axe, but I did it anyway. I'm not going to tell you her name. She told me, and I'm keeping it. The last villa on the row taught me something that scared me worse than the kitchen. There was one of them upstairs, hammering on a bedroom door. Nothing new. Except when I came in the front, he stopped, listened, and went back to the door. Zhang couldn't see whoever was inside. Zhang hadn't heard them in hours. Zhang knew there was food behind that particular slab of wood, and he was still working on the problem. So I ran a test. I called out from the stairs. Zhang turned toward me. I stepped behind the wall and shut up. Zhang waited about 4 seconds. Then he went right back to the bedroom door. Day 6, and they had started keeping a mental to-do list. That is not aggression. That is memory. And if they had memory on day 6, I did not want to think about day 60. Behind the door were 2 girls who had been in there 5 days with a bag of dried fruit between them, listening to that thing work on the hinges for 2 solid nights without sleeping. One of them was Kui Qing, top of the year, 4 campus beauties again, and specifically the one nobody at that school ever got anywhere with. She wore glasses. She used them like a weapon. Downstairs, Songshen leaned over to Jiang Ru and said, 20 says she gets slapped in the first 10 minutes. I'd like to note that Songshen has been slapped 3 times, which is the house record, and she brings it up constantly. Kui Qing did not get slapped. Kui Qing ran a full risk assessment on me in about 90 seconds, and I have respected her ever since. She started by asking for food. Not because she was starving, although she was, because she wanted to see the size of my supply before she committed to anything. A man with 3 days of food is a bad investment. A man with 3 months is a different conversation entirely, so I reached into nothing and pulled out bread and a bottle of milk. She stared at my empty hand, then at the bread, then at my hand again. That violates conservation of mass, she said. Does it? That is not a magic trick. There was no sleeve. There was no… She stopped. Recalculated. Her whole face changed. You're an ability user. I don't know what that means yet. Neither do I. But it means you're the strongest man in the world right now, and being a poor student was your previous identity. Her friend Gao Fen was still working out whether to be offended on principle. Kui Qing was already downstairs looking at my inventory. The payout came through while she was still adjusting her glasses. Zombie control, level 1. I could take over a level 1 zombie. I could also see through its eyes, plus 50 to every attribute. That put me at 160, which is 3.2 times an ordinary man, 100 meters in 4 seconds. End of that day, the counter said 120 zombies, 12 points. I remember being pleased with 120. Then I looked at the towers, 10 residential blocks, around 10,000 people on the books. 70% turned on day 1, and the rest of them mostly didn't make it to day 2. You do not clear a tower with an axe. My axe was already the problem. It kept sticking in skulls, and every time it stuck I lost 2 seconds, and 2 seconds is a currency out there. At the base of Tower 4 they were chewing on the iron gate, actually chewing. They'd broken their own teeth off doing it, and they were still going. And a few of them weren't biting at all. They were putting their heads down and slamming the latch over and over in the same spot. Some of them had figured out that the gate was the answer. So I went and found the nicest car in the district, a black German thing with a sound system worth more than my tuition, and I siphoned the tank into a wash basin, and I poured it through the gate grill, and I dropped a lighter through after it. Then I did that 9 more times. It took most of a night. I sat on a garden wall between towers, and I watched the windows go orange 1 floor at a time. And on the 6th building, somebody came out of a 9th floor window. A person, alive. Jiang had been alive up there the entire time, and he jumped rather than burn, and I heard him land. I sat on that wall for a long time, telling myself he was already dead. A man alone on the 9th floor of that building was finished the morning the outbreak started. All I did was change the date. I didn't believe it then, and I don't believe it now. I put that one in the drawer with the apron. Ding. Total kills, 6,600. Reward, 660 attribute points, 325 across the board, 6.5 times an ordinary man, 100 meters in under 2 seconds. I could feel it in my knees when I stood up, like the ground had gotten closer. The thing about Jingshu Garden is that it backs onto Tunghai University. 3-meter wall, that's it. It's the whole reason rich families bought in there. Wall on one side, campus on the other, 12 minutes to a lecture hall, 30,000 students. Outbreak hit on a weekend morning, 10 dormitory blocks, 5 male, 5 female, every one of them packed. I went over that wall with a plan that was, in retrospect, extremely simple and involved the phrase, and then I burn it. But first, the canteen. 50 sacks of rice and flour at 50 kilos each, drums of oil, freezers full of meat, and a rack of propane cylinders that I looked at for a long moment while an idea filed itself away for later. Into the cube. All of it. The infirmary door had scratch marks on it about a meter up, and something on the other side that had been working at them for a while. I put a needle through its ear and knocked. The woman who opened it was 23, in a white shirt and a pencil skirt that had been pressed 5 days ago, and she had been living on glucose drips because that was what the room contained. Kui Hua, mathematics. She looked at the body in the corridor, then at me, and I watched her put together that I was younger than most of her students. Teachers are supposed to protect students, she said. I'm the one who's been hiding. I'm ashamed. You're alive. That's the whole test right now. There's no partial credit. 4 of them came out from behind the gym while we were crossing the running track. Athletics team. They'd been at morning practice when it hit, out in the open air, which is exactly why they were the ones still walking around. Bats, a spear made from a flagpole, a homemade bow, big shoulders, and no fear left in them at all. Kneel down and knock your head on the ground, the one in front said. Then hand over the food, leave the blade, leave the woman, then you can go. And Kui Hua stepped in front of me. Not in front of a student, in front of me. A 23-year-old math teacher who weighed maybe 50 kilos put herself between 4 armed men and the boy holding the axe, and her whole body was shaking so hard I could see it from behind. I want to be honest about something. I was 18 years old, and no one had ever done that for me. Not once. Not at any point in my life. My parents died before I could keep them. The state fed me, the school tolerated me, and Jingshu Garden paid me 3,000 a month to stand in a booth. She was the first. I ran the hour because that's what I do now. In the simulation, I took the lead one's arm off and then caught the arrow barehanded out of pure showing off, and the bowman screamed, "You caught it with your hand. Are you even human?" Which was very satisfying and taught me nothing. So in the real world, I skipped the theater. 5 needles, 4 heads, 1 spare, because I don't like round numbers. They fell in the order they'd been standing. Kui Hua turned around and looked at me with her mouth open, and I said, "Come on, there's a canteen to empty." The equipment room behind the gym is where I stopped explaining things. There was a cage in there. Sports equipment cage, chain link, padlock, and there were things on the floor of it that told me exactly how the 4 men outside had been spending their week, and there was nobody in it anymore, and that is all I am ever going to say about that room. Kui Hua saw about 2 seconds of it before I got the door shut. She stood in the corridor with her hands over her mouth and said, "Those aren't people. Those are demons." "They were people last Tuesday," I said. "That's the part you have to hold on to. Not that monsters showed up, that nobody had to become one." She threw up. I waited. Then we went and got the rice. 10 dormitories. She fought me on it right up until the first match. There could still be survivors inside. Half of every one of those buildings turned in the first hour. Then it was a corridor. Then it was a stairwell. Do you think somebody's in there on day 7 doing fine? She didn't answer because she was a mathematician and she'd already run it. I burned them at night, one at a time, and I sat on the wall again, and this time I did not look at the windows. Ding, total kills, 22,000. Reward, 2,200 attribute points. 875, 16.5 times an ordinary human being. 9 days earlier, I had been worried about a space heater. The best thing that happened that whole week happened in my kitchen the next morning, and it had nothing to do with numbers. Kui Hua walked in, and Zhang Ru looked up from the table, and both of them made a noise I can only describe as structural failure. Teacher and student. Same faculty. Jong-ru had turned in a paper to that woman 11 days earlier and gotten a B, which she brought up immediately and litigated for 40 minutes. Then Jong-ru, who has never in her life let a silent sit, explained the house rules to her new teacher over breakfast. Everyone here works. Jong-wen cooks. Kui-ching does inventory, and she's terrifying about it. Du-mei does laundry, badly, on purpose, so she gets moved to something else. Song-shen has not yet identified her contribution, and we're all watching. I keep morale up, said Song-shen. You keep volume up. Gao Fen, incidentally, had knocked on my door a full day after Kui-ching and starved an extra day for it. She has never once forgiven Kui-ching for the head start, and Kui-ching has never once apologized, and the two of them are best friends. I don't understand it either. Dark space went to 3 that week. 30 by 30 by 30. 27,000 cubic meters riding around inside a 19-year-old. That night, I put beef and pork ribs on the table. 5 women went very quiet, and Du-mei said in a wobbly voice, fresh meat, in the apocalypse. Then I told them the thing I'd been building toward for 9 days. The whole district is clear. All 45 houses, all 10 towers, both walls, the gate, nothing alive in here but us. You can go outside now, walk around, sit in a garden, play something. Nobody moved for a second. Then Song-shen stood up so fast she took the tablecloth with her. 2 days later, there was a volleyball game happening on the tennis court with a real net with actual scoring arguments in the middle of the end of the world. I stood at the gate and watched it and felt something I hadn't felt since the first morning, which was that this was mine. Then I looked up because there was a bird, an eagle, circling, not hunting, not riding a thermal. Circling in a tight lazy ring directly over the court, at maybe 100 meters, holding station. Birds do not hold station. 2 things I should explain before I tell you what I did to that bird. The first is the supermarket, 1 kilometer up the road, which is where I'd been going when the world got a lot bigger. The street outside the district was rows of cars sitting in the exact positions they'd stopped in, and inside a lot of them were shapes that had burned. Mobile coffins with the doors still locked from the inside. People had done everything right. Doors shut, windows up, wait for the army. The army did not come, and neither did anything else. Closer to the store, the bodies changed. Zombies cut in half, not smashed, not chewed, cut, clean through, 1 stroke, some horizontally, some vertically, 1 at a diagonal that went in at the shoulder and came out at the hip, and the cut faces were flat enough to look deliberate. Somebody with a blade had come through here, and that somebody was very good. I found the blade under a tree. The tree was the problem. It was too green for one thing, and everything else on that street was dead, and it was moving on a day with no wind. The vines came out of the ground when I was 6 meters from the trunk. I got wrapped, lifted, and had a spike the width of my thumb come at my chest, and the only reason I'm telling you this is that the ice shell went up half a second before contact and the spike snapped against it. Hanging in that canopy, once I had the leisure to look, were dozens of shapes. Zombies mostly, some of them shriveled down to nothing, and 2 that weren't zombies, a young woman, unconscious, and a man, still awake, with vines through both shoulders. I cut myself down. Then I cut her down and caught her, and then I hit the trunk with the black blade I'd pulled out of the dirt, and the tree came apart in 1 stroke, and something dark and slow came out of the cut that was definitely not sap. The man lasted about a minute after I got him down. Zhang'd known for a while. Zhang spent his last minute on logistics, which tells you everything about what kind of man he was. Her name's Zhan Yue. She's my sister. She's all I've got. I'll take her. The knife. Zhang tried to point at it and couldn't. That's the last thing I own that matters. Keep it sharp. Then he was done, and I stood on a dead street holding a black katana that had been paid for twice, and that is the blade I have used for everything you are going to hear about after this. Zhan Yue came around an hour later and gave me, without meaning to, the map of the entire world. Police Academy cadet. Her brother, Zhan Hui, had been special forces before all this, and an ability user after it, and the 2 of them had spent 3 days walking 20 kilometers to get away from somewhere called the Black Tiger Base. Why did you leave? She looked at the floor. The boss took an interest in me. Black Tiger. Jiang's about 50. He's got a mustache he's very proud of, and he has 13 wives already. 13. My brother said we'd rather take the road. Then she said the sentence that reorganized my life. You haven't been to a stone tablet yet, have you? I said, a what? And she stared at me the way you'd stare at a man who'd been driving for 9 days without noticing the car had a second gear. The tablets came up out of the ground all over the world in the first week. Black stone, taller than a house. You touch one, it puts you inside a trial, and how far you get decides your rank. There are 4 global lists, 1,000 names each. Yellow, Mystic, Earth, Heaven. Everybody who has ever cleared a floor is on one of them, in order, and everybody can see the order. First clear gives you a reward. Her brother's black katana came out of one. The Black Tiger base was built in a ring around its tablet because whoever holds a tablet holds the only ladder in the world. You should find one, Zhang Yue said. Find a tablet nobody's holding and build your own base around it. I said, sure, and did not tell her the part where I had been getting stronger for 9 days without touching a tablet at all, and had no idea what that meant, and would not find out for a while yet. The supermarket had a few hundred of them inside, and it took about 10 minutes. Honestly, with the Black Blade, it stopped being a fight. It was more like a chore with good tools. 300 and change, and I never had to pull the same swing twice. Then I emptied the place. Not the shelves, the building. The stockroom alone had 1,000 sacks of rice at 50 kilos each, 50 tons. Plus beans, oil, dry noodles, winter clothing, 4 commercial freezers, and a forklift, which I took because it was there. Standing in that empty warehouse, I did the math on my own cube for the first time. 27,000 cubic meters, packed with grain. That's something like 27,000 tons. 27,000 tons of rice in the apocalypse inside a man who 9 days ago got paid on the 15th. I was still standing there admiring myself when the roof access door opened and a dozen people came in. The Black Tiger squad, tracking the girl. They'd gone to the grave first. They dug her brother up to be sure it was him, which tells you the tone of the meeting before anybody spoke. Yellow Dog, out front, nose in the air, because his ability was smell, and he could follow a person for a day and a half. Giant Bear, third ranked in their base, a man who could turn into an actual grizzly. Scarface Mouse, thin, twitchy, badly dressed, who could dig, just dig. Tunnels, fast, anywhere. Every ability user in that base treated him like something they'd scraped off a shoe, and behind them, 7 assorted mercenaries and men with prison neck tattoos. I made a decision that probably looked stupid and was actually the most useful thing I did that week. I put the katana on my back and I didn't use a single ability. I wanted a measurement. Yellow Dog got a hand on my collar. I put him through a shelving unit and took 3 of the men behind him down with the same motion, one arc, all 4 off their feet, and none of them touched the floor at the same time. Then Giant Bear came apart and reassembled as something 4 meters tall with claws, roaring, doing the whole performance. I took his head off with my hand still empty. Somebody in the back said, out loud in the silence, if a normal fighter is 800 and Black Tiger is 1,000, then this guy is 5,000. Good. That was my number. I'd been looking for it. An ability user runs about twice a normal human. I was running 16 times and I had gotten there by burning buildings and opening doors for people, and not one of these men had any idea such a road existed. Scarface Mouse did not run. That's the thing about him. Jang went down on one knee in a puddle of somebody else's blood and started talking very fast about how he'd been wanting to leave for months, and how he had information, and how he could dig me a tunnel anywhere I liked. I let him live. Best decision I made that week, and I'll tell you why in a minute. I got home with a katana, a police cadet, and 50 tons of rice, and the house handled it the way that house handles everything. The women circled the new girl like customs inspectors. Kui-Ching asked her 3 questions that were all secretly the same question. Dumei commented on her hair, and Jiang Wen walked out of the kitchen with a bowl, put it in Zhang Yue's hands and said, "Eat more, sister, you're all bones." And that was the end of the interrogation. Zhang Yue ate the whole bowl and then said something I've thought about a lot since. At the Black Tiger base, nobody eats with their back to a door. 7 days in a row, paid out in one lump. Dark space to 5. 50 by 50 by 50, and every ability I own moved a level with it. Meanwhile, 20 kilometers away, I was being discussed. I know exactly how, because Scarface Mouse told me later, in detail, doing all the voices. Black Tiger himself, heavy, oiled hair, that mustache, 13 wives, the personality of a man who has never once been told no by anyone who survived it. Falcon, his scout, who saw through his bird, not metaphorically. Zhang sat in a chair with his eyes closed and looked out of an eagle a kilometer up. And the mouse, who everybody in the leadership called Mouseman to his face. Here's the thing nobody in that base noticed. Every time Scarface Mouse came back from a run, he had a pocket full of White Rabbit milk candies, and he gave them to the base kids, and the kids would mob him at the gate yelling, Lord Mouse, and the parents would look at him like he'd hung the moon. 12 ability users in that base thought he was a joke. About 400 ordinary people thought he was the only decent man in it. Zhang was right on both counts, and he'd decided to walk. The other thing that happened before the eagle was 3 chicken drumsticks, and I need to tell you about that, because it is the single ugliest thing I have ever watched a human being do, and I did not lay a finger on either of them. Second supermarket, 4 kilometers out. 2 people came out from behind the trolleys with their hands up. Zhang Tao, student council president, family worth a few $100 million, drove a BMW to a campus with a bus stop outside it. And Gao Pan, sprinter, the 4th of the 4, the one with the shoulders, the one who'd have made the national team in 2 years. Zhang Tao started at 1 million, then 2, when I laughed. Money, again. Everybody's first instinct is money, and it takes them about 4 days to unlearn it. 2 million, I said. Where would I spend it? You can't buy a loaf of bread with it. There is no bread. So I gave him one. I pulled a bag of chicken drumsticks out of the air and put 3 of them on the counter between us because I was going to give them the food anyway and I wanted to see what he'd say next. What he said next was, "Take her." Not a hesitation. Not a beat. Jang put his hand flat on Gao Pan's back and pushed her half a step forward toward a stranger with a sword in exchange for 3 pieces of chicken. And here is the part that I still cannot get out of my head. She had spent the first 10 seconds of that conversation looking at him with her chin up because he'd said no to the money offer, because he'd stood in front of her, because for about 10 seconds he'd been exactly what she thought he was. Then he set a price, and when he saw her face, he got defensive about it. Come on, I dated you a year. $1 million in gifts and you wouldn't even go to a hotel with me. The fact that I can get 3 drumsticks for you means you've got value. You should be flattered. I have replayed that in my head hundreds of times and it never gets less impressive. Not the betrayal. The math. The man did an exchange rate out loud in front of her and expected her to be pleased with her valuation. I picked up the drumsticks and put them back in the cube. They're not for sale, I said. They were free. You just didn't ask what they cost. Then I looked at Gao Pan. There's a district up the road with a wall and a gate that shuts. 45 houses, nobody in them. You can walk there yourself. I'm not carrying you, and I'm not buying you. She walked out ahead of me and never once looked back at him. The system paid me for her before she reached the door. I don't know what happened to Jiang Tao. I genuinely don't. I didn't kill him, and I didn't take his food, and I never went back to that store. Gao Pan asked me about it once, months later. She said, "Do you think he's alive?" I said, "I hope so. I want him to be alive for a long time." So, the eagle. It was still up there, circling my volleyball game. 2 zombies were sitting on my front gate at the time, by the way, in suits, with sunglasses and surgical masks on. I'd taken them over with zombie control, dressed them, and posted them at the entrance like doormen, partly for the practical reasons and mostly because it was funny. It worked better than expected. Scarface Mouse told me his people surfaced, took one look, and reported back that the target had 2 guards on the gate who never moved and never blinked and were probably very high level. Up in the base, Falcon was sitting in his chair with his eyes shut, describing my district out loud. Several young women, playing a game, on a court. And Black Tiger said, "Students? Excellent, I'm a rich man. They'll all be joining my household. Falcon, you may have first pick." Falcon said something back. I don't know what. I've never asked. Because at that moment I looked up at a bird holding station 100 meters over my house, and I raised one hand and I put a single needle through it. The eagle came down on the tennis court in front of 6 extremely startled women. 20 kilometers away, according to the mouse, Falcon went out of his chair and hit the floor screaming with both hands over his face. "My eyes! Jiang took my eyes and ears! That was a headshot! That was a headshot from the ground!" Scarface Mouse's advice when he got to me that evening was sensible. Sit tight. Fight on your own ground. Let them come to you and lose men crossing your wall. "How far is it?" I said. 20 kilometers. Takes me about an hour to dig. "It doesn't matter where he dies. 20, 200. I'm going tonight." 20 kilometers took me a bit over an hour on foot, which at the time I thought was fast. I got to the Black Tiger base while they were having a meeting about me, and I stood outside the door of it long enough to hear the whole thing, and I have to tell you, it was not the war council I'd been expecting. Maybe we just let it go. It's one woman, boss. Falcon's out of action for a month, we lost Giant Bear and 11 men, and for what? A cadet? 12 ability users, every one of them arguing for surrender, and Black Tiger sitting at the head of the table unable to agree with any of them out loud because then he wouldn't be Black Tiger anymore. And one voice cutting across all of it, cheerful as a girl choosing a restaurant. "I don't mind going. I want to see if he's handsome." That was White Fox, second in the base. Short white hair, black tactical suit, and the specific quality of someone who has never once in her life been predictable on purpose. I got tired of listening. "No need to keep debating," I said from the doorway. "I'll decide for you." Black Tiger gave the order to kill me, and not one person in that room moved. Falcon put both hands on his head and made a small noise about his migraine. 2 men found something interesting on the floor. And White Fox leaned back in her chair, looked me up and down very slowly, and smiled at me. So it was just the 2 of us, and I told him I wouldn't use a single ability, and I meant it. His power is blood. His own. Flying Blade Blood Claw put 5 grooves in the concrete, a hand deep. Blood Round fired hard little slugs that took chunks out of the wall behind me, and a thing he called a net stretching to the heavens, which is exactly what it sounds like, and was genuinely a problem for about 4 seconds. Here's his trick, and it's a good one. The more blood he loses, the stronger he gets. Wound him, and you're feeding him. Every fight he'd ever won, he'd won because the other guy kept cutting, so I didn't cut. I put him in ice. ankles first, then to the waist, then both arms flat against his own ribs, and I kept going until there was a man-shaped block of clear ice on that floor with a very surprised face at the top of it. Jong couldn't bleed. There was nowhere for it to go. His entire ability was a fire I'd just put a lid on. Jong held out about a minute. Then he started negotiating. Take it. Take the base. Take the stores. Take the tablet. Take all of it. Just don't kill me. And behind me, White Fox said conversationally, you should know that the wives aren't wives. Jiang took them off the road, but he does have one real daughter. Then she cut the throats of every remaining ability user in that room. It took her 4 seconds, and I did not have time to say a word. I said, when it was over, they didn't do anything to you. Their boss gave them an order, and they ignored it. She wiped the knife on her sleeve. What's the use of keeping people like that? You ignored him too. I'm different. She said it like it was obvious. You can betray a boss. You can't betray your own man. Then she looked at me with her head on one side and said, I like handsome men, and I like strong men, and you're both, which is a problem for you and not for me at all. That is the first thing White Fox ever said to me. I have never had the upper hand in a conversation with her since. The daughter came down on her own. Songjia, 18. She walked into that hall, looked at what was left of her father frozen from the neck down, and her face did not change by 1 millimeter. Because 5 weeks earlier, when the outbreak hit and a crowd came at them in a stairwell, Black Tiger had put both hands on his wife's back and pushed. Jong got out. Her mother did not. I've imagined this every day since, Songjia said. Every single day. I thought it would feel bigger. She asked me to take her out of that place, and I did, and she has never once asked me what happened to him after we left the room. 1 needle. That's what happened to him. Then I went and looked at the tablet. Black stone, 4 meters, standing in the middle of what used to be a school playing field with the base built in a ring around it. Up close, the surface isn't stone at all. It's a list. 4 lists. 1,000 names each. Yellow, Mystic, Earth, Heaven, and they update live, and they are the same 4 lists everywhere on the planet. Number 1 on Heaven, Akira Tanaka, Little Sun Empire. Number 1 on Mystic, William, White Eagle Empire. Number 1 on Earth, Nurmagomedov, Mangshong Empire. Number 1 on Yellow, Shen Long, Ours. White Fox showed me her own entry, which was Lin Lan, Yellow rank, 897. 2 days ago, I was 830, she said. I haven't gotten weaker. There are just more of us every day. Everyone's sinking. She'd cleared 12 floors out of 100. It had taken her 3 days, and it had nearly killed her, and she was proud of it, and she was right to be. I put my hand on the stone. It said, S-level ability detected. Applying heavenly ranking test standard. Floor 1 was 10 level 2 zombies holding swords, not swinging them, holding them. And when I moved left, 3 of them shifted right, and 2 of them looked at each other first. They were coordinating. On floor 1. Floor 10 was the one that told me what kind of world I'd woken up in. 10 level 3 zombies. Pale, clean, mouth shut, and they were talking to each other. Not words exactly, but turns, question, and answer. And every one of them had 100 ordinary ones standing behind him, 1,000 on one floor. That's where I learned the rule that has carried me through everything since. Kill the ones giving orders, and the army stops being an army and goes back to being a crowd. I want to explain why the tablet was never going to hold me, because it isn't modesty and it isn't bragging, it's just a bug in the software. An ability user runs about twice a normal human, and their real damage comes out of their power, and their power runs on a tank that empties. That's the whole design. The tablet was built to test that design. I was running 16.5 times a normal human on raw body alone, and I hadn't used a single ability since floor 1, and I wasn't going to. I wasn't a strong player. I was a program running outside the rules it was written for. Floor 99 took me 4 minutes. Floor 100 took 2. Ding, level 100 cleared. You are now number 1 on the heavenly ranking, and the first clear reward dropped into my hands as a piece of black fabric. The dark cloak. 5 minutes of flight. 1 hour of cooldown, at twice my own running speed, twice mine. Which meant, when I did the arithmetic standing there in the dark, roughly 297 meters per second. I was 13 meters a second short of the speed of sound, and I was wearing it. I came out after 31 minutes and nobody outside believed me. You went in and came straight back out. That's a bailout. Everyone bails the first time. They looked me up on Yellow. Not there. Mystic, not there. Earth, not there, and by then they decided I'd faked the whole thing. It was Songjia who tilted her head back and looked at the top of the stone. The name at the top of heaven ranking is bigger than the others, dozens of times bigger, and it burns gold. She said very quietly, it doesn't say Akira Tanaka anymore. I walked out onto the field where 400 people had been herded to watch a body get dragged around, and I stood on the platform where Black Tiger used to stand, and I said the only thing worth saying. I killed Black Tiger. So from today, I'm the boss here. Who agrees and who objects? And then I took a step up into the air and stood there, 4 meters off the ground, with the cloak moving behind me. 400 people went down on their knees at once. It made a sound like a wave hitting a wall. Then I told them the new rules, and this is the part that mattered. Your tribute is cut in half. Starting today. Silence. And every household gets a loan. 50 caddies of seed potato, free, right now. Plant it. In 1 year, you pay back 200 caddies out of what you grow. After that, I take 20% of your harvest and not 1 grain more. If you can't grow it, that's a bad year and we'll talk. If you don't plant it, that's a choice and we'll also talk. Somebody in the crowd said, "Seed? You're giving away food as seed?" And I opened the dark space over the field and let 30 tons of potatoes fall out of the sky. They came down in a landslide. They bounced off the platform. They rolled between people's feet. They piled up into an actual hill in front of 400 starving human beings who had spent 5 weeks being told there wasn't enough. Somewhere in that crowd, a little girl pulled on her mother's sleeve and asked, "Mama, why can he fly? Is he the savior heaven sent?" And her mother pushed her head down and said, "When you meet a god, you lower your eyes." I'd like to say something clever here. I don't have anything. 9 days earlier, I was standing in a booth with a broken space heater, checking a gate, and now there was a woman in a field teaching her daughter to bow to me because I had potatoes. Same job, honestly. Bigger gate. What I didn't know standing on that platform was that every tablet on the planet had just changed its top line at the same moment. In the White Eagle Empire, an 80-year-old president gave his people a month to find out who Mayhu was, ordered the bioengineering and the mechanized programs accelerated, and said something about Sector 9 that nobody in the room wrote down. In the Little Sun Empire, the Prime Minister put his hand flat on a table and dispatched an elite squad with the instruction to eliminate the target at any cost. And then he said the thing his cabinet had been afraid of for 2 months. Wake the ninja village. In the Mangshong Empire, they greenlit something called Project Poseidon and moved a stimulant into human trials. And at home, in the Shenlong Empire, the 2 official ability user organizations both received the same memo about me on the same afternoon. Qianlong under Commander Song. Flying Eagle under Commander John. The memo said, recruit him. Coercion, bribery, seduction, all acceptable. I found that out much later. At the time I was standing in a field being worshipped for root vegetables. White Fox's ability turned out to be the most disturbing thing I'd seen all week, and I'd had a bad week. Ice control went to 6. Range stopped being a sentence I had to think about. And in the middle of that, White Fox took a knife and opened her own forearm to show me hers. I watched a cut 15 centimeters long close from both ends, under a minute. No scar. Endless regeneration, she said, flexing her fingers. Virus can't touch me either. Everyone at that base called me the crazy woman. Are you? Obviously, but I'm the only one here with the right to be. In the morning, I took 15 women out of that base who wanted out, and I left the whole operation to Scarface Mouse. Zhang nearly fell over. Me? Boss, the ability users all call me the Mouse Man. The ability users are dead. The kids call you Lord Mouse. Which of those 2 groups is going to farm my potatoes? But you're not staying? I'll drop in occasionally and show off. That's the entire job. Back home, the kitchen was getting crowded and the seniority system was becoming a genuine problem. 15 newcomers went into the villa next door, which the veterans immediately began referring to as the Annex, in a tone. And I sat down that evening and looked at my own panel for the first time in days. All 4 attributes, 1,000, 20 times an ordinary human being. For scale, a normal ability user sits around 100, future deduction 4, virus immunity 4, ice control 6, dark space 5, zombie control 2, equipment, 1 dark cloak, 1 black light katana. I'd been alive as an ability user for 11 days. Then I got greedy about logistics, which is the least heroic sentence in this entire story, and also the truest one. 20-kilometer radius, all of it mine. Every supermarket, every warehouse, every corner shop, grain, oil, salt, and yes, animal feed, because at some point somebody is going to want chickens. 10 kilometers out, I hit a store that already had tenants. 3 big men, ex-military by the way they moved, and the one in front said, "Put down whatever's in your hands and I'll let you leave." 2 heads came apart before he finished the sentence. The 3rd man wet himself, which I mention only because of what he offered me next. "There's a house," he said. "Please. There's a house. I'll take you. It's better than this. It's a billionaire's house." It was too. 6-meter blind wall all the way around. Helipad on the roof with an orange helicopter still sitting on it. Bulletproof glass in every window. the kind of place built by a man who read the news and drew conclusions. In the basement was a steel room, 5 by 5 by 3, walls over 10 centimeters thick, one 20-centimeter window in the door, and that door had been through a war, knife scratches, drill marks in a ring, dozens of them, every one of them stopped dead, scorching all across the middle where somebody had gone at it with a cutting torch for hours, and then, when none of that worked, they had welded it shut, all the way around. A neat, ugly, competent seam. We killed the owner on day 1, the bodyguard said. Jiang was talking very fast now, trying to be helpful. We wanted the house. His daughter got into the safe room before we could stop her. She saw us do it, so you sealed her in and waited. There's no water in there. It's been over a month. She has to be. I asked him if he'd like me to see him out. Then I put the katana into 10 centimeters of hardened steel. The manufacturer's plate on that door, which I read afterward out of professional curiosity, claimed it would stop a 100mm armor-piercing round. The blade went through it the way your thumb goes through the foil on a yogurt. Inside, sitting against the back wall with a torch that had about an hour left in it, was a girl in a school tracksuit who had been alone in a steel box for 34 days, Song Siki. The fourth of the 4 campus beauties, and the specific one everybody at Tunghai called the rich one, because her family was the richest in the province, and she never pretended otherwise. We recognized each other from the school forum, which is a horrible way to meet. There was food in there, cases of it. Her father had stocked that room for a year. Her actual complaint, first sentence out of her mouth after water. There's food in here, but there's nothing to do. I have been staring at a wall that nobody can get through for a month. 2 more weeks and I'd have started talking to the door. She flew back with me, 3 minutes for a distance that had taken me 2 hours. She screamed the entire way and then asked to go again. And that completed the set, which I did not plan and which the house has never let me forget. Jiangru, art, Kuiqing, academics, Gaopan, athletics, Songsiki, money. All 4 campus beauties of Tunghai University, all of them in one villa district, all of them arguing about the dishwasher rota, speed check since everything from here runs on it, running, 190 meters a second, flying, 380. Which is over the speed of sound. 5 minutes of it covers 114 kilometers. I found this out on the way to the wholesale market 15 kilometers north, and I want to be clear that breaking the sound barrier by accident while thinking about rice is an experience. The market was a whole street of them, thousands of sacks of rice and flour, tens of tons of potato and sweet potato, racks of clothing, crates of fruit that would never spoil once it was in the cube because nothing in there ages, and powdered milk, pallets of it. I stood in front of that pallet for a while. Somewhere down the line there are going to be babies in my base. Somebody has to think about that a year early, and the somebody is me. Then 100 people came around the corner, led by a man in a taxi driver's jacket. Lao Song. Ability user, low rank, former cab driver, and he had spent 4 days clearing that market street of zombies at the cost of 11 people, and his group had filled about half a backpack each. I had emptied the entire street in under 10 minutes. Jiang looked at the bare shelves. I watched him decide whether to attack me. Don't, I said. Listen instead. Jingxiu Garden Villa District, 20 kilometers south. Wall, gate, no zombies inside. That's mine. Any survivor you walk through that gate gets 10 caddies of grain, free, on arrival. And for every person you bring me, you personally get 1 caddy of rice. Bring me 1,000 people. I'll count out 1,000 caddies into your hands, Zhang said slowly. You're buying people. I'm buying farmers. I'll be honest about the rest of it, since I've been honest about everything else. Part of the reason I stripped every store within 20 kilometers was so there would be nothing left to eat out there. You don't have to force anyone into a base. You just have to be the only address with dinner. That's not a nice thing to have thought. I thought it anyway, and then I went and delivered the potatoes I'd promised. So make of me what you like. The hospital was next, and the hospital is where I found out that the zombies had management. The reasoning was simple. Medicine matters. 2,000 people in a base means somebody catches a fever, and a fever with no antibiotics kills you just as dead as a bite. The ice needles had no ammunition limit anymore, and a range over a kilometer. I was clearing corridors from the far end of them. 2 things I noticed on the way in. 1. The proportion of level 2s was climbing fast. A week earlier you'd find 1 in 1,000. Now it was 1 in 30. 2. The deeper into the building I got, the fewer of them there were. That's backwards. A hospital fills from the inside, unless something was moving them. I found it at the pharmacy on the 4th floor, a level 3, still wearing a doctor's coat, standing in the middle of the corridor with 2 level 2s beside it and 40 ordinary ones spread out behind. It was giving a briefing. I could hear it. Broken, thick, like a man talking around a mouthful of gravel. Humans, meat, good, you, around. Both sides, and the crowd split into two groups and started moving to flank me. They pinned me for about 6 seconds, then I killed the one in the coat, and every other zombie on that floor forgot what it was doing and went back to shuffling. Behind a barricaded door on the 5th floor were 2 women who had been in there 11 days. Deng Jing, surgeon, late 20s, Zhang Lei, nurse, early 20s. They had survived on 2 cases of boxed milk that a patient's family had brought in the morning it started. The patient had turned. Zhang also had both legs broken in a car accident 3 days before. Zhang never got off the bed. They'd been in a room with him the whole time. Is it over out there? Deng Jing asked. Have they all died off yet? They didn't die off, I said. They got promoted. I burned the hospital that night, and the count came back at 2,000 instead of the 5 I'd estimated. The rest had gotten out ahead of the fire, in groups, behind level 2s and 3s. They evacuated. That's the word. They evacuated. And here's the part I want on the record, because a lot of people later assumed the worst about me and my base. I did not take the doctor and the nurse home with me. I set them up, I supplied them, I put a gate guard on their block, and I left them exactly where they were, running a working clinic. Because in 10 months there are going to be babies in Jingxiu Garden, and when that happens, I want a surgeon and a midwife who have never once had a reason to hate me. Attributes, 1050. Then Scarface Mouse called in something new, and new was becoming a bad word. His team had gone out for a supply run and found a zombie in a shop front that was eating other zombies. Its muscle had outgrown its skin. That's the only way I can put it politely. The skin had split, and the muscle had come through, and the veins across its back sat up like a knot of snakes, and it was 2.5 meters tall, and getting taller with every one of its own kind it pulled down. It killed 2 of his men with 1 arm. The mouse's whole tactic is a hole. Jiang drops a pit under something's feet, it sinks to the neck, and he goes to work with a cleaver. Whack-a-mole, he calls it, and he is extremely pleased with the name. The thing reached down, got him by the wrist, and pulled him out of his own hole. Jiang went underground and ran. Jiang surfaced next to my gate guard, put his face right up to the zombie in sunglasses, and started shouting, and I heard every word of it through the zombie's ears from a villa 20 kilometers away. I was standing in front of him in under a minute. I finished talking less than 60 seconds ago, he said, in a very small voice. How? The thing came at me, and I kicked it through the front of a house. Then I stood in the hole it made and named it, because you have to name things, or you can't plan against them. Its skin can't keep up with its muscle. Call it a molter. That one's a level 1, and it's about twice as strong as a level 1 ability user. High aggression, terrible temper, and no brain at all, which means traps work on it. And then the thought that has kept me up more than any other since. There are fewer humans out here every week. When they run out of us, they start on each other, and the ones that eat the most win. We got a bonus out of that fight. Halfway through it, Scarface Mouse leveled up and didn't notice. Zhang stood there afterward, flexing his hands, frowning at them. Boss, did I get taller? His fingertips had gone crystalline, hard as diamond. Zhang put a hand into a concrete wall, and it went in like wet sand. That's when I learned the last rule of this world, and it's a cruel one. An ability user only levels up in a fight that could have killed him. Not training, not grinding, only the real thing. The man he'd lost had a wife. I put 50 caddies of grain in her hands myself, and I did not make a speech about it. Then about 30 children mobbed me at the gate shouting, God may, and I stood there handing out candy out of the dark space like an idiot, and Scarface Mouse watched the whole thing with his arms folded and the smuggest expression I have ever seen on a human face. 2 more things happened before the real trouble showed up, and they were both good. The first was Jiang Wen in my kitchen, standing very still with her arms stretched about 1.5 meters across the counter to reach the salt. She'd woken up an ability, her whole body goes rubber. Strength and speed doubled, and she can braid her own fingers, which she demonstrated at dinner, and which made Dumei put down her chopsticks and leave the room. That set off 2 solid hours of the entire house arguing about what power each of them wanted. Fire, ice, which got booed. Gao Pan wanted to vibrate, for reasons she declined to explain. Kui Qing wanted X-ray vision, purely for research. I sat at the end of that table and did not say a word, because for one evening, nobody in that house was a survivor. They were just 7 women being loud about a hypothetical. The second thing was zombie control hitting level 3, which meant I could now take over a level 3. The ones in sunglasses on my gate got an upgrade. My doormen could now hold a conversation. And then Lao Song came back with 1,000 people. 1,000 plus 6 ability users walking up the road in a column that took 40 minutes to get through the gate. The problem was that one of the 6 was Ma Feiyun, level 2 ability user, the only one in the region, and he had 2 techniques he was very proud of. Air explosion fist, which leaves a 2-meter fist print in concrete. and mountain collapse strike, which put every window in my front row of villas on the floor. Jiang walked up the road doing sums, big bass, full granary, and the man who came out to meet him at the gate was a short, twitchy guy with a scar. Whoever's strongest is the boss, he announced. That's the rule now. Then he did something I actually admired. Years ago, before all this, Lao Song had given him half a loaf of bread when he was down, so he opened his pack and threw 100 loaves at Lao Song's feet. There, debt repaid, nothing between us now. And then he put Lao Song through a wall. Scarface Mouse went out to meet him alone. Everyone told him not to. Jiang punched his diamond fingers straight through both of Ma Feiyun's boots and pinned him to the ground, which is the single best move I have ever seen a support class ability user make. Then mountain collapse hit and the mouse went down and did not get up. And then 1,000 unarmed civilians who had been in my base for less than 1 hour started shouting. I object. We've got one boss and it's God May. Not you. Not ever you, you piece of garbage. Unarmed, knew they'd eaten one meal here. And they stood in front of a level 2 ability user for a man they'd never met. I came in from 4,000 meters at supersonic speed, and the sound arrived after I did. Jiang was in the concrete before he understood the noise. I put my foot on his chest and told the base the only rule that has ever mattered here. This base is mine. I make the rules in it. Today's your first day, so this one's free. And then I let him up. Everybody, and I mean everybody, expected me to kill him. Ma Feiyun expected me to kill him. Jiang was already doing the face. Your strength is decent, I said. Go touch the tablet. If you take it seriously, you'll come out top 100 in yellow. Then come back and work for me. You want to know the fastest way to buy a man? Don't beat him. Beat him and then tell him what he's worth. That night we counted the granary. 10 tons of rice, 30 tons of potato, and 2,000 people who each owed me 50 caddies of seed against 400 a year from now. 400,000 caddies on paper, 200 tons, and then Kui Qing, who does the numbers because she cannot help herself, came and found me with a page of arithmetic. 100 villas at 50 rooms each is 5,000 people of housing, she said, but there's arable ground inside this wall for 2,000, maybe 3. So the wall's not the limit, the dirt is. She pushed the page at me. You need a second base. 12 days after the outbreak, I sat down and looked at my own numbers and got genuinely uncomfortable. 1,500 across the board, 30 times an ordinary human, running at 280 meters a second, flying at 560, future deduction 6, virus immunity 6, ice control 8, which at that mental strength meant I could freeze a city block into statues if I felt like it, dark space 8, 80 meters cubed, 500,000 cubic meters, zombie control 5, and one item I got for a rescue streak and did not use because I could not decide what to spend it on, a superpower advancement scroll. One use, push a single ability up past where it can go on its own. I put it in the cube and left it there. Remember it, it comes back. The uncomfortable part was this. There was nothing within 50 kilometers of my wall that could hurt me. Nothing. And a man with no threats stops being a leader and starts being a utility. I found this out at lunch, where the conversation went like this. Meihu, the drain in the annex is blocked. Meihu, Gao Pan says the north field is better than the east field and she's wrong. I am not wrong. The north field gets 4 more hours. Meihu, can you fly to the wholesale market and get soy sauce? The dark kind, not the light kind. You got the light kind. Number 1 on the heaven ranking. 19 days ago, a security guard. Now, a man being scolded about soy sauce by an actress. Being invincible turns out to have a specific downside, which is that everybody stops treating it as remarkable within about a week. Then the world came to find me, and I stopped being bored. 20 search teams came into the Shenlong Empire from the Little Sun Empire because a name had changed on every stone tablet on the planet and they wanted to know whose. The one that mattered was 5 people. Their captain was a woman they called Hana, top 100 on Earth rank and the only competent person on the roster. Saito, top 500, whose father was a colonel in their navy and who had a habit with his knife afterward that I am not going to describe. Suzuki, top 500, bearded and hopelessly in love with his captain in a way that everybody including her could see from orbit, and 2 more around 800. Behind all 20 teams was the main squad. 5 people, all heaven rank, led by someone in the world top 10. Their orders: find Meihu, do not engage, report, surround. They hit a base about 100 kilometers from mine, and they were fast enough that 4 ability users had knives at their throats before anyone in that base had stood up. And here's the thing about my country that I did not fully appreciate until I read the report. Those 4 men heard the accent, and they stopped being afraid. Looking for Meihu? I'm Meihu. Jiang's Meihu. In the Shenlong Empire, everybody is Meihu. They killed all 4, one at a time, in front of the other 3, and not one of them said a single useful word. They died standing up in a room they could not leave, and I never learned any of their names, and I have thought about them more than about most people I have met. There was a fifth ability user at that base, out on a supply run. Zhan Feng came home to 4 bodies and a base with no leadership. Zhang did what nobody else in this story does. He sat down and thought clearly. The resources hadn't been touched, not a grain of rice. The civilians hadn't been touched either. Whoever came through had killed exactly, and only the strong. They're not raiders, he told the crowd. Raiders take food. These people came here to remove ability users, and they'll be back for the rest of us if we look organized. Out of 1,000 people, 500 left that day for anywhere else. Zhan Feng stayed. I asked him why, later, and he gave me an answer I've quoted more than once since. The young and the strong can walk. What about the old ones, the sick ones, the kids? This place started at 100 people. Somebody has to bury the boss. If the rest of you want to go, go. I won't stop anybody. I have met a lot of powerful men since then. That is the only genuinely good one. Back home, my own base had a staffing problem, and Scarface Mouse solved it in the most Scarface Mouse way possible. I told him I wanted 30 people for a permanent detail. Wall watch, gate rotation, escort duty on supply runs, real work, real risk, double rations. Zhang came back with 300 applicants and a clipboard. Boss, they queued. They queued since before dawn. One old fellow tried to hand me a gold necklace to get his son on the list. Did you take it? I took the son. He was strong. I gave the necklace back. What am I going to do with gold? Jiang looked genuinely offended. You can't plant gold. Then he had to spend an hour dealing with a man who wanted his daughter on the wall detail and would not accept that the wall detail involved climbing. She's got a strong personality, the man kept saying. That's not the same thing as arms, uncle. The refugees from the other base reached my gate 3 days later. 500 of them, on foot, and they told me the story about the 4 dead ability users, and I made them repeat one detail 3 times. You're certain. They killed the strong, they didn't touch the civilians, and they took nothing. Nothing, my lord, not a sack. Then I found a man who knew the route and offered him 100 caddies of rice to take me back there, and he said yes so fast he pulled a muscle. The flight took a minute for 30 kilometers. I would like to note that when I fly one of my own people, I go slow because they get frightened. When I fly a mercenary who has just tried to charge me double, I do not. Zhang screamed the entire way in a register I did not expect and threw up in a field on arrival and then asked if we could go again tomorrow. The scene told me everything I needed. Plenty of blood. No signs of a struggle. Furniture undisturbed. The bodies had been sitting when it happened and had not moved much afterward. That is not a fight. That is a demonstration. 4 armed ability users died sitting down, which means the gap was so large that fighting never occurred to anyone, and the storerooms were full. In the apocalypse, food is worth more than lives. Nobody leaves a granary unless they are not planning to be in this country long enough to eat it. So, not bandits, not a rival base, not a warlord. A foreign operation with a specific target list, working through my country from the outside in, taking out the only people capable of organizing a defense. I stood in that hall and made a decision I did not think much about at the time and which changed the shape of the next month. This base is mine now, I told the 500 who'd stayed. Second one. Same rules, same potatoes, same tribute. Then I put a level 3 zombie on the gate in a suit and gave it exactly one instruction through zombie control. If armed strangers come through, stall them. Don't win, just make noise and waste their time. I'll be here in a few minutes. Hana's team saw me on the way home. They were on a ridge 4 kilometers out when a shadow went over them faster than the sound of it, and Suzuki said what all 5 of them were thinking. Supersonic. No ordinary ability user flies supersonic. That has to be heaven ranking number 1. Suzuki's suggestion was to go straight at it, on the grounds that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, which is the sort of thing a man says when he is trying to impress someone. Hana overruled him. She wanted intelligence first, so she took her team back to the base they had shot up to search it properly, straight into my gate. The first thing they noticed through the binoculars was the guard. There's an extra man on that gate. Jiang hasn't moved in 11 minutes. So he's asleep. Jiang sitting upright with his eyes open. What security guard doesn't slack off at all? Something's wrong here. Saito got impatient, which was in character, went up the wall from behind and cut the guard's throat. Then the guard turned around and grabbed him by the forearm. I want you to appreciate the moment. Saito is standing on a wall in a foreign country holding a knife he has just used correctly, staring at a man with an open throat who is now holding his arm and not letting go. I cut his throat. Why is he still? That's not a man. Suzuki was already moving. That's a zombie. Level 3. Your arm is infected. It has to come off now. They took Saito's arm off on my wall with the sun coming up. Their operation was 11 minutes old, and they were down a man and an arm and had not seen a single one of my people. And it got funnier. Zhanfeng and a farmhand everybody called San Mao got themselves cornered in a dead-end alley by the remaining 5. No weapons worth the name, no escape, nothing. So they did the only thing left. They stood in the mouth of that alley and screamed abuse at 5 foreign ability users, and San Mao gave them the finger with both hands, and the 5 stopped, because nobody behaves like that unless they have something behind them. They spent 4 minutes not entering that alley. San Mao told me about it afterward with his chest out. Boss, I pointed at a level 2 ability user and I called him something I can't repeat, and he backed up. Is this what it's like being you? Jiang was scared before you even showed up. I came down onto that street and did not say anything at all. Hana's order was split up and run, which was correct and far too late. One gesture. The road went to ice, and then the ice went up their legs and up their bodies and stopped at the chin. 5 blocks of it in a line, 5 faces, all of them working very hard on the arithmetic of what had just happened. Then I picked the one who was in love, because interrogations are about pressure and Suzuki was carrying his own. Talk and I let her go. Jiang gave me everything. Squad numbers, deployment pattern, the size of the main team, the top 10 leader, the whole operational map in about 90 seconds. And at the end of it, he said the thing that made his captain close her eyes. I can't protect my empire. I only wanted to protect you. Then I did not let her go. Jiang shouted about it, obviously, and I said the only honest thing available. Why would I be honest with you? You just betrayed your entire country in 90 seconds for a promise from a stranger. What exactly did that teach me about the value of your judgment? One thing out of that interrogation reorganized my whole understanding of where I stood. Floor 10 is the ceiling, not for good players, for everyone. The entire global top 200, every heaven-ranking name on that stone, all of them are stuck between floors 9 and 10, and the ranking between them is decided by how many seconds it takes. I had gone to 131 minutes and stopped because the tablet ran out of floors. I was not first among them. I was not in the same activity as them. Ding, new ability, Soul Chain, level 1. Put a finger between someone's eyebrows and hold it there for 5 minutes and they become yours, permanently. One condition, your mental strength has to be higher than theirs. Mine was 1500, 30 times an ordinary human, which put me somewhere around a notional level 15. The strongest person I had ever personally met was a level 2. And I noticed something about the reward, which is the kind of thing that shapes the rest of your life if you catch it early. The system pays better for harder people. Saving a starving student pays. Turning a trained foreign operative pays much more, which meant the road ahead of me was not zombies. It was people who were already dangerous. Hana lasted 5 minutes. Then she opened her eyes and looked at me and said, Master, that's an Empire's elite field captain, drilled since she was a teenager into a fanatic, and the drilling was actually the problem. Discipline is a road. It does not care which direction you point it. Saito spent his last 2 minutes telling me about his father. Do you know who my father is? Zhang's a colonel. If you kill me, he will not stop. He will spend his entire career. Thank you, I said. That's useful. I'll do the colonel first. Jiang got louder after that. I closed my hand. The ice closed with it, and then it was quiet, and I have never wanted to describe that any further than that. Too much noise, I said to nobody. I don't like men who shout. The other 3 got the finger between the eyebrows. 5 minutes each. And then there were 4 foreign elite ability users kneeling on a road in my country saying, Master, what are your orders? I walked into base 2 and told 500 people, mostly women and children and the old, that I'd handled the man responsible and taken his companions into my service. They shouted for a while. Then we did the potatoes. 50 caddies per household, 200 back in a year, 20% after that, and anyone who walks up to that gate gets fed on the first day, no questions, and no interview. Hana came home with me as a bodyguard, which was less about danger and more about the fact that my house contained exactly 2 awakened people, White Fox and Zhang Wen, and one of them was busy braiding her own fingers at the dinner table. I should say clearly, no second man lives in Jingshu Garden. That has never been about jealousy. It's about the fact that I am gone for 6 hours at a stretch, and I am not leaving that district's entire security to a wall. Then I spent the advancement scroll, and everything got faster. The reason I finally spent it was something Hana said under questioning. She used a phrase she assumed I already knew. An ancient lineage, above and outside the ability user system. If there were people in the world I couldn't see yet, then holding a scroll in reserve was not caution. It was procrastination with good branding. I put it into ice control. Ding. Ice control has advanced. Eternal freeze, level 8. 2 changes, and they were both enormous. 1. The ice is harder than diamond. 2. It never melts, and it costs nothing to maintain. Before, everything I made was a drain. I was carrying every wall and every blade in my head like a man holding 30 shopping bags. Now I make a thing and let go of it, and it stays made, forever, and my hands are empty again. I tested the edge on my own katana. I want to be respectful about this. That blade came out of a stone tablet. It was the last thing a dying man gave me, and it went through 10 centimeters of hardened steel like foil. I crossed it with a blade of eternal freeze, and it snapped in half. I stood there with the two pieces, and I said out loud, "Blacklight, you were strong, but the version changed and you didn't update. Whose fault is that? I keep the pieces. I'm not a complete monster. Weapons now come out of the air when I think about them and go back to crystal dust when I stop. Armor thinner than a hair stops rifle rounds. And the flight, which is the part that mattered. I don't need the cloak to fly anymore. I stand on ice and drive it, and I've clocked 1,600 meters a second, which is a bit over 4 times the speed of sound, with no cooldown at all. The cloak still has one job that nothing else can do. It gives flight to whatever I'm touching. That's how I later got a bus with 30 passengers in it off the ground, and yes, they screamed, and yes, one of them asked to go again. The first thing I did with it was the wall. I stood in the middle of Jingxiu Garden, put one hand up, and raised 50 meters of eternal freeze around the entire district. Transparent, diamond hard, frictionless, so nothing climbs it. It doesn't block the light, so the fields still work, and from inside it looks like the whole neighborhood is standing in a glass of water. Kui Qing looked up at it for a long moment and said, "It's actually quite elegant." Dumei said, "It's very high-end," which from her is a formal award. Living with Hana turned out to be a comedy. Soul Chain doesn't make a puppet. It makes a person whose loyalties have been rewritten and whose personality has not. So the elite captain of a foreign assassination squad started getting up at 5 in the morning to cook because she genuinely wanted to be useful, and within 4 days, she had taught my entire household how to make sushi. I asked her to come upstairs one evening to talk about the ninja clans. Within 90 seconds, there were 9 women stacked on my staircase. They listened and listened. And what they heard was nothing at all, because we were talking quietly, and the door is thick. The theories got wild. She's an assassin. She was sent to kill him. What if the chain wore off? It doesn't wear off. It might wear off. Zhang's fine. They're just talking. Nobody in this house has ever just talked. Half an hour later, Hana came down the stairs to a silent hallway full of women pretending to dust. "What did he want?" said Zhang Ru, with no shame at all. "Zhang asked about the ninja villages," said Hana. "Then he asked me how to keep the rice from going sticky." Total silence. Dumei said faintly, "I thought something had happened to him." What Hana actually told me that evening is the reason I stopped thinking of this as an apocalypse and started thinking of it as a crime. The virus was not a natural event. 6 months before the outbreak, the Little Sun Empire was running a gene program. They wanted stronger soldiers. Somewhere in the process, they got hold of an ancient virus that rewrites the genes of whatever it enters, and they built a strength serum on top of it. There was a leak at a research base. The first zombies were theirs. It moved through blood, so they sealed the city and told nobody. Then the virus improved. It went airborne. And when it became clear that the Little Sun Empire could not contain it and was going to die of it, somebody at the top made a decision and they spread it. Deliberately, everywhere. If they were going to die, everyone was going to die. Every government on Earth knew about outbreaks in their own territory for months and said nothing. Not one of them warned anybody. And so, on a Saturday morning, 30,000 students at Tunghai University found out at the same time as their parents, which was to say, too late. Here's the mechanism. The virus rewrites you. Most people it turns. A minority it does nothing to, and those are the immune. And a very small number of people it rewrites into something better, and those are the ability users. The stone tablets did not appear with the apocalypse. They appeared earlier, alongside the first ability users, and they keep appearing wherever enough of us accumulate. Nothing made on Earth scratches them. Nobody knows what they are or who is keeping score. And Akira Tanaka, the man who held the top of that ranking for 2 months, held it for one reason. He was in the first round of human trials several months before the rest of the world had its first case. Jiang wasn't the strongest. Jiang had a head start and a scoreboard. I sat with that for a while. The part that stuck wasn't the conspiracy, it was this. The reason nobody in my district had a chance on day 1 is that people like us are always the last to be told. Old Guo behind his register, the 50-year-old cleaner in Tower 3, the delivery drivers, the security guards. There were governments who knew for 6 months. Nobody sent a text. That's what being at the bottom costs. Not that you die. That you die without ever finding out what happened to you. 2 more things came out of that conversation, and they're the shape of everything that comes later. The Little Sun Empire has ninja clans. 1,000-year bloodlines trained from childhood, stronger than ability users, and they do not answer to a prime minister. They accept funding, and they accept nothing else. And my own country, the Shenlong Empire, has ancient martial families. I had never heard of them. Not once. Not a rumor, not a joke, not a name, which tells you exactly how far down I used to be standing. The first thing I did with an infinite supply of unbreakable material was give everybody a knife. I made Hana a dagger out of eternal freeze. She tested it politely against her own blade, which had been forged by a named master in her own country and which her father had carried. Her blade came apart. She stared at the pieces for a while and then asked, very carefully, "Will mine melt? Should I keep it in the refrigerator?" By the next morning, the entire house had put in orders because word travels. Jiang Ru wanted a two-handed greatsword. I asked her whether she could lift a two-handed greatsword. She said that was not the point and that she simply likes big ones. Kui Qing asked for a short sword and specified the length to the centimeter and then requested a small bear on the pommel. Everybody else took daggers. Jiang Ru spent that entire afternoon regretting her life choices because it turned out decorative work was on the menu the whole time and nobody had told her. "Look at hers," she said, holding up a slab of ice the length of her leg. "Hers has a bear. Mine looks like something a farmer uses on a fence post." The one person who never asked me for anything was Kui Hua, and it turned out I'd hurt her badly without touching her. She was the woman who stepped in front of me on a running track when 4 armed men wanted my food. Because of that, I had spent a month being extremely careful to never ask her for a single thing. No jobs, no errands, no risk. I thought I was paying a debt. What I was actually doing was leaving her out of the only society any of us had. She came and found me about it, and she was furious in the way quiet people get. "Everyone in this house has a job. Zhang Wen cooks, Kui Qing counts, Gao Pan runs the fields, Song Siqi runs the stores, Hana guards you. Even Dumei does something now, badly. And you have never once asked me for anything. Do you know what that feels like from the inside? It feels like being a guest for 30 days in a house where everyone else lives." I said, "You're a mathematics teacher." "Yes. There are 1,100 children in this base and no school." She opened her mouth and closed it. "We had a school by the end of that week. 3 classrooms in Villa 19. She runs it. She has never let me sit in on a class and once told me in front of witnesses that I would be a disruptive influence. Then the radius ran out. 50 kilometers stripped. Every store, every warehouse, every wholesale street. So I went to 100, and at 60 kilometers out I found something I did not like at all. A supermarket with the lights off and nothing moving in it, and about 40 zombies inside, not eating, not wandering, waiting. 2 level 3s, a dozen level 2s, and molters flat on the floor between the aisles. They had set an ambush, using an intact supermarket as bait for survivors. I killed all of them from outside the building, through a wall, at 4 times the speed of sound. But I walked the aisles afterward, and the thing that got me wasn't the ambush. It was the freezers. They'd been opened, not smashed, opened. And the vacuum packs on the meat had been torn along the seam. They had stopped waiting for us to come out. They were going shopping. At the door, I met 6 ability users from a base called Xuante, led by their second-in-command, Zhan Wanner. She looked at me the way people look at a man standing between them and a full warehouse, and the big one beside her, who was obviously in love with her, told me to move. The last person who looked at me like that, I told him, got a very short answer. Then I put an ice needle in front of each of their foreheads, 6 of them, hanging in the air, close enough that they could feel the cold. Zhan Wanner worked it out faster than anybody I'd met since Kui Qing. "You're not sparing us because you can't," she said slowly. "You're sparing us because right now you don't want to. Those are different things, and I'd like to know which one I'm dealing with." "They're different things." "Then I'll take you to my base myself." She stepped in front of the big man before he could volunteer. "Me, not him. If this goes badly, I'd rather it was my fault." Xuante was better built than either of my bases. Concrete wall, over 10 meters high, a meter thick, proper firing positions. It was also, when we came over the last ridge, under siege by several thousand zombies. They had waited until Xuante's main force went out for supplies. 2 level 3s had run that decision, and the rest was arithmetic. Around 100 molters, dozens of level 2s, thousands of ordinary ones. It looked like something out of a much older war. They came up that wall in 3 jumps, and the defenders leaned over the parapet with spears and rocks and dropped them. Ordinary people can hold ordinary zombies at a wall. That part was working. The molters were the problem. A spear doesn't go into a molter. An arrow bounces off the muscle. And once one of them is over the top and inside a walled space full of civilians, it stops being a battle and becomes a wolf in a sheep pen. And then, in the middle of that field, one of them started eating the others. I watched a molter 3 meters tall pull down its own kind and grow while it did it. 5 meters. 6. 7. The muscle across its back went from red to black. Rifle rounds stopped mattering somewhere around 5. Guo Jingying, the head of Xuante, was standing next to me on the wall and had gone the color of paper. "That's a devourer," she said. "I've seen one, 10 meters. 5 top-ranked Earth ability users went out to kill it, and 2 of them didn't come back. What stops it? Nothing stops it. That's the point. If nobody kills it, it keeps eating and it keeps growing. There's no ceiling anybody's found. They say a big one gets to 100 meters. The other molters had already backed off from it. Instinct. They knew. Then it got through the gate and found out what an ability user tastes like. It took 3 of them. The last 2 went down covering people they were in love with and had never said so to. One for John Warner and one for Guo Jingying, and both women found out at the exact moment it stopped mattering. I looked away for the 3rd one. I'm telling you that because it's true, not because it makes me look good. Then I stepped off the wall. I'll be honest about why I waited as long as I did. I wanted to see how big it could get. It was 7 meters when the last ability user went down, and it was still going up, and I was standing on a wall doing research. That's not a good look, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. What moved me was 3 women on that wall who were about to go over it to buy the civilians 30 seconds. I dropped onto the field and kicked it in the chest. A 1.5 tons of muscle went 100 meters and took the front off a building. Its ribcage went in like a crushed can. Guo Jingying was still shouting at me while it was in the air. That's useless. We put a blade into that thing and it wouldn't cut, and you used your foot. The 2nd kick was to the head, and there was no 3rd kick. She did not finish the sentence. She has still not finished it. I bring it up. Then there were about 3,000 ordinary zombies still coming over the wall, so I went up. I lifted about 4 meters off the ground, made a sword out of the air, and sent it away from me, and then I just stood there. The blade went through that crowd on its own. Left to right, then back, then in a long, lazy loop through the middle. I moved my fingers occasionally. It took a bit under a minute. Somebody on the wall behind me said in a completely flat voice, "Killing enemies with a flying sword. That's a thing from cultivation novels. That's not a real thing." Then a base full of people knelt down, which by that point in my life had stopped being a special occasion. "I killed the Devourer," I said. "I killed the Molters. I killed both level 3s. Your leader already offered me this base." Who agrees and who objects? 4 surviving ability users looked at each other, and one of them said out loud, "Rebel, against that? Be serious." Same rules. Tribute cut in half. 50 caddies of seed potato per household. 200 back in a year. 20% after. Anyone who walks up gets fed on arrival. Somewhere in the crowd, a man got my name out of one of the Shuante ability users, and I heard it go through those people like a fuse. Meihu, as in heaven ranking number 1, the one who knocked Akira Tanaka off the top of the stone? Then I told them why they'd been losing, because it was the useful part, and nobody had said it to them. Your people aren't weak. Your equipment is garbage. I put a blade of eternal freeze into their concrete wall up to the grip and left it there while they came over one at a time to try to pull it out. It turns out the tablets hand out rewards at random, by the way. I'd assumed there was a table. There isn't. Guo Jingying's first clear got her a potion that permanently raised her strength by 5%, which is excellent. Zhan Wanner's first clear got her a dog, an actual dog. A mongrel named Wang Shai, who understands spoken Chinese, follows complicated instructions, and once, according to 4 witnesses, opened a door. "You cleared a floor of a divine trial," I said, "and it gave you a dog." "Jiang's a very good dog," said Zhan Wanner with enormous dignity. I made blades for the 3 women. The 4 men stood there in a row, extremely casual, all of them looking anywhere but at my hands, waiting to see who got the 4th. So I flew to the top of the tallest building in that base and drove a 2-meter sword of eternal freeze into the roof. It caught the sun. You could see it from anywhere inside those walls. "That one's not for a person," I told them. "It's for the base. If it goes badly here, any of you climb up and take it. I don't care who. First one up the stairs." And I left a zombie on their gate in a suit, and I want to explain why. Because it's the smartest thing I did all month, and it isn't the sword. The zombie gives me eyes, which means I can be 100 kilometers away, look through those eyes, and drive that sword on the roof with a thought. Guo Jingying, who is the only base leader who has ever spoken to me exactly as she'd speak to a plumber, put it best. "No matter how strong you are, you can't watch this place all day. What happens when a horde comes over that wall and you're sitting on the toilet? That's what the sword's for." "Good," she said, because that was going to be my second question. I went home in a carriage, not a metaphor. I made a carriage out of eternal freeze with seats because Song Siki had said something the week before about Cinderella and I have a competitive streak. 4 times the speed of sound, a minute door to door. The reaction at home was not what I expected because 3 of the newcomers were ability users and the veterans had opinions. Dumei took it hardest. She has never awakened, and it eats at her. Everyone's an ability user now. Jiang Wen stretches. White Fox regenerates. Now there are 3 more. I was famous. Do you know how few people in this country are famous? And Song Sichi, who had spent 34 days in a steel box, said, without looking up, "I was in a room the size of a bathroom for a month, listening to men with a cutting torch. There are people who died in locked rooms in this city, and nobody will ever know their names. We're not unlucky. We're the luckiest people I've ever met. Eat your rice." That shut down the conversation permanently. The next thing that happened started with fish, which I did not expect either. The river runs through the bottom end of Jinxiu Garden. One afternoon there were shapes in it big enough to see from the bank, and the entire household wanted one, and I was informed that this was a reasonable request, so I put a needle in one and dragged it out. A sturgeon, 60 kilos, maybe more. And here's the thing, it was completely normal. No mutation, no extra anything. Just a very large, very ordinary fish. That was the part that bothered me. Sturgeon live in the sea, I said. They come up into fresh water to spawn. It isn't spawning season, Kui-Ching looked up from her clipboard. So they're not coming up here to breed, they're going up because they don't want to be down there. Something at the river mouth was pushing an entire species inland, and nobody in my base had noticed because we were all busy planting potatoes. 10 kilometers downstream I found them, humanoid. Black skin, vertical pupils, a mouth I didn't want to look at twice, and a tail that could move them faster in water than I could run on land, and they were hunting the sturgeon with javelins, thrown underwater, at range, with the accuracy you'd expect in open air. One came at me. I caught the javelin, which was showing off, and threw it back, which was a mistake because it went through a shoulder instead of a head, and that one got away. The rest, I didn't try to cut. I froze them, right there in the water, and lifted the sculptures out onto the bank. The first one to get its mouth clear started with threats. Who are you? You dare put hands on the Black Merman clan. Do you want to know what happened to the last person who opened with that line? Jiang did not want to know. Jiang found out. The rest of them held out longer than I expected, and every single one of them said some version of the same thing, which is that they were an ancient race, thousands of years old, and their elders would come, and I was a monkey. So there was one left at the end, and I put my finger between her eyes for 5 minutes, and that is how I learned that Soul Chain works on things that are not human. I filed that away. It became important later in a way that would have horrified me if I'd known. Here's what the merfolk world looks like. There are 2 clans, black and white, blood enemies for as long as anyone can remember, and when I asked what the war was about, she genuinely could not tell me. Nobody could. That's how they'd been raised. They'd hidden in deep water for centuries, and not because they were weak, because of destroyers and submarines. A merman is stronger than a man and slower than a torpedo. After the apocalypse, the navies stopped existing, and they came up, and the thing they actually care about is a map, a treasure map to an underwater palace torn in half a long time ago. The Black Clan has one half, the White Clan has the other. Which is why the Black Clan had already kidnapped the White Clan's princess, to squeeze the second half out of her father. Once we have the treasure, my new servant recited, in the tone of someone quoting a school anthem, the merfolk will rise again and become the strongest race in the world. I had a problem, which is that I do not breathe water. The solution took about 4 minutes. A cylinder of eternal freeze, 2 meters across and 5 long. Call it 16 cubic meters of trapped air, which is roughly 30 hours of breathing for one man who isn't panicking. I sat inside it and drove a sword outside it, and never had to hold my breath once. It'll do thousands of kilometers an hour if I push it. A torpedo does under 100. I went slowly anyway, because the mermaid had to keep up, and because I wanted to arrive with everything intact. The one genuine cost is this. 16 cubic meters of air wants very badly to go up. To hold that thing under, I was constantly pushing about 16 tons of buoyancy down with my mind. Nothing I have ever done has eaten mental strength like that. Not the wall, not the city, not anything. Meanwhile, the one who'd escaped with a hole in his shoulder had made it home and reported, and their elder had made a decision I found professionally impressive. No revenge, no punitive expedition. Blackstone got captured, which means Blackstone was too weak. Nobody else is to blame. The map is the priority. They were about to find out how much time that bought them. I put the front gate of an underwater city in with a battering ram because subtlety at that point was a waste of everybody's afternoon. Javelins came off the ice without leaving marks, so they brought out the good ones, explosive javelins with a head like a hammer packing a fuel that burns underwater, roughly the yield of a torpedo. Their elder mentioned at volume that they had once destroyed a destroyer with those. They put dozens into me. The blast shook the seabed. Fish came up dead for 10 kilometers in every direction. Somebody at the surface probably logged a submarine event. The ice did not mark. And in the middle of the barrage, over the noise, one of their own officers shouted the sentence that ended the war. "Elder, we're out of explosive javelins." While all of that was going on, my mermaid had walked into their vault and walked back out with 2 things, their half of the map and the princess. The elder killed her for it. Water dragon, apparently a signature move, and it was probably very impressive. Jiang used the same technique on my cylinder about 6 seconds later, and it came apart on the surface like a wave hitting a rock. I'll tell you the honest reason I let them shell me for 20 minutes. Not arrogance. I was afraid that if I went in swinging, they'd fight to the death. And a fight to the death in a room with a princess and a map in it ends with no princess and no map. So I let them empty the armory first. The city took 3 minutes after that. Princess Luo Lian of the White Clan is not the same species as the ones I'd been fighting, and it shows. Human from the waist up, blue scales below, and she was wearing clothes, which sounds like nothing, and is actually the whole difference because clothing means somebody is weaving, and weaving means a civilization. Her half of the map was not a document. Her father had put it into her mind, and it could only be passed on through the closest possible contact, and when she explained what her people meant by that, I told her we were going to do it my way instead. I put a finger between her eyes. Soul chain. 5 minutes. And the map came across with everything else, and nobody had to have a conversation neither of us wanted to have. New ability, delivered somewhere on the way up through 400 meters of water. Fish in water. I breathe the stuff now. And the streak hit 30, which paid a second advancement scroll, and one thought arrived on the way home that I want on record because of how it aged. If a mermaid can be chained, and mermaids are not human, then there is no reason a high-level zombie couldn't be either. I did not do anything with that for weeks, but I thought it in a submarine made of ice, at the bottom of the sea, holding a treasure map, and I remember it clearly. Also, their fuel burns underwater, and its energy density is somewhere near rocket propellant, and there are tanks of it in that city, and I have not forgotten about that either. Getting the princess home was easy, introducing her was not. I turned the ice cylinder into a square pool in front of the villa with a flick, filled it, and put her in it, and then the entire household came out at a dead run. Is that a mermaid? Can you eat a mermaid? The top half is a person, so obviously only the bottom half. Braised tail? I'll scrape the scales, I'm good at scales. And a small, terrified voice from the water said, "Hello everyone, I am Princess Luo Lian. My meat does not taste good, genuinely. It's very oily." The silence after that lasted about 6 seconds, and then Jiang Wen physically removed 3 people from the poolside by the collar. They put her in the 3rd floor pool, which we built that same day, and which Song Siqi immediately equipped with inflatable loungers and a snack table. 2 facts about mermaids I did not expect. 1. They cook. They have the underwater fuel, so they boil things. The entire cuisine of an ancient undersea civilization is cod, boiled in hot water, with nothing on it. Luo Lian's exact assessment of her own national dish after 4 days in Jiang Wen's kitchen was that it was more or less pig feed. 2. They are extremely curious about people and have no social filter whatsoever, which meant she fit into that house in about a day and a half. The kitchen conversation that week got completely out of hand. Textbooks used to say the planet is humanity's mother. So if Mayhu can lift a residential block, is the planet in danger from him? Could he make a second moon? Jiang can barely make toast. Meanwhile, 3 brand new ability users, Guo Jingying, Zhan Wanner, and Jiang Ting, stood at the edge of that kitchen, understanding none of the references and not one of the jokes. And Zhan Wanner said to me later, with real anxiety, "I need to get properly integrated into this group as fast as possible. They have in-jokes. There are at least 4 in-jokes I can't decode." Then the Little Sun Empire's main squad arrived in my country, and their leader turned out to be the only genuinely intelligent person on the other side of this entire story. Suzuki went back to them because I sent him back, wearing a chain he did not know he had, carrying a report I had written. Jiang walked into a room containing 5 heaven-rank operatives, all of them in the global top 50, led by a woman called Yuki, who sits in the world top 10. Jiang reported that Hana was dead. Not one person in that room offered condolences. What they said was, "You fought heaven ranking number 1? How strong is he? What did he do? How fast?" They also brought Suzuki up to date on the world, and it's worse than I thought. Every major power has people inside my country now. White Eagle, Mangshang, even the small empires, all of them hunting the same name, and they had a body on the floor of that room. A blonde woman from the White Eagle Empire, limbs torn off, and where the organs should be, there were tubes and cabling and machined parts. Mechanized humans. Take an ordinary person with no ability at all and rebuild them, and they come out around the strength of a level 2 ability user. Somebody in that room said the quiet part. They didn't invent that in 2 months. They'd been doing it in peacetime. It just wasn't something you could announce. And one number from that briefing stuck with me. Of 19 search teams the Little Sun Empire had put into my country, 5 had already been wiped out by Shenlong ability users in half a month. My countrymen were losing, but they were not losing quietly. Then Yuki sent Suzuki out of the room and explained to her own team exactly why she didn't believe him, and I want you to hear the reasoning, because she was right. Suzuki has a devoted admirer's mentality. His feelings for Hana were known to every person on that team. Ask yourselves, a man like that watches the woman he loves get killed and then he walks 100 kilometers back here to file a report. No, Jiang goes straight at Mei Hu and he dies badly. His behavior is wrong. One of her people pointed out the hole. The other two survivors weren't in love with anybody and they'd come back too. And Yuki said without a flicker, that was my oversight. You're correct. Then she went anyway. Suzuki is compromised and this is probably a trap. It is also the closest any of us has been to heaven ranking number 1. And we have 13 search teams left in this country that we can spend walking into it first. That is the single most dangerous sentence anybody has said about me, not the threats. That one. A person who admits an error out loud in front of subordinates and then does not change course is a person who is going to be a problem. My own answer, for the record, was less clever and more honest. Scheming is what you do when you aren't strong enough. When you are strong enough, you only need open moves. They know it's a trap. They'll come anyway. And if they don't come, I already know exactly where they are. The plan on my end was not to kill them, it was to chain them and send all 5 home and have them remove their own leadership. I was still working through the details when Guo Jingying, Zhan Wanner, and Jiang Ting cornered me in the hallway, deeply offended because I'd spent 2 days on a fish and had not once asked any of them for a report on their own bases. We know we're new, said Zhan Wanner, but we cannot even compete with a fish. Tonight, I said. Definitely tonight. I'll go through all 3 sets of numbers tonight. They looked at me. I looked at them. Nobody believed me, and they were right. The next morning, my own government showed up at the gate, which was the last thing I expected. 5 people in matching black. Qianlong Force, one of the 2 official ability user organizations of the Shenlong Empire. Their captain, Tong Bingjie, top 100 on Earth rank. 3 very large men, and, I would learn shortly, 1 person I could not see at all. Routine inspection, one of the large ones said. Open the gate. And I said the thing I'd been wanting to say to an official for about a month. Where were you? The outbreak was 5 weeks ago. Where were you when people in this district were eating their own furniture? You didn't come with relief, you didn't come with information, you didn't come at all. Now the base is running well, and here you are with a clipboard. Here's the thing. Their answer was good. We've cleared bases where the leadership was farming people, Tong Bingji said. Not metaphorically, feeding on them. Working the men to death and treating the women as property. We put those bases down. That's most of what we do. So yes, when a base gets big fast and nobody has heard how, we come and look. I didn't have a comeback for that, so I put 3 ice needles a centimeter from 3 foreheads instead, because I had a point to make about the tone, and then there was a knife at my throat, held by nothing at all. It rang off my skin like a hammer on a rail. Are you made of iron? Ice armor, thinner than a hair, always on. I'd stopped noticing it. I let the ice climb, and a hollow sculpture formed in midair in the shape of a young woman, and there she was. Zhan Rong, invisibility. I should explain her problem, because it is the most inconvenient superpower in the world. The invisibility is passive. She cannot switch it off, ever, and it does not extend to anything she puts on. Clothing stays perfectly visible, so on operations she carries nothing, wears nothing, and keeps a folding knife in her mouth, because a knife on a belt is a knife floating down a corridor with no one attached. She had already been over my wall and back while we were talking, and her report to her captain was the funniest intelligence briefing I have ever heard. It's all women, sister. Dozens. There is not one man in there. Zhang's a pervert. Is he keeping them locked up? No, that's the thing. They were sitting around laughing. There's a swimming pool. Somebody's teaching a class. Then I slapped the 3 large men, 1 each, and repeated their own lines back to them while I did it. You said you'd show me the difference between us. Go ahead. How big is the difference? Worlds apart, big brother. You're the sky. We're the dirt. And then I told them my name, and instead of getting angrier, all 3 of them lit up like it was a holiday. We fought heaven ranking number 1. This handprint on my face is an asset. I'm not washing this. When I'm dying, I'm going to tell my grandchildren about this exact slap. I did not know what to do with that, and I still don't. Then they tried to recruit me, and the structure of their offer told me more about my country than anything else that month. Qianlong entry requirement. Top 1,000 on yellow. Core membership, Earth rank. Squad captain, high Earth. And above that, Grand Captain, which requires a top 1,000 heaven ranking placement and which they offered me on the spot. Second only to 2 people, Tong Bingji said, and above 10,000. Second to 2 people, I said. How many people are above the 2 people? She stopped. Give me commander and I still wouldn't take it. What's above commander? She didn't answer that, and the not answering was the answer, and I'll come back to it. They tried the fear angle instead. Foreign ability users are pouring into the country. They're hunting you specifically. You need an organization behind you. So I turned my head and said, Hana, come here a moment. And an elite heaven-level operative of the Little Sun Empire walked out of my front door, bowed and said, Sir. Your orders? I have never seen 5 faces do that at once. Every one of them is conditioned from childhood, one of the big men said very slowly. When they're cornered, they kill themselves rather than be taken. That is a documented fact. That is in our training material. What am I looking at? That's not possible. That's science fiction. Nobody would even write that. I told them no, and I told them one more thing on the way out. Next time, you're intruders. I'm very consistent about intruders. Now, everything I have just told you about that visit is real, and none of it happened. That was the simulation. 2 hours, run at the gate before I opened my mouth. What actually happened is that I walked out, reached into empty air about a meter to my left, and closed my hand around a wrist. There was a shriek from nowhere. Her own team could not see her. Her own team had no idea where she was, and I picked her out of the air on the first grab, like a man taking a cup off a shelf. Everything after that went the way I'd already watched it go, only faster, because I skipped the parts I'd already sat through. New ability that evening, Berserk. 50% to everything for 10 minutes, and a headache afterward that nobody warned me about. And John Rong stayed, along with her captain, which neither of their organizations has forgiven. The 3 big men walked out, convinced their captain was staying behind on a seduction assignment to land me for Qianlong, and were audibly impressed by her dedication, and I have never corrected the record. The first thing I did was hand John Rong a school uniform. Put this on. Nobody can talk to a person they can't see. It's not good for you. Which is how Jingxiu Garden ended up with a talking school uniform, walking around at head height with nothing above the collar, participating fully in dinner conversation. Dumei dropped a bowl on day 1. Wang Chai the dog barked at it for a week and then decided it was fine. The last thing I got out of that visit was the piece of the map I'd been missing, and it came from Tong Bingji over tea after everybody else had gone. Behind Qianlong Force stands the Gu family, one of the ancient martial families, and the ladder inside those families goes apprentice, formal, senior, elite, master, grandmaster. An apprentice martial artist is the equal of a top-ranked ability user. A formal martial artist beats any heaven-ranking name on the board, and they can't enter the stone tablets at all. The tablets don't recognize them. They aren't on any list, they have never been on any list, and every ranking I had been so proud of describes only the new people. The richest man in this empire, Tong Bingji said, is a dog on a lead in front of those families. Everything real is theirs. It always was. You just couldn't see the top of the building from where you were standing. I thought about that for a while. Then I told her the only thing I actually believe about my own situation. Every other ability user in this world is a man who won 5 million in a lottery. Sudden money, no foundation, no idea what to do with it. And you? I'm not holding a winning ticket. I'm sitting on the machine that prints them. The White Eagle Empire showed up in the next city over, and I finally got to open one. 5 of them. Blonde, matching gear, moving in a way that was wrong in a manner I couldn't name until I had one frozen and could take my time. I put a blade into the chest of the first one, and instead of the sound you expect, there was a crackle. Electrical. Like a fuse box letting go. Here's what a mechanized human is. The brain is real. That's all that's real. The skull around it is an alloy that shrugs off a 10-ton press and stops a 14.5mm armor-piercing round. Everything below the neck is machinery. The skin is manufactured, which explained why my slap hadn't left a mark on the first one. And in the chest, where a heart goes, there's a canister of energy fluid with an energy density dozens of times higher than petrol. 3 months of idling, under a month if you're fighting. Eternal freeze went through that alloy softer than tofu, but that isn't the frightening part. The frightening part is that you can make these. You can build them in a shed. An ability user has to be born, and the virus decides, and the odds are terrible. A cyborg is a purchase order. The rich have technology, the poor have mutation. That has always been true. It's just usually less literal. 2 of the 5 were women, and I chained them, and then I found out what the leash on them actually was. If the energy fluid runs out, one of them told me in a flat voice, the brain doesn't die at once. You feel the memories go, a piece at a time. You know exactly what's happening and you can't stop it, and it takes days. They'd both been recruited out of refugee camps when they were starving by people talking about the next stage of human evolution. Soul Chain doesn't fix that, but it does replace who holds the tap. She thought about it for maybe 2 seconds and then said, "Sir, we can drain the fluid from those 3. Their intelligence was better than anything I'd gotten out of the Little Sun Empire. The White Eagle Empire had sent 10 teams of 5 into my country. 15 of those 50 were already dead. 35 left, 5 heaven rank, 5 earth rank, 20 cyborgs, and every cyborg carries a tracker that streams vital signs back to their command post. So I had my 2 send back a set of coordinates that were not where I was, along with a distress pattern and a request for consolidation. Come on, all of you. Come at once. There's plenty of room." The dinner table that night held the strangest argument that House has ever had, and I got to just sit there and eat. It started with Dumei, who is nothing if not direct. So they don't get old, they don't get sick, they don't eat, and at worst, they leak a bit of oil. If they can have children too, then women are finished, completely replaced. And White Fox, who was cutting a piece of fish, said without looking up, "Who told you a woman's function is childbirth? That's not what I... If you define your value that way, then yes, you will be replaced, and you will deserve it. That's not a machine problem, that's an accounting problem, and you did the accounting yourself." Then Qi-Ching put down her chopsticks and gave a lecture because she cannot help herself. Those units cost an enormous amount to build. Rich men who can afford them already have no trouble finding company, and they make male models on exactly the same production line for exactly the same customers. The technology is scrupulously fair. It insults everybody. Then what's it for? Long term? Taking pregnancy off a human body. Which, if you actually think about it for 11 seconds, is the only good thing anyone in this conversation has said. And then Song Siki, who mostly listens, ended it. A cyborg never gets older and her personality never shifts, so she'll never argue with you and she'll never surprise you. Maybe the only person who ever really understands you is the one who got old at the same speed you did. Nobody had anything after that. Zhang Wen brought out the fruit. Then my own government showed up again, only this time it was the other one. Flying Eagle Force, the second official organization, and they came to base too, and their opening move was to kick the Iron Gate in. The man who did it was Ma Jian, top 500 on Earth rank, only son of the Ma family, and the Ma family stands behind Flying Eagle the way the Gu family stands behind Qianlong. And behind the Ma family, further up, stands the Mei family, who are the actual article. Zhan Feng met him at the gate and did not back up one step, and afterward he told me why. Your zombie was sitting there in his suit and his sunglasses, so I knew you were watching. What was I afraid of? That is the most useful thing a scarecrow has ever done for anybody. I came in from 4,000 meters and the noise arrived afterward and I slapped Ma Jian 10 meters into a wall. Jiang got up spitting. "You dare hit me? Do you have any idea who I am?" So I kicked him in the chest, and while he was on the ground I told him, "You're a dog belonging to a martial family. The dog is barking at me. Say it again and see what the second half of the sentence gets you." His squad captain and one other stayed behind afterward. Their own commander had sent them out with the instruction to recruit me by pressure, by payment, or by charm, and they had decided that pressure was off the table. And in my villa, the captains of the two rival official organizations of the Shenlong Empire met in my kitchen, recognized each other from a joint operation, and immediately began the most petty conversation I have ever refereed. Does Flying Eagle have anyone in the world top 5? We have Gao Tian, third. Behind Qianlong is the Gu family, directly. Behind you is the Ma family, and the Mei family is behind them. There's a layer in between you and anybody who matters. There is no layer. There's a layer. Zhang Zhuan, the Flying Eagle captain, gave me one genuinely useful warning that evening. The Ma family won't come at you directly. That's not how they work. They'll go after your bases one at a time in ways nobody can prove. It's easy to guard against an honest enemy. It is very hard to guard against a petty one. She's top 10 on Earth rank, and her ability is that she gets bigger, up to 5 meters, doubled again in every dimension, with strength and speed scaling all the way up. It eats mental energy at a frightening rate, so she can't hold it long, and her clothes are deliberately loose and specially woven, which she described to me as being better engineered than the Hulk's shorts. That evening, she overreached, showing me the upper end of it, ran her reserves flat, and got stuck at about 4.5 meters for 11 hours. There is exactly one room in my villa she fit in. It was mine. She took up the entire bed diagonally and could not be moved by anything short of a forklift. I slept on a couch in my own house. The next morning was the worst breakfast of my life. "Good morning. Did you sleep well? On the sofa? I've never seen him get thrown out of a room before. Should we brew him something? Goji berries? For strength?" Zhang looks tired. Doesn't he look tired? Number 1 on the Heaven ranking, and a 5-meter woman took my bed and 9 people wrote comedy about it before 9 in the morning. Then Zhang Zhuan asked if I'd come to Flying Eagle headquarters, and I said yes, because I wanted to see what the state actually had. "It's 200 kilometers, she said. "We'll need a helicopter. We always use helicopters." I made a hollow sphere of eternal freeze, put her inside it, and flew. We landed on their parade ground in a few minutes, in the middle of a working day, in a transparent ball. The commentary started before my feet touched the ground. Flight ability, probably. Useless in a fight. That's how he does it? Anyone can fly if they specialize. And from the other side of the parade ground, Zhang's not just handsome. He has presence. Does he have a girlfriend? Would he mind an additional one? Would you people not do this in the open? Commander John came out at a jog and grabbed my hand with both of his and said heroes come from the young, and offered me a position and got told no and immediately decided to teach me a lesson. "A friendly match," he said. 5 on 1. My people will go easy. Zhang had squads where all 5 members were heaven rank, one squad where all 5 were in the world top 50. The terms he proposed were these: if I lose, I join Flying Eagle, and I said, and if they lose, the losing squad comes and works for me. Zhang agreed so fast he nearly bit his tongue, and I could see him thinking that he'd hooked me. I ran the fight first, of course, 2 hours in my head before anyone stepped onto a mat. Here's what the simulation gave me. A level 3 heaven rank ability user runs about 6 times an ordinary human on base attributes. I run 31, not 1.5 times better, 5 times better, before I use a single ability, before the ice, before the armor, before anything. The gap between me and the best of them is larger than the gap between them and a man who sells vegetables. I want to say something honest here. I had thought I was arrogant. Standing in that simulation, watching myself walk through the best 5 people my country's second best organization could field, I understood that I had not been arrogant enough and that this was a failure of imagination and not of modesty. For scale, since we're doing scale, a blade of eternal freeze driven properly moves faster than an intercontinental ballistic missile. I can circle this planet in about 8 hours. If I learn in the morning where somebody is, I can be there before dinner. Squad 6 signed up first, led by a man called Ma Gang, who happened to be a cousin of the boy I'd put through a wall. And the moment he signed up, he made a phone call. Ma Jian was in a hospital bed. Zhang got out of it, chartered a helicopter, and brought back something that was not on any ranking list. Gao Tao, formal martial artist, 20 years at that grade, a retainer of the Mei family, who came along as a favor because the boy's family had spent the previous evening doing favors for him. I did not know any of that at the time. What I knew was that the matches were about to start. I have to describe the parade ground because it explains something to me about how the world actually survived. Helicopters kept landing all morning. The army is mostly intact. That's the thing nobody outside tells you. Zombies don't shoot, and they don't break machinery, and they don't know what a hangar is. So the military bases got cleared out early and comparatively cheaply, and air traffic in this country was never disrupted for a single day. There are fleets sitting on tarmacs. There are squads that commute. Squad 51 landed, then 52, then 53, 55, and then a black helicopter with a white 0 on the nose, and the entire parade ground made a noise. Squad 0. Captain Shen Tao, 8th in the world, all 5 members in the global top 50. They call that helicopter the battleship. The crowd worked like a football terrace. People named the squads as they landed, argued about matchups, ran odds. And 4 names got called out more than any others because Flying Eagle has 4 women everybody in that organization has an opinion about. Gu Kai, ranked 158, Qiran, Kai Ning, 198, and Pan Jie, ranked 18, the strongest woman in the organization by a distance. Then Commander John explained the terms out loud, and the mood changed completely. The losing squad transfers to my bases, the winning squad gets a first-class commendation and a promotion. And suddenly nobody wanted to go first, because a first-class commendation is a nice thing and a career is a whole life. John got angry about it in a way I actually respected. When did our ability users get so timid? Nobody who is afraid of losing has ever won anything. If you have already decided you're going to lose, then what exactly are you protecting? And then he made one procedural decision that turned the whole day into something much more interesting than a fight. The matches happened in a closed hall, no spectators, no cameras, which meant that the only people on that base who knew what I could do were the ones who had just been beaten by it. Information became a commodity in about 4 minutes. Squad 6 went in first. The terraces settled in. Somebody said an hour and a half. Somebody said no, 40 minutes, they'll adapt. The doors opened after 10 seconds. 4 men came out, one holding his ribs, one spitting blood on the floor, one being carried. The 5th was a woman, and she was completely unhurt, and when they asked her what happened, she said, "Jiang touched my cheek and said it was smooth," and then refused to elaborate for the rest of the day. Ma Gang sold his account of those 10 seconds to Gu Kai for 5 red pills. I should explain red pills because they became the currency of everything after this. They heal, they restore mental energy, and taken correctly, they push an ability user up a level. A first-class commendation converts to about 10 of them. Gu Chai listened to the whole account and then said to her own squad, his base attributes are at least 10 times an ordinary person's. Zhang must have some kind of buff ability, probably temporary. Our plan is to survive the buff. They could not conceive of it being permanent. Nothing in their world is permanent. Gu Kai's squad was 5 heaven rank and they had a real plan, and it bought them a minute. Scatter, don't cluster, force him to chase, wait out the enhancement. I let them run for 50 seconds because I wanted to see the shape of it. Then I made one gesture, and 5 ice needles stopped a centimeter from 5 foreheads at the same instant. Gu Kai stood very still and said, "Well, at least we lasted longer than Squad 6. Then she said the sentence that I have heard repeated back to me maybe 40 times since, in 4 different provinces, usually by someone who thinks they made it up. Some people are on the heaven ranking because they're strong. Jiang's on the heaven ranking because the heaven ranking is the highest list there is. Those are not the same thing. She went straight to her commander afterward and said, "Call the rest off, right now. If you let this continue, he is going to poach the entire organization." John did not call it off, and Gu Kai turned a profit on the day because she immediately put her hard-won information up for resale. Her asking price was 3 first-class commendations. You paid 5 red pills for it. I paid 5 red pills for Squad 6's information, which was worthless because Squad 6 lasted 10 seconds and spent most of it airborne. Mine is a full minute of tested tactics, 3 commendations. Nobody on that base had 3 commendations, except Shen Tao, 8th in the world, who paid it without arguing, and then did something that told everyone in that hall exactly how the day was going to end. Jiang did not go in. Jiang gave the intelligence away, free to every squad still waiting, on one condition. After your match, you tell me everything. The terraces read it instantly. You don't buy information at that price and then hand it out for nothing unless you are stalling. Shen Tao was afraid, and now everybody knew it, and he knew that everybody knew. Pan Ji came in with ballistic shields, actual armored glass, angled, overlapping, a proper testudo, which is the single most competent thing anybody did all day. The needles went over the top of them, curved and came down. She stood there for a second afterward and said, "Nobody mentioned they could turn." Then, on the way out, with real professional appreciation, "One trick nobody has an answer for is enough to own the world. You have 4. Chen Qiulian's squad tried to open first instead of reacting, and in doing it they burned their hidden card. Kai Ning can shrink, down to the size of an ant. Which is not a party trick, it is an assassination technique, because at that size she can get inside a nose or an ear canal and then return to full size. I knew, because I'd seen it in the simulation, where it had very nearly worked and had been by some distance the most disturbing 4 seconds of my week. So in the real match, I simply covered the entire floor of the hall in ice before she got close. There was a small, extremely high-pitched noise from somewhere near my boot. "Ah, it's cold! It's so cold!" Their captain lost his temper about it and said something unforgivable about my mother, and I hit him hard enough that he left the hall through the doors without opening them. A squad of 5 women in the heaven rank went in last before the finale, under pressure from their commander, and came out after 10 seconds, and their captain was furious. I said I didn't want to compete. We haven't worked out a counter to the abilities he's already shown. How were we supposed to force out new ones? Which left Squad 0. I want to tell you what was going on inside Shen Tao's head because he told me later, and because it's the most human thing in this whole account. Jiang wasn't afraid of losing. Jiang was afraid of what losing in public would do to a thing he'd spent years building. Jiang is a man with one facial expression. Jiang never lets anyone see him pleased. Jiang is so careful about it that he can only look at Gu Chai when he's certain no one is watching him do it, and he sat in that hall thinking, is the image I have maintained for years going to be destroyed in an afternoon? His sister came up with the plan, and it is the only plan anybody proposed that day that was aimed at me and not at my abilities. Shen Yingying had watched every squad come out of that hall, and she had noticed the thing that nobody else had bothered to notice. Every man who has gone in there has come out damaged. Not one woman has a scratch on her. Jiang doesn't hit women. That is not a courtesy. That is a hole in his defense, and we are going to put a fist through it. So she walked into that hall in front, unarmed, as a deliberate distraction, and she was completely right that I hesitated. Then her teammate filled the entire hall with black fog, floor to ceiling, no light, no shapes. And Shen Yingying used water cut, which is a jet of water she fires from her mouth at a pressure that opens meter-long trenches in concrete, and then water prison, which is a 2-meter sphere of water that closed over me in the dark. Outside, the terraces heard the shout and went completely insane. Squad 0. Of course it was Squad 0. Then the sphere froze from the inside and burst. After that it was quick. Needles to 4 foreheads. And for Shen Yingying, whose ability requires her to hold water in her mouth, the water became an icicle mid-technique, and I froze her standing up with it still in place, which I want to state was the only humane option available. Shen Tao went last, and he is the only person in this entire story who made me think. His ability is not speed. Jiang accelerates time itself, locally. Double speed, he can hold for half an hour. Quadruple, 30 seconds, and afterward he collapses, and it damages him permanently, a little, every time. At quadruple, he is running at 24 times an ordinary human. I am at 31. Jiang came at me faster than anyone in the world can move, and he was still slower than me, and his blade rang off armor he could not see, and I took him off the ground by the throat. The speed is genuinely good, I told him. It's just short. If you could double it again, you might be able to hit me. You still wouldn't get through. Jiang didn't answer. Jiang was busy losing his afternoon. 5 heaven rank squads, 1 earth rank squad, every one of them. Commander John aged about 4 years in an hour and started bidding. Deputy Commander, on the spot. Then resources, then weapons, then, and I quote, rare items held at the national level. I said no, and I gave him the reason, and he had no answer for it. There isn't a single person in your organization who can fight me, so what exactly am I joining? Shouldn't the weak be joining the strong? Shen Tao was standing close enough to hear his own commander offer his position to a stranger, and he did not say a word. Jiang told me later what he was thinking. In the apocalypse, strength is the only currency, and weakness is the original sin. Jiang wasn't angry. Jiang agreed. Then I made an offer, mostly to see the face. Tell you what, I'll take the loss. Bring me your Earth rank squads. All of them. At once. Jean put his head in his hands. The settlement took most of an evening, because I did not actually want 100 sulking soldiers. So we traded. Anyone who genuinely wanted to stay in Flying Eagle could be bought back. The exchange rate I set was 1 heaven rank retained for 5 earth rank released, and 1 earth rank for 1. By the end of it, I had 85 ability users, 11 of them heaven rank, which was somewhere near half the fighting strength of a national organization. None of them went to Jingsu Garden. Every one of them went to a base with a wall and a gate and a granary to defend, and a commission. That's what I'd wanted from the start. I did not need bodyguards. I needed people who could hold a gate while I was 200 kilometers away. Commander John walked me out and got in one last shot, and I have to give it to him. Qianlong has considerably more female ability users than we do, you know. Perhaps visit them next. The rain that soaked me can soak them too. And then Ma Jian came back, wrapped in bandages, on a crutch, with a man behind him. Somebody in the terraces said, "The mummy walks." Jiang went straight at Commander John first, which tells you everything about how he was raised. "I don't think you need to be commander anymore. Perhaps I'll take it." Then he turned to me. "I'll give you one last chance," I said. "Kneel down and apologize." Jiang opened his mouth and I slapped him 10 meters across the parade ground and his teeth went in 3 directions. And here is the beat that mattered, and nobody in that crowd caught it except me. The man he'd brought with him did not intervene, not because he chose not to, because he never saw my hand move. A 20-year formal martial artist standing 4 meters away, and the first thing he knew about it was the sound. A formal martial artist runs about 10 times an ordinary human, which is above every ability user alive, since the best of them cap out around 6. I was at 31. Gao Tao covered it beautifully. On the inside, he had just recalculated his entire afternoon. On the outside, he stroked his beard and became very wise. Martial artists and ability users are not the same category of thing, young man. Apologize to Ma Jian, and I will not pursue this further. The reason that old man was standing on that parade ground at all is the most pathetic thing in this whole story, and he admitted it later, and I'm including it. The night before, the Ma family had sent 2 young women to his room as a gift. Jiang said, and this is a direct quote, that his back was still very sore, and that a man who accepts a gift is obligated by it. Then Ma Jian, from the ground, with no teeth, started giving him orders. "You promised me. You said you'd handle it. Kill him now." And Gao Tao turned around and slapped his own employer across the face. "How dare you interrupt when adults are speaking? Be quiet." The terraces did not know what to do with that at all. I did. "Stop performing, old man. You've done the arithmetic. I watched you do it. So here's a real offer, and it's the only one. Kill Ma Jian, and you can walk out of here alive." Jiang did it without hesitating. One punch to the head, and the only son of the Ma family stopped being anybody's problem. Then he came for me anyway, because a man who has spent 20 years at a grade cannot quite believe the arithmetic even after he's done it. Heaven-shattering fist, he called it. I met it with my fist. His arm broke, and he screamed, and he went 10 meters backward, and he landed begging. "I'm a retainer of the Mei family. If you kill me, they will never let this go." Commander Jean actually stepped between us to explain the latter to me, which I think he genuinely believed was helping. Above formal is elite. Above elite is master. Above master is grandmaster. Every step is 10 times the last, sometimes 100. You do not want the attention of the Mei family. You do not want the wrath of the Mei family, I said. Fine, and who's going to carry mine? Then I put a needle through the man who had just murdered a boy on my word, which is a sentence I have had to sit with. Ma Gang had his phone out before the body was cold, dialing the head of his clan. Commander John drew a pistol and shot him in the head. An old man in a uniform in front of 300 of his own people executed a top 500 ability user for making a phone call and then gave orders in a completely level voice. "Detain every Ma family member in this organization. Zhang Huan, take your squad with him when he goes. That way nobody here knows where his bases are." I asked him why. "Because you're what we are supposed to become," he said. A new power standing up to an old one. Everybody says ability users are nothing next to martial families. You're the counterexample. I've been waiting 2 months for a counterexample. Then I'd owe you a favor. I hate owing favors. I stood up. So I'm going to the Ma family right now, and I'm going to finish it, and then neither of us owes anybody anything. Jiang offered me his elite squads. It would take longer to explain the plan than to do it. The Ma estate is outside Guangzhou, a country property with its own golf course, which tells you what you need to know about the family. Their own ability users had cleared the grounds on day one. There was a standing guard on the wall and another on the gate. Inside, the clan council was in session, and Ma Hui, the head of the family, had a satellite phone in his hand. Jiang was about to call the Mei family and ask what had happened to his son. Then the front gate came off. 10 tons of cast iron kicked in, and the boom rolled through that estate 3 separate times, and a teacup walked off the edge of a table. Their resident martial artist, a man called Kai Tao, another loan from the Mei family, went pale and diagnosed it instantly. A formal martial artist is not superhuman. Nobody at formal grade does that to a gate. That is a senior martial artist at minimum. Is there a back way out of this room? We should be using it. And a very young man in black walked in. Kai Tao did the sensible thing and tried to open negotiations on the assumption that I was the heir of some family he hadn't been briefed on. I'm not a martial artist, I told him. I'm Mei Hu, heaven ranking number 1. And that, incredibly, was when Ma Hui got his confidence back. Jiang straightened up in his chair, and he said the following sentence, which I have never been able to get out of my head. Do you know who I am? My sister is married to the younger brother of the cousin of the second aunt of Mei Rui, the head of the Mei family. I want you to appreciate that. 4 degrees of separation, delivered as a threat in a burning house by a man in a cardigan. Kai Tao, who had already worked out where this was going, decided to test the water. If you've got the nerve, he said, kill Ma Hui standing right here in front of me. So I did, and Kai Tao dropped to his knees so fast his kneecaps cracked on the marble. Please. If you push me any further, I'm going to have to beg, so let's skip that part. His reasoning, which he laid out afterward, was flawless. The job was already failed. Jiang would be punished at home no matter what happened next, and fighting me meant dying for a man who was, and I quote, already dead. So what exactly was he protecting? I gave him a way to work off the debt. The 3 household bodyguards came over as well, at speed, with the immortal line, we're contractors, we're not family, we were hired. Everyone else in that building found a door. Kai Tao's assignment was this: go back to the Mei family, tell them the truth. All of it, exactly as it happened. And if they decide to move, call me on the dead man's satellite phone. Jiang said, you want me to warn you? I want them to know that I know. Half of intimidation is postage. I was gone 11 minutes. The Flying Eagle parade ground had already decided I'd lost my nerve halfway there. Then the ice carriage came down, and there was an extra passenger in it, and somebody recognized her. Ma Yan, Ma Hui's daughter. She got out, looked at the Ma family personnel being marched across the yard under guard and said, the Ma family, a family that raised its hand to Lord Mei Hu, that family doesn't exist anymore. Her own people lost their minds. Jiang killed your father and you call him sir. You ungrateful, unfilial. She killed all 4 of them with a dagger, quickly and without any expression, and then straightened her collar. I would like to state that I did not ask her to do that. Shen Tao watched the whole thing from the terrace and said, mostly to himself, 8th on the heaven ranking. What a joke that title is. The single greatest achievement of my life is going to be that I once fought Mei Hu. The ride home had 88 passengers in it, and Kui Qing, who does arithmetic the way other people breathe, did some out loud on the way. This cart weighs about 10 tons. You're moving it at 4 times the speed of sound. If you sneezed and put it into the base, the impact energy would exceed a cruise missile. You would erase everything we've built. That's true. I'd like you to fly lower. The red pill is the most important object in this world, and I want to explain it properly, because everything after this runs on it. It heals, it restores mental energy, it accelerates leveling, and the big one, given to an ordinary person, it can trigger an awakening early, not create one. That's the part people get wrong, and it matters. If the virus never wrote anything into you, a red pill does nothing at all. It only pulls forward something that was already going to happen, and it is made from the crystal core inside a zombie's head. Zhang Ru threw hers across the kitchen. That's made out of zombie heads. Eating that is the same as eating a zombie. And Pan Ji, who is ranked 18th in the world and has the emotional range of a filing cabinet, said, vegetables are grown in manure, so eating vegetables is the same as eating manure. That's completely different. Explain how. I would rather eat my own. She stopped. Everyone waited. She committed. I would rather eat my own than eat a zombie. We didn't have to argue about it much longer because it turns out red pills are almost impossible to get. Only a level 4 zombie or higher has a core. A level 4 is indistinguishable from a person, attributes around 8 times a human. And a few of them, according to Flying Eagle's records, had attempted to cooperate with human teams on missions. Nobody knows what came of that because in every documented case, somebody killed them first. One core makes about 100 pills. In this entire country, they have found roughly a dozen level 4 zombies since the outbreak. Squad 0 killed 3 of them, and that is where their 60 pills and their 3 commendations came from and why they are treated the way they are. The manufacturing process is a state secret. Commander Jean may know it, possibly nobody below him does. Pan Ji, out of pure malice, turned to the Qianlong captain in my kitchen and said, "They did brief you on all of this, didn't they?" Tong Bingji went the color of rice paper. "Shen Yingying is the reason I have lightning. She is Shen Tao's sister. She fought me in a hall. She lost, and while everybody else was still working out how to talk to me, she walked up and took my arm and said, 'I gave you an opening and you were useless with it. Thick skin eats first. Sit down. We're talking.'" The others explained why she is like that, and it is my favorite fact about anybody in this story. Her ability is water, and it fires involuntarily when her emotions spike, not metaphorically. There is a documented incident where she was startled by a 10-meter devourer and cut it in half before she had finished flinching. Nobody has ever been able to stand within 4 meters of that woman during an argument. She has spent her entire adult life being emotionally careful at gunpoint. That's a general rule, incidentally, and it explains a lot about ability users. Under stress, the power comes out sideways. Zhan Rong can't make herself visible when she's flustered, which is a real problem in an argument. Jiang Zhuan starts growing. Kai Ning starts shrinking, and once ended a serious conversation at 15 centimeters tall, shouting. Shen Yingying's water cutter hit my armor and broke on it, and she looked at the spot where it hit for a long moment, and I watched a woman relax for the first time in 2 months. That is where lightning came from. Heavenly Thunder, Level 1. Anything inside 100 meters, 10 seconds between strikes. I tested it over the district at night and got thunder out of a clear sky, and somebody upstairs shouted, "Which one of them is swearing an oath this time?" Kuiqing, meanwhile, was quietly running a business. She talked a heaven-rank goddess into a bet, staking her ice dagger with the little bear on it against a red pill. She knew perfectly well I would just make her another dagger. She won the pill. She won several things that month. The Mei family, when the news reached them, did not react like people. They reacted like an institution. Their steward, Gu Qing, listened to Kai Tao's report and then took his own retainer by the throat. "You went there, you came back, and now you're arguing their side. Martial artists have pride. Where did yours go?" Then he laid out the position. And I want it on record, because it explains the entire second half of my life. Ability users are an accident of a new era, set against families with 1,000 years of inheritance. They are insects. And the sentence that actually decided it, which had nothing to do with philosophy. The Ma family were our dog. Somebody killed our dog. That is a slap across the face of the Mei family, and every family in this country is watching to see what we do about it. So Mei Hu dies, and everyone has to know he died, or where exactly do we put our faces? Kai Tao was thrown out. Zhang called me from the road within the hour, and then he told me what I was actually up against. The head of the Mei family is a master warrior, the grade above elite. Jiang splits mountains and parts rivers. Those are the words people use, and I have since learned they are not entirely metaphor. Jiang is in seclusion. Jiang has been for a long time. Jiang lives for centuries, and he will not come out for anything less than someone standing in his own house. I gave that the respect it deserved, which is to say, some. Splitting mountains. Fine. I can make a 400-meter blade. Parting rivers. I can freeze a sea. Those are engineering problems. I did stop at the last one. Living for centuries, though. That one I don't have. And the strategy I settled on was boring and correct, and it is why I am still alive. The attacker is at a disadvantage. So I don't go to him. I get bigger. And by the time I do go, it won't be a fight. Then I found something in a supermarket that changed how I think about all of this. Same setup as before. Molters lying flat between the aisles, level 3s waiting, an intact store as bait. Standard. Except one of them hid from me, and then ran. Level 3 zombies do not run. They charge. Every single one of them. Every time. Into anything. That is the defining feature of a level 3, so I froze whatever it was and went and looked at it. Snow white skin, fine features, and if you passed her on a street, the only things you might notice are that her lips have no color in them and her pupils are pale, and she said, "Let me go. Please, let me go." A level 4 zombie, talking, begging. She gave me the whole ideology while she was frozen to the waist, and she'd clearly said it before, to somebody, or to herself. Zombies aren't different from humans. We were humans. We're the next stage. We're what comes after humanity. A higher form of existence. A higher form of existence is asking me for a favor. Yes. Why? Because you're stronger than me. She said it without any bitterness at all. That's what got me. That's the only rule any of us have. Then she started bargaining, and it was pitiful, and it worked. I eat very little, half a caddy of meat a day. I can go a month without eating anything if I have to. You could keep me like a pet, I don't mind. You can treat me like a dog. I ran the simulation. In it, I opened her skull and took the crystal core out, and it's a red sphere about the size of a marble, semi-transparent, and it is the raw material for 100 red pills. In the real world, I put my finger between her eyes instead. Soul Chain works on zombies. It had worked on a merfolk, so it should have, but there is a difference between should and does. She is the first level 4 zombie in the world to change sides, as far as anybody has ever been able to establish. Bringing her into my living room caused the most important argument that has ever happened in that house. The heaven rank professionals reacted the way professionals do. Take the head. That core is worth more than this entire villa, and the zombie said in genuine terror, I would never betray Lord Mayhu, which did not help her case at all with a room full of people trained to consider that noise. Then Gaopan, who is not an ability user and has never been to a briefing, said the thing. She talks, she thinks, she looks like a person. So is she a zombie or is she a person? Nobody answered. Because if you kill something that talks and thinks, that feels quite a lot like killing a person, and I'd like somebody in this room to explain the difference to me using words. Gu Chai said slowly, I've killed 2 of those. In a fight? In a fight. Both times. And both times it was over in about 4 seconds and I never once considered saying anything to it first. Kai Ning said, neither did I. And then Kui Ching, who thinks about things until they hurt, said the last word on it. They aren't different from us, is the problem. An ability user is a person the virus rewrote in the direction we happen to like. That's the entire distinction. That's it. That's the whole thing. Nobody had dinner for about 20 minutes after that. The 4 heaven rank women, meanwhile, had a completely different crisis, and they took it to the senior women like students visiting a shrine. The problem was that they had been in my house for a week and had not been given a single real assignment, and they had each convinced themselves it was because of a specific personal defect. Kaining was certain it was because she shrinks when she gets nervous and would be useless in a briefing. Jiang Huan was certain it was the bed thing. John Rong was certain it was because she cannot become visible on command, and I would never trust a report from something I couldn't see. And Pan Ji, who is ranked 18th in the world, sat there and said nothing because she had already worked out that the answer was simply that I had been busy and had not thought about it, which was both true and much more insulting. The senior women held a council and produced a strategy of magnificent cynicism. The strongest one goes first, said Jiang Wen. Panjie, you're 18th in the world. You go and demand a command. Wear him down. Then the rest of you go tomorrow and he'll agree to anything. 2 women from rival national organizations met in the corridor outside my office and hissed at each other for a full minute about who had queued first. Panji got the northern base and the entire supply corridor. Heavenly Thunder went to 200-meter radius, and the radius doubles every level, which is a sentence I did not think about carefully enough at the time. While all this was going on, the Mei family's revenge was being organized by a henpecked man in a side branch, and it is the funniest thing in this entire account. Gu Cheng is a formal martial artist and a relative so distant that the head of the family does not know his name. Zhang is married to Ma Ting, who is the sister of the late Ma Hui, and he had been hiding the destruction of her entire family from her for 3 days. She found out. She came through his study door. I want him dead today. Not soon. Today. I have not slept since Tuesday. Aren't you supposed to be from a martial family? How is a martial family this cowardly? Darling, the man killed a formal martial artist with 3 days. She was already leaving. I want to see his head within 3 days or I go on hunger strike and you can forget about a second child. Forget it entirely. So Gu Chung, who cannot fight me, called his sister, who is married into the branch that is descended from the 3rd aunt of the cousin of the 2nd aunt of the head of the family, and begged and got what he asked for, a senior martial artist, mid-grade. 10 formal martial artists together might not take 1 senior. They come out of seclusion for important matters, and this counted as an important matter because a woman was not going to let her husband sleep. Gu Chung hung up the phone and immediately said, bring wine, keep the music going, nobody stop dancing. And then people started disappearing from my base, and I stopped finding any of this funny. It came in as a report from base 1. Gathering teams going out and not coming back, not stragglers, entire teams, all 5 or 6, every time. Scarface Mouse laid out why it wasn't zombies, and his reasoning was better than mine. Zombies eat where they kill, always. There's no remains out there, no blood on the road, no drag marks, nothing broken. Those people were taken away whole. And why it wasn't people either. One of the missing teams had left a full pack of supplies sitting on the ground. No human being in this world walks past food, which left something that hunts, carries, and is not hungry on the spot. They're taking them back alive, I said, and heard how it sounded, because they're feeding something at home. On the way there, I got mobbed at the gate by about 40 children, which happens every time, and I was handing out candy out of the dark space when one of them didn't take any. A girl, maybe 7, with red eyes and a face she'd clearly been holding still for days. My dad went out for supplies and he didn't come back, she said. God, May, can you find my dad? And I said the thing you should never say. Nobody else is going to go missing. I'm going to go and get them. I said it out loud, in front of a crowd, before I knew a single thing about what was out there. The trail ended at the ramp down into an underground car park. 2 pieces of evidence, a dagger on the concrete with no dust on it, which meant it had been dropped within a day or two, and a pack of supplies, untouched, sitting at the top of the ramp. Down there, the dark was total. Torches were useless because a torch shows you a cone, and whatever this was did not live in the cone. We went in as a group, 6 of us, and it took Scarface Mouse out of the middle of the formation. There was no sound. There was a movement of air, and a scuff, and then there were 5 of us, and a smear on the floor, going away into the dark. Somebody said, "Weren't you the one who said you'd roast its babies?" And Lao Song said, in a very small voice, "I'm an old man. I'm allowed to be afraid of the dark." And that is the moment I finally understood what Heavenly Thunder was for. "You want to ambush me out of the dark," I said, "then I'll take the dark away." Lightning went off in an enclosed concrete space the size of a football pitch. It was daylight for a second and a half. Bolts as thick as a bowl went into the floor and the pillars and the roof, and the whole level lit up white. And 50 meters away, in that white light, was a black python half a meter thick with Scarface Mouse wrapped in 3 of its coils. 1 needle took its head off. The snake was over 20 meters long and weighed about 1.5 tons, and its scales turned blades. 3 to 5 ability users working together might not have brought it down. There were 5 deep grooves along its body, from the inside of the grip, where Scarface Mouse had gotten a hand free and used his fingers. Zhang was still conscious when we got him out, and the first thing he said was, "Snakes eat rats, natural enemies, even now, even in the apocalypse." Then there was a second shape at the back of the level, and I lit it up too. She was white, human from the waist up, and dressed, and below that, a snake's body the color of snow with scales like carved jade. Her name is Melia, and the python I had just killed was her younger brother. His change wasn't finished, she said. Zhang couldn't take a human shape yet. Zhang was 3 years younger than me. I did not apologize. I am not going to pretend I did. What I did was ask her about the people, and she told me the truth without being pushed, which is the only reason there was a conversation at all. We took a dozen or so. We only eat 1 a day. How many are left? About 10. 11, as it turned out. They had been kept unconscious in a maintenance room at the back of the level. Every time one of them started to wake, the snake stunned them again. That is why there were no remains and no blood. They weren't a kill. They were a pantry. I brought them around with water, and one of them opened his eyes and said, to nobody, "Am I imagining this? Is that God May? Did God May come down here for us?" "Hit me," said the man next to him. "Hit me. I need to know if it hurts." "Ow, it's real." And then one of them said the sentence I have thought about more than almost anything else in this account. At any other base, if an ordinary survivor gets taken, the leader doesn't come. They wouldn't even mention it at the evening meeting. We're not ability users. If we die, we die. Their base leader flew in himself. That was the part they couldn't process. Not the lightning. We got back at dusk, and a 7-year-old girl came off the wall at a dead sprint and hit her father in the stomach hard enough to fold him. The other kids said I was going to be a girl with no dad, she said, into his shirt. They said it at the well. Jiang was a big man. Jiang sat down on the ground in front of about 1,000 people and cried like a child and did not care at all. I made the only announcement worth making. There was a python. It took your people and it ate some of them. It's dead. It's outside on a cart. Skin it, and tonight we eat it. They repeated that back to me in one voice, which was unsettling, and then they went and did it. 1.5 tons of meat across 1,000 people works out at about 1 kilo each. They lit 15 fires in the square. Somebody found a 2-string fiddle. There was dancing, badly, and singing, worse, and Scarface Mouse came out of the storehouse with a crate of beer he had been sitting on since the first week. "We were saving it," he said. "We're saving it for tonight." I gave the only toast I've ever given. Peacetime or apocalypse, you have to balance work and rest. It's only when you're completely relaxed that you notice you're living instead of surviving. And Scarface Mouse, 3 beers in, said, "We only get to relax when you come." Ma Feiyun, who arrived in this base by trying to take it over and now runs its militia, said something to me across the fire that I did not know how to answer. "I've been in 6 bases. I have never once seen people worship a leader and also like him. In peacetime, leaders couldn't do that. When I left, the whole square bowed, and Scarface Mouse walked me to the wall and started to make a suggestion about the young women who had volunteered for various things, and I cut him off. We don't do that here. Not now, not at the other bases, not ever. Write it down and read it out at the next meeting so nobody has to guess." Zhang looked relieved, actually. Zhang had been carrying it. Melia came home with me, and her first question was reasonable. Won't I frighten them? My lower body is over 10 meters of snake. You're going to be disappointed by how little anyone in that house is frightened by anything. They mobbed her. They touched the scales without asking. Somebody said you could carve jewelry out of those and got told off. Within an hour, there were 3 separate jokes running about a very famous old story concerning a white snake and a scholar, and Melia, who had never heard the story, kept asking people to explain the punchlines, which made them much funnier. At dinner, the whole table stopped to watch her eat a chicken leg by winding her tongue around it. Gu Chai was furious, on the grounds that the snake had been in the house 4 hours and had already been given a job. Meanwhile, the Little Sun Empire was preparing to walk into my trap with its eyes open. 19 search teams down to 11, 75 operatives, plus the 3 I had already turned and sent back. Her deputy asked for reinforcements and a delay, and Yuki refused both. The longer this takes, the more careful he gets. This may be the only opening we ever have. Even if it's a conspiracy, even if it is definitely a trap, we go through it. If it fails, the responsibility is entirely mine. Her deputy thought and did not say that if it failed, there would be nobody left for the Empire to punish. Then she did something genuinely clever. She called my 3 turned operatives into the room and briefed them on the plan, the real plan, in full, because she wanted to watch how it leaked. Suzuki's summary of the situation, delivered to the other 2 afterward, is the best line anybody on the other side ever produced. So at this point, everything is basically in the open. Jang knows we're compromised. We know he knows. She knows that we know that he knows. And she is going anyway. I would like to point out that I did not sign up for a philosophy course. Her surveillance team followed the leak and caught the courier, and the courier was a level 3 zombie in a suit and sunglasses. It got a hand on the man who grabbed it. Jiang cut his own arm off at the elbow, on the spot, without a sound, and walked away carrying it because that is what their training says to do. I heard about the trade later and my assessment was cold and I'm not going to soften it. 1 level 3 zombie for the arm of a top-ranked ability user. I came out ahead on that. Yuki drew the wrong conclusion from it, which was the entire point of leaving the zombie there in the first place. His ability is zombie control. That's the core of it. That's what he is. Her team panicked appropriately. If he can drive tens of thousands of level 3s, that is an army of soldiers who feel no pain and need no supply line. Then she talked them down with reasoning that was completely sound and completely wrong. Control costs mental energy. Our own beast handler tops out at about 20 animals, so he cannot have thousands. Zhang probably has a handful, and if his ability is control, then his personal combat strength may be nothing at all. Everything we have seen may be the zombies. So the advantage is ours. The advantage is ours. And then quietly, because she is who she is, I still have a feeling he isn't that simple. They also brought in a healer for the operation, Chiba, Earth rank, whose ability grows severed limbs back. She put that man's arm on again, in under a day, and he was fully operational by the end of the week. And I want to note that this is a genuinely wonderful power that they were using to make an assassination squad more sustainable. Ding, new ability, teleportation, level 1. Anywhere within 100 meters, instantly, through anything. 3 times a day. If the destination is inside a wall, you either come out the other side or you don't, and the system was not specific about which. I tested it by vanishing from my study and appearing in Kui Ching's room, which taught me 2 things. 1. I do not need to see the destination. 2. Kui Ching throws things. She was in a good mood though, because that was the day she collected on the bet, and Jiang Ru had to hand over a red pill she'd been saving and had already named. How was I supposed to know? You people had an information advantage. That's what an information advantage is. Stop looking at me like that. Stop looking at me. You'll lose it too. Kui Ching swallowed the red pill at the kitchen table with everybody watching. Warm, she reported in her lecture voice. It's moving along the bloodstream. It's feeding something. Every cell, I think. I can feel myself getting stronger, and I would like somebody to write down the time. Half an hour later, she was twice as strong as she had been that morning, which meant it had worked, and she had awakened. Her power is that her body turns into transparent gel, soft, warm, and completely permeable. Gaopan put a finger straight through her forearm and out the other side, and neither of them was hurt, and both of them screamed. And she controls the density, thin as water, tough as rubber, anything in between, at will, in any part of her body separately. Which means, and it took her about 4 seconds to work it out and announce it, that she cannot be cut, shot, crushed, or stabbed by anything that relies on being sharp. The smartest person in my house is now also the hardest one to kill. I have complicated feelings about that. For the record, a fresh awakening puts you at twice an ordinary human. Level 1. Everyone starts there. The Little Sun Empire arrived that afternoon. I watched from a rooftop while 60 operatives spread out to encircle a building I was not in, because Yuki still didn't trust her own returned men and had planned a counter-encirclement in case the encirclement was a trap. 55 Earth rank, 5 Heaven rank. I ran it in my head first out of habit, and the simulation was over so fast it was almost rude. Too weak, not close. I did not need to be there at all. Shen Tao's squad could have handled 60 of them without me, and Shen Tao had lost to me in about 40 seconds, so I stepped off a 20-story building and landed in the middle of them and put a web of cracks through the parking area. They enjoyed that. Jiang came alone. Jiang has zombie control and he came alone. Zhang's an idiot. I bet he can only run one at a time and it's on cooldown. I held up 3 fingers. 3 minutes to think about it? One of them said. 3 seconds to finish all of you. I said 1. 60 needles went into 60 foreheads at the same instant and became ice. Nobody in that lot moved. Not one of them. 60 trained operatives from a national program, and the fastest of them did not get a hand up. The man who had cut his own arm off worked it out while frozen, which is the only place he had time to think. The zombie in the suit, that was bait. Jiang left it out for us. We built our entire assessment of his ability on a piece of evidence he planted. Correct. Their captain was the daughter of the deputy commander of the Little Sun Empire's 1st military district, which is how a woman that age had that post, and she was still threatening me while frozen to the chin. You think you've won something? The Little Sun Empire is not its ability users. The real power is Ninja Village. An ability user isn't fit to stand beside a genin. Do you know what a genin is? That's a beginner. That's a child. How long do you think your empire has left? Longer than you. 2 months, I said. Maybe less. Write it down. Teleportation went to 2 on the strength of it. 100 meters became 1,000, 10 times per level, which, if it holds, means level 3 is 10 kilometers and level 5 is 1,000. I sat with that number for a while, then I found the actual ceiling on my power, and it isn't strength. I tested Soul Chain on everything I had. Ordinary people, Earth rank, Heaven rank, and both of the martial artists I'd taken, all of them held, which means it very probably works on a Grandmaster, and if it works on a Grandmaster, then the entire ladder above me is a formality. There's just one problem, and it's a real one. 5 minutes per person. I had 59 prisoners on the ground in front of me. That is 150 minutes of standing in a car park with my finger on people's foreheads, one at a time, like a man stamping forms. I have frozen a town. I can cross the planet in 8 hours, and my actual bottleneck is paperwork. If I could get it down to 1 minute ahead, I said out loud, to a car park full of ice, I'd be satisfied. Remember that I said that. I sent almost all of them home. 37, including the 3 from before, back to the Little Sun Empire with a single instruction. Their president is the primary target. If you can't reach the president, work down the list by rank, highest first. Do not waste yourselves on soldiers. Kill people who are expensive to replace. They still had their own aircraft parked at a base back home. Air traffic in this world was never interrupted. They flew back in the same planes they'd flown in on, and nobody stopped them because they were exactly who their papers said they were. The rest came with me to hold gates. Nobody at home came out to look. 24 foreign ability users landed in the district, and the household did not so much as pause a card game. After a mermaid, 2 cyborgs, a level 4 zombie, and a snake woman, said Jiang Ru without looking up. Ordinary human foreigners are not going to move me. Bring back a deer girl and we'll talk. One person from that group mattered more than the rest, and I nearly missed it. Chiba, a healer. Level 1, which is nothing, and the weakest person in the entire operation. She can bring back anybody who is not yet dead, and she can put a severed limb back on and have it working inside a day. I kept her at the main villa on the excuse that I wanted her close. That is going to matter later, and I would like it noted that I did it for no good reason at all. The Flying Eagle women summed the whole thing up over dinner and got closer to the truth than their entire organization had. Our people were mobilizing to protect Heaven ranking number 1 from a foreign incursion, said Gukai. Zhang doesn't need protecting. They weren't invading, they were delivering. And then the question that ended the meal. The Little Sun Empire has burned through most of its ability users on him. So what do they send next? Somebody stronger? Or do they finally send a ninja? Panji gave the answer, and hers is the analysis I trust most out of anybody I know. If ninjas were stronger than martial artists, the Little Sun Empire would have invaded us with ninjas during peacetime. They had 1,000 years to try it. They didn't. Which means our martial families were holding them off the whole time, and we never even knew there was a fence. And a formal martial artist turned out to be garbage, so I'm not going to lose sleep over a genin. Then I spent the second scroll, and the shape of the world changed. I put it into Soul Chain. Ding. Soul Chain has advanced. Soul Chain Aura. It is no longer a finger on a forehead. It is a field. Everyone inside a 1 kilometer radius who I have selected converts in 1 minute. Not 5, not 1 at a time, all of them, at once, in 60 seconds. 150 minutes became 1, 150 times more, and the combination is obvious, and I hated how obvious it was. Freeze an area first, so nobody can leave. Then turn on the aura. I could put a town in ice in about 2 seconds. Then a minute later everyone in it belongs to me, and nobody has been touched, and there's no blood, and there's no evidence, and from 100 meters up nothing looks any different. I sat in my study for a long time that night. I have done a lot of things in this account that a decent person would argue about. I have burned buildings with people in them. I have executed men. I have sent people home to kill their own leadership, and I did not lose sleep over it. That night was the first time I was frightened of my own inventory, and I want to be honest that what frightened me was not the temptation. It was how boring it would be. Not a war, not a conquest, a man flying to a capital city, going quiet for 60 seconds, and flying home in time for dinner. I closed the panel and I went downstairs, and this is the honest reason I went downstairs. I did not want to be alone with it. There was a card game happening in the living room, mahjong at the far table, some card game with a private rulebook at the near one. I sat down in it. 14 people stopped playing at once. You're never here. Zhang's never here. You've never once played with us. Not once since the outbreak. Is something wrong? Are you dying? Zhang looks like he's dying. Zhang's been sitting up there brooding. Look at his face. Zhang's going to lose. Zhang doesn't know the house rules. I did not know the house rules. There are 9 of them, and 3 are made up on the spot, and at least 1 changes based on who is winning. I lost 11 consecutive hands, was accused twice of cheating on the hands I lost, and at the end of the evening Dumei informed the room that I was a wicked old man, and everybody agreed. That was the first ordinary evening any of us had had since the world ended. It cost me nothing, and I nearly didn't go. Meanwhile, my execution was being arranged, badly, by a man trying to get his wife to speak to him again. Gucheng got his senior martial artist. Zhang arrived by helicopter, and I have to give the description its due. White as the moon, walking like a young man, and a peculiar gold color in the eyes. Zhang came in, sat down and said, "A mere ability user, 1 finger." I learned something about martial families from that man's face, and it's the strangest rule in this world. They stop aging at the grade. Whatever age you are when you break through, that is the face you keep. Senior grade lives to about 200. This one broke through at 70, which is why he looked 70 and would look 70 for another 130 years. If he'd made it at 20, he'd have looked 30 forever. Elite is 500 years. Master, 800. Grandmaster, over 1,000. And Gucheng, who had gone to enormous trouble to obtain this man, then spent the entire evening pouring drinks into him and putting on entertainment, because that is how his family does business. The old man drank an unbelievable amount of wine. Jiang came down the next morning barely able to straighten his back. His own private thought, on the way to kill me. And this is a direct quote from the man himself much later. Fortunately today, it's only an ability user. If I ran into another senior martial artist in this condition, I don't think I'd win. A martial artist can cultivate his body for 150 years. There are still parts of a man that do not respond to training. The greatest threat of my life to that point turned up hungover. Jiang went to Flying Eagle headquarters first because that's where the trail led, and there he ran into Commander Zhan, who cannot fight and who I now consider one of the most dangerous people in this country. Zhan could not win, so he did not fight. Zhang performed. Zhang burst into tears. Zhang grabbed the old man's hand with both of his. Zhang described at length how the villain Mei Hu had crushed his squads, and then, and here Zhan's voice broke, had taken away every young woman in the organization, girls he had raised like his own daughters, and there was nothing an old man could do, and would this great senior perhaps avenge them? Zhang also wiped his nose on the man's sleeve. "When you speak," the senior martial artist said with visible strain, "just speak. You don't need to use my sleeve." Then he asked for a description of the target, and Zhan got carried away. Under 20, very young, extraordinarily strong. 1 meter 85. Resolute features, high nose, very bright eyes, honestly quite. Stop. I did not ask whether he was handsome. The lie came apart on one detail because the old man was not stupid, only hungover. Traffic is paralyzed nationwide. Explain the logistics to me. Zhang removed all your female ability users. How? Did he charter a passenger aircraft? Did they walk in a line? Do you think I am an idiot? And he took Commander Zhan by the throat. Then I found out what a senior martial artist actually is because Shen Tao tried to buy his commander 30 seconds. Zhang went to quadruple speed, 24 times an ordinary human, faster than anything I had seen anybody else in the world do. Zhang did not get within 4 meters. The old man hit the air in front of him and the air did the rest, and Shen Tao went down the parade ground on his back. "Your speed is fine," the old man said without turning round. "Your body is glass. If you could double it, you might reach me before I react. You still wouldn't be able to do anything when you got here." Then he walked through several dozen ability users at roughly 1 punch each, not fighting them, processing them. And when they were all on the ground, he stamped once and threw every one of them 10 meters into the air. In front of a senior martial artist, he said, "What you people call abilities are less than insects." And Commander Jean, being strangled, still would not give up my coordinates. "Kill me if you like. I don't know where he is." Jiang absolutely did know where I was. The call came in on Manhua's satellite phone while I was eating breakfast. I want to tell you what those people said to me on that call, because it is the single best thing anyone has ever done for me. Every one of them told me to run. Jean was the loudest, and his reasoning is the most generous thing I have heard in this world. The apocalypse is 2 months old. You have been an ability user for 2 months. That old man started training when he was 5. This isn't a fight, it's a comparison between a newborn and a grown man. But who can promise the baby doesn't grow bigger? Give this one 5 years and the entire martial world will not know what hit it. So do not come. Even if he kills me. Especially if he kills me. Do not come. Then he grabbed the old man by the ankle to buy time and got kicked across the yard for it. I got there fast. "Old man, kneel down, put your head on the ground, and I'll let you live. Here are the numbers, because I had already run them. A senior martial artist runs about 15 times an ordinary human, plus a lifetime of technique on top, and for any ability user in the world, that combination is simply a death sentence. I was over 30. Between a senior martial artist and me, one of us was an insect. It just wasn't the one he'd assumed." Zhang opened with something he called Diamond Fist, thrown from 10 meters away, and I finally understood what all the reverence was about. The shockwave alone picked up every person lying on that parade ground and threw them 10 meters, and opened dozens of small cuts across their faces. From the wind of a punch that had not touched anybody. The second one took down a 10-story building behind me. It did not scratch a sheet of transparent ice the thickness of a window pane. Shen Tao, flat on his back with blood on his face, said something that his organization has since made into a joke, and which I do not think was a joke at all. "There should be a god ranking above the heaven ranking. Jiang shouldn't be on our list. Nobody deserves to be on a list with him." I answered the Diamond Fist with a spear. 2 meters of eternal freeze at 4 times the speed of sound. Jiang met it with his sword, correctly, and the sword's energy came apart against it, and then the sword came apart, and then the spear went through his fist and up the inside of his forearm and stopped with the point resting against his forehead. And in the middle of all that, according to the man himself, his actual thought was, "I should not have been drinking last night. My back hurts. This is Gu Cheng's fault." Everybody watching believed he had caught my spear with his bare hand because he was standing there holding it and it was not moving. Zhang was not holding it. Zhang could not move it. It was not being held by my hand. It was being held by me deciding it should stay there. Shen Tao spotted the truth from the ground, off one detail, which is why he is 8th in the world and not 80th. When he knelt down, the spear went down with him. If he'd caught it, why is he still holding it? Why hasn't he thrown it away? Because he couldn't. Because his hand was a decoration on the end of it now. Zhang knelt with 2 meters of ice through his arm and the point at his hairline and said, "Boss, spare me. I'll do anything. I told you at the start, kneel, and you live. That offer was real." "Then why did you?" "Because I wanted you to have a few seconds to regret it first. You'd have talked yourself out of it otherwise." Old men always do. Then he bought his life with something he had been hiding from everybody, including his own family. Jiang had a fragment of a key. It looks like a broken piece of a jade pendant, and there are 6 of them, and together they open the treasure vault of the ancestral dragon under the Qin Mausoleum. And what's inside, according to everything the martial families have believed for 1,000 years, is an elixir that ends aging, now. I want to explain why an old man on his knees thought that would work, because his reasoning was correct. Senior grade, 200 years. Elite, 500. Master, 800. Grandmaster, over 1,000. And every single one of them is terrified because 1,000 years still ends. "The stronger a man becomes," he said with ice through his arm, "the more afraid of dying he gets. As long as there is a last day, there is fear. You wouldn't understand yet. You're 20. And here is what he did not know. An ability user has no longevity at all. Nothing in that system extends a life, not one point of it. I can beat a man who will live for 200 years, and I will be old and finished while he is still, by his standards, middle-aged. Everyone in my house is going to get old. Kui Qing, who is 19, Zhang Wen in her kitchen, the girl with the red eyes at the gate. I froze him and Gu Cheng both and turned on the aura, and 60 seconds later they handed the fragment over and told me everything else they knew. There are 6 fragments. The other 5 are held by martial families, and there is something happening that neither of them liked at all. The families have started talking to each other. Specifically, the Gu family and the Mei family are arranging a marriage alliance. Martial families do not marry for love and they do not marry for peace. They marry for profit, and the only thing in this world worth that much to both of them is the ancestral dragon. I sent both martial artists back as my eyes with one standing order: find out who holds the other 5. The old man refused medical treatment for the arm on the way out. Refused it flatly. "I am a senior martial artist. This is a scratch. His forearm had a hole through it lengthwise. Then I went and shook down Commander John, and it is the most satisfying commercial negotiation of my life. Zhang had already hidden everybody. I knew you'd be back, he said. You are the sort of person who leaves a building with anything that isn't nailed down. I sent every squad worth having on a 2-week deployment to a location I am not telling you. Fine, I'll take red pills instead. How many? 800. 1,000's fine too. And this old man, who had wept on a killer's sleeve that morning, went the color of a beetroot. Do you think my red pills are chocolate beans? Do you think we have a bowl of them by the door? We settled at 200, which was excellent, because what I actually needed was 55. And then his own people finished the job for me. The men he'd hidden had come back early, and they stood there watching their commander refuse to hand over 200 pills, and one of them said the thing out loud. Commander, red pills are precious. Don't waste them. Just let us go with him instead. Yes, let us go. Zhang has 3 bases, sir. Sir, we've heard about the potatoes. One of them was the older brother of a woman who was already at my base, and he was extremely direct about it. Zhang counted out 200 pills with the expression of a man signing away a house. Take them, and do not come back and fleece me again. I am asking you as a colleague. Go and play at Qianlong for a while, please. For scale, since it matters, 1 red pill trades for a ton of food. I had just been handed 200 tons of grain in a bag by the state to make it stop. I handed out the pills evenly. Everybody, including 30 people in the annex villa I had never had a proper conversation with, some of whom I could not have named without checking. They lined up in the courtyard and bowed at the waist, all of them, together. A month ago we were counting days until the food ran out, one of them said. All of this is because of you. And I want to put on record exactly what I said back, because people have quoted a lot of things I never said, and this is the one I actually mean. Don't make me a saint. I'm not one. I help you because I can afford to. If I had 5 wen and 1 meal in front of me, I would not give it to anybody. Not to anyone in this courtyard, not to any of you. I'm an ordinary person who wants the people around him to have a better time of it, and I happen to have the resources to arrange that. That's the whole thing. There's nothing else under it. Then I told them to stop calling me sir. It's Mayhu. That's the name. Use it. About half of them still don't. Something worth noticing about that month. Everybody in that district got physically stronger, and it had nothing to do with food. They were bored. There is nothing to do inside a 50-meter ice wall except cards, mahjong, the pool, and the gym eventually wins by attrition. Jiang Wen had taught the entire household to cook by then. Luo Lian, who arrived believing that food was cod boiled in water, had become genuinely good, and Hana occasionally produced something from her own country that everyone was very polite about. That is what a commune looks like from the inside, not speeches. A pool, a rota, and 11 people who have all learned to make the same 3 dishes. Then the White Eagle Empire showed me what a competent enemy looks like when it decides to hurt me somewhere I'm not standing. Their team leader is a nun. I mean that literally. Sarah, habit, crucifix, the whole thing, and a way of talking that made every one of her subordinates uncomfortable. God blesses believers who go out and beat their enemies, she told them. Jiang does not bless fools. Do not be fools. With her was a slab of a man called Bravo, top 300 on heaven rank, generally regarded as stupid and generally underestimated. His stone tablet record is that he went in and pushed forward without resting until he physically ran out of body, and she took my bait apart with pure reasoning, without a single fight. 3 of the cyborg team died, and 2 survived. Now think, any one of you could destroy 2 cyborg squads. So how does heaven ranking number 1 kill 3 and leave 2 alive? Is he keeping them for company? Chloe and Sophia are already under his control. The message they sent us is false. Her deputy asked what they should do. Zhang is going to try to outthink us, so we will outthink him. Zhang sets a trap, we set a trap. This is a positional war now, not a hunt. Then she went and took one of my neighbor's bases. 1,000 people, 8 ability users. They shot arrows at Bravo, and he caught one in his chest, on the muscle, and looked mildly insulted. The gate had held against level 3 zombies. It went 30 meters when he hit it. But the thing about that operation is that the resources were never the point. Their objective, as Sarah stated it in the yard afterward, was psychological. They were not there to loot the Shenlong Empire. They were there to make its people kneel, voluntarily, in front of each other so that the habit would spread. The base leader was a man called Ma Jun. We kneel to heaven, he said. We kneel to the earth. We kneel to our parents. We have never knelt to foreigners. If we die on our feet. They broke his leg. Zhang didn't make a sound. They broke the other one. Zhang went down, because a man with 2 broken legs goes down, and he was still shouting when he hit the ground. Stand up! The people of this empire stood up a long time ago. We don't kneel to anyone. Get up! All of you get up! 1,000 people knelt around him and not one of them could stand, and he lay there in the dirt, hating himself, not them. Zhang told me afterward that in that entire hour he did not hate a single foreigner. Zhang hated the fact that he wasn't strong enough. That's what it does to people. That's the whole design. They put their flag on the tallest building in that base. So Meihu knows we're here, Sarah said. If he has the nerve, let him come. Then they emptied the granary and ate their way through supplies those people had been rationing for 2 months and had been too frightened to open. She said grace before the meal. Crucifix in both hands, eyes closed, the full thing. A Qianlong patrol saw the flag from the road. 5 ability users, all Earth rank, led by a woman called Shen Yan. The gate opened for them, not just unlocked, opened from inside with somebody standing there waving them through. Why does it feel like we're being invited in? Because we are, Shen Yan said. And then she said the thing that makes her the best person in this part of the story. If they've taken that base, then the people inside it are being hurt right now, and those people are citizens of this empire, and the entire reason our organization exists is to stand between them and this. If we don't go in, who does? Nobody else is coming. There isn't anybody else. Inside, there was not one foreign squad. There were 12. It took 5 minutes. Sarah's terms were delivered kneeling next to her, in a level voice, holding the cross. Contact your headquarters. Tell them to bring heaven ranking number 1 here. You have 1 hour. After the hour, we kill one of you, then another one every hour until he arrives. God bless you. Amen. Then she confiscated every radio in the base so that no other patrol could be warned off because she wanted exactly 1 visitor and no more. Shen Yan spent that hour tied to a post working out the sequence, and what she said to her own people was this. When they come for the first one, I'm going to make them take me. I'm the captain. It's my patrol. Don't argue with me in front of them. I found out because my 2 cyborgs argued for an hour about whether to wake me up. They came to me together in the end and told me the truth, which is not a small thing for people who used to be somebody else's property. They never went to the coordinates. They know about us. It's a trap, and we're the bait, and we're telling you anyway. It doesn't matter what they've arranged. Schemes are what you use when you don't have enough power. Then I ran the simulation anyway, because I am not actually stupid, and the only thing in that whole 2 hours I cared about was one line I said to myself while watching it. Get there fast. The Qianlong captain does not die. I arrived while the sword was coming down on her neck. It broke in half. There is a crater half a meter deep in that yard, and cracks running 10 meters out from it, and the man holding the sword was still standing there with a grip and no blade. Then a hand made of ice, 4 meters across, came down out of nowhere and backhanded a top 300 heaven rank operative across the compound. Sarah's tactics were correct and doomed, and I want to give her credit for them. The bigger the ability, the more mental energy it costs. Send the search squads in first. All of them. Drain him. Our heaven rank team goes in when he's empty. So she fed me her own people while watching my face for the first sign of fatigue, which is a completely sound plan against any other person on this planet. And I lifted off the ground while doing it, which costs extra and does nothing, purely so she could see me do it. And then I put up several dozen needles at once. I watched her arithmetic collapse in real time. She actually said it out loud. How strong is he? Everything froze. Her last man went down covering her with his own body, which she had not asked him to do and did not expect. And then I said the new word, teleport. I was gone from where she was looking and standing behind her before she finished turning her head. It doesn't look like your God is on your side today, I said. You might get better results trusting me. And she said, without any fear in it at all, in my whole life, I have asked exactly one person for help, and it was never going to be you. I turned on the aura. 60 seconds. And at the end of it, she opened her eyes and said, Lord Meihu, you are my God. Every soldier who had spent that morning putting 1,000 people on their knees was now kneeling in the same yard, and the people who had been kneeling stood up to watch it. Somebody in that crowd, and I never found out who, said the thing that made me feel worst about the whole day. Look at Shen Yan. They were going to take her head off, and she didn't bend. That's what our own people look like. These foreigners are worse than dogs. Except she didn't break because of character. She broke because I have an ability that does it in a minute regardless of character. I have never once corrected anybody about that, and I should. I took that base. 4th one. Who agrees and who objects? Ma Jun, who could not stand up, agreed, and he was clear-eyed about it. In the apocalypse, strength gets respect, and these people already decided who they belong to about 10 minutes ago. I'm just the last one to say it. And then I did the thing that made even the Qianlong survivors stare at me. I did not empty that granary. I did not take a grain out of it. I left their rice and their potatoes exactly where they were, and then I opened the dark space and added seed on top for every household on the same terms as everywhere else, 20% after the first harvest. One of Shen Yan's people said it out loud on the way out. Even the official organizations can't do that. We can send a squad to keep order. We do not have that much food. We have never had that much food. Zhang gave every single one of them seed. I sent the White Eagle prisoners home the way I'd sent the others, the ones who could still work, back to their own capital with a target list ordered by rank and value, and I put a zombie in a suit on that base's gate before I left because eyes are worth more than walls. Sarah in my living room was a fascinating experience for everybody. The household examined her clothing like archaeologists. Do nuns have to show that much? Is that mandated? Is there a rule? Does the priest sign off? Sister, honestly, who is the outfit for? And she sat there thinking and later told me that even a nun is entitled to like nice things and that she is married to God and nobody has ever been able to prove that God has no opinion about nice underwear. Then she met the two cyborgs she had personally written off as traitors and she embraced them both and said, "You came to the light before I did, and I had to leave the room." Because that is the part I do not have a good answer for. Everything Sarah believes now, she believes because I stood in a yard for 60 seconds. She is happy. She is genuinely happy and useful and kind to people, and I did that to her with a field effect. I have frozen a city. That is not the ability that frightens me. The two Qianlong captains under my roof immediately began a cold war with each other, which the Flying Eagle women found hilarious. I got here first. Don't try anything. Nobody is trying anything, you paranoid. Our organization, said Gu Kai loudly to the room, is famously united, not like some hidden dragons I could mention. Somebody finally asked Sarah the obvious question, and her answer was better than anything I could have written. I really was a nun. When the outbreak came, the priests turned too. I watched a man I had confessed to for 6 years come over a pew. What did the job actually involve? Confession mostly. Visiting the elderly, the ones with nobody. Telling people that if they were truly sorry, they'd be forgiven. And is that true? Who knows, said Sarah, eating a dumpling. Personally, I think it's probably a racket, but we were only ever responsible for the forgiving part. Crime is somebody else's department. By then I had stopped caring about getting stronger and started caring about something else entirely. Strength was solved. That is a strange sentence, and it was true. Nothing in the field could touch me, and the things that could were all 600 years old and asleep. What I did not have was time. 6 fragments, 1 in my pocket, 5 held by martial families who lived for centuries and are now, for the first time in living memory, talking to each other. And there was a plan available to me that I did not like the taste of and used anyway. Get to a family head and chain him. Jiang hands over everything, willingly, and nobody ever knows there was an incident. And if the head is too strong to reach, chain everyone else. The cousins, the stewards, the guards, the cooks. Leave the man at the top exactly where he is, sitting in the middle of a household that reports to me. That is the plan I went with. I want to be honest that I thought of it while looking at Sarah across a dinner table. Before I left, there was one piece of business at home that I still find funny. Zhang Huan wanted a field command and had not gotten one. So she went and bought advice. She paid a red pill, an actual red pill worth a ton of grain, to Songshen for consultation, and Songshen's honest answer, which she gave first, was excellent. I don't have a method. When I got into this house there were 4 of us, and 2 of them had already made him angry. I wasn't special. I just stopped arguing earlier than everybody else, and I noticed what he actually cared about before they did. But a red pill is a red pill, so she then sold an observation. Zhang gave the invisible one a uniform, and he had the nun in his office the first evening. Draw your own conclusion. Zhang responds to people who look like they have a function, wear something that looks like a job, and she handed over an outfit from her own things. Jiang Huan wore it. It did not work, because what actually worked was walking into my office with a written proposal for the Northern Supply Corridor. Songshen's summary of the transaction to the kitchen that evening. I traded a set of clothes for a red pill. I'd like everyone to know that the information business is extremely profitable and I am now in it. Kui Qing looked up and said, "You're in my business now," in a voice that made 2 people leave. Then I went and put a wall around everything I owned. 4 bases, 40 meters of eternal freeze around each one, with a single gate exactly wide enough for one person to walk through, which is deliberate because a molter is 2.5 meters across the shoulders and a devourer is a building. I made mine 50. I am aware of what that says about me, and I did it anyway. What made me do it was a scouting report from 10 kilometers out, a base of several hundred people, gone, not overrun, not raided, gone. The wall was down in 3 places and there was nothing inside but the frames of buildings. At every one of my bases, people came out and knelt in front of the wall as it went up and thanked me for protecting them, and one of the militia had a genuine crisis about it. "Boss, ice melts. Does this mean you have to hold this up with your mind for the rest of your life? For all 4 of us? Forever?" Jiang had been worrying about it for an hour before he found the nerve to ask. I told him it stays up on its own, and he sat down on a crate and put his head in his hands with relief, and that was the best thing anybody said to me that week. One correction to the record on the reward system, since I've been throwing terms around. Every save pays out one of three things: a brand new ability, a level on something I already have, or plus 10 to all attributes, which is the disappointing one, because attributes I can farm off zombies, except I can't anymore. The zombies have gotten too smart to be herded into buildings. That whole technique, the one that took me from 300 to 900, is dead. They watch for fire now. Everything from here has to be earned the hard way. I took 4 people with me to Pingcheng and left the rest at home arguing about it. The complaint that finally got through to me was not about danger. It was this: do you understand how boring it is in here? Cards, the gym, the pool, fishing in the same river. We are all on a permanent holiday, and we have run out of holiday. Some of us would like to see what the world looks like now, even if what it looks like is bad. Pengcheng is 500 kilometers away. At 4.5 times the speed of sound, that's 327 seconds. 5.5 minutes. I landed 5 kilometers out and walked in like a person, because arriving from the sky is a decision you can only make once. And here is the thing about Pengcheng that explains everything else. Martial artists are completely immune to airborne transmission, 100%. Ordinary people are around 20% immune, and against blood transmission nobody is immune at all, which means that in a city run by a martial family, on the morning of the outbreak, not one single member of that family turned. Not one. They had a bad afternoon, they cleared their own streets, and by the evening it was over. The rest of the world lost 70% of everybody. Pengcheng lost the staff. Pengcheng has traffic. I want you to understand what that did to me. Walking in, there are cars moving, there are buses on routes, there is a functioning agricultural belt, an industrial district, and an entertainment quarter, and the city feeds itself. There is also an entry fee. 10 caddies of rice per person at the gate. Accommodation runs a caddy a night. Exchange rate posted on a board: 1 caddy of pork costs 20 caddies of rice, and when your supplies run out, the guards escort you out through the gate you came in by. The guard on the gate said it to my face with no embarrassment at all. Pengcheng doesn't need poor people. People come here to spend. What exactly would a poor man spend? I paid the entry in frozen pork, 2.5 caddies of it, taken out of a bag, still hard. Frozen meat. In a world with no cold chain, in the 3rd month. The guard's face did something complicated, and a runner left the gatehouse before we were 50 meters up the street, headed for a name I would hear 4 more times that day. The city is run by 4 clans. Chen holds the gates and the guard. Kui holds the casinos. Song holds the clubs. Gao holds the hotels and restaurants. And above all 4 of them sits the Mei family, who take a cut of everything and produce nothing. At the hotel, they wouldn't take supplies. Only chips. Issued by the Mei family. Valid in Pengcheng and nowhere else in the world. I had it apart in about 4 seconds, and I said it out loud at the desk, which was probably a mistake. The chips have no value. They can't. So people bring in real food, real fuel, real medicine, and hand it over for tokens, which means the Mei family now owns the food, and you own a pocket full of plastic. And if you don't spend it all before you leave, you've simply given them the difference. The clerk did not react. And I'd bet money there's a minimum exchange. Isn't there? You can't change 10 caddies. You have to change 100. 200, said the clerk. So I wheeled in 5 carts, 200 kilos of rice each, and asked for the going rate. A ton of grain, in public, in a city where a bag of it buys a week of somebody's life. 2 men on the street outside spent about 90 seconds planning it. Where to take us, how to split it, and what they'd do with the 4 people traveling with me, which they discussed at conversational volume because we were foreigners, and clearly, nobody. Their heads came apart in the middle of the street with nothing visible in the air and no sound of a shot. The crowd scattered. The guards came and stood over 2 bodies with no wounds anybody could describe, and asked each other whether there was a sniper in the city. There is not a sniper in the city. The money changer looked over my 4 companions and made an offer for them. 5,000 chips each, for the house. I slapped him across his own counter. His assistant was baffled that he took it, and the answer he gave, once I was out of the room, is the most useful thing anybody in Pengcheng said about me. I did not see his hand move. Not a blur. Nothing. I'm an apprentice martial artist. For me not to see it, he has to be at least a formal, and probably more. All of us together would not be enough. It is not wise to fight that. Go and follow him instead. 3 separate groups followed us to the lift. I told my people not to turn around, and then 6 heads came off in the lobby behind us as the doors closed. I don't like being looked at. By then the head of the Chen clan had a problem, because it was not yet noon and there were 8 bodies in his city with their heads opened and not one bullet anywhere. Zhang gave his guard captain until evening to produce an explanation, on pain of dismissal, which in Pengcheng means being walked out of the gate with what you can carry. And his son, Chen Feihao, had received a report about 4 newcomers with a great deal of food and no local protection, and had already sent for his escort. Chen Feihao's habit, which the whole city knew and nobody said out loud, was that when he took an interest in somebody, that person went into his household and did not come back out of it. His escort was a formal martial artist on loan from the Mei family, posted in Pengcheng to keep the peace. They were both about to have the worst afternoon of their lives. The restaurant taught me something about myself that I did not enjoy. 4 men at the next table started negotiating for my companions, out loud, at volume, the way you'd discuss a car. 5,000 for the night, all 4. Make it 6 and throw in the tall one for the morning. I was still putting my chopsticks down when it was over. Zhang Huan had one of them face down in the tablecloth. Zhan Rong had another one on the floor with a folding knife against his ear, visible only as a knife. The other 2 were being informed, politely, that there would be compensation for emotional distress, and their wallets were being counted onto the table. I sat there like a spare part, because somewhere in the last month I had gotten so used to being the thing standing between everyone and everything that I had genuinely forgotten what these people were. Officers of a national organization, whose entire job before all this was arresting men exactly like that. They threw all 4 out onto the street themselves and came back and finished their soup. Then I ordered lunch, and I want to walk you through the pricing. Abalone, 500 chips. King crab, 580. Australian lobster, 620. A chip is a caddy of rice, so a plate of abalone is 500 caddies of rice. Our lunch came to about 3,000 caddies. 3,000 caddies of rice is 2 years of food for one survivor. I ate 2 years of a stranger's life in about 40 minutes, and the room hated me for it in a way I found deeply educational. Where did this nouveau riche crawl in from? Jiang's kept, look at him. 4 women with money and 1 pretty boy, that's the entire arrangement. I would also like to be kept by 4 women like that. So would I, but I can't, so I have to despise him instead. Halfway through the meal, my own senior martial artist walked in, the one whose arm I'd put a spear through. Zhang is stationed in this region now, on my instructions, and he came in for lunch and saw me at a corner table and went the color of paper. Zhang did not come over. Zhang did not dare. Jiang sat 6 tables away with a menu shaking in both hands while the entire waiting staff bent over backward for him, because to them he was a senior martial artist and the most important customer in the building. Meanwhile, the Chen clan's guard captain had pulled every camera in the city and had nothing. Slow it down 4 times. There is nothing. There is no projectile. Their heads simply come apart. No shell casings, no impact damage on the walls behind them. Whatever this is, it hits a head every single time, and it's doing it at random in a crowded street. Jiang was, in fairness to him, exactly right. Then the Chen clan came to the restaurant, and the next 10 minutes are the funniest thing that has ever happened to me. The guard captain came in first and announced that nobody was to leave the building. I put him through a wall. Then Chen Feihao arrived, ordered my arrest, and specified that the 4 women were to be brought to his residence for questioning, and then corrected himself to say for instruction, and then made a face like a man who had hurt himself. I hit him hard enough that he was unconscious before he finished turning around. Then his escort stepped forward, the formal martial artist on loan from the Mei family, and said the line they all say. How dare you lay hands on young Master Chen? Jiang is under my protection. I slapped him too, and then I gave him a compliment because he'd earned it. You're tougher than the other 2. That wasn't a tenth of my strength, and you're still standing. Genuinely well done. So he called for help, and the person he called for was sitting 8 meters away eating soup. My senior martial artist stood up. Jiang walked over with tremendous dignity in front of the entire dining room, adjusted his sleeve, and slapped his own colleague across the face. Then he said one word, trash. The room decided this was some unfathomable martial family politics. In fact, his internal calculation, which he told me later, was, my full-strength slap raised less swelling on that man's face than 1/10 of Lord Mei Hu's did, and I could not let anybody in this room notice. And then the beaten man delivered the greatest line in this entire account. Zhang got up on one knee, blood on his chin, and announced to the whole restaurant, a man's knees are made of gold. I will never yield. The room loved it. There was actual applause. Better a broken jade than an intact roof tile. That is what the martial families are. Look at him. That's real spine. And I said in a completely level voice, 3. Jiang was on the floor before I said 2. A man's knees are made of gold, he said from the tiles, but I have always regarded money as dirt. I gave him the chain, and he carried his own employer out of the building over his shoulder. The room was quietly delighted about all of it, and it took me a while to understand why. Chen Feihao had spent 2 years taking anybody he wanted off the streets of that city, and nobody had ever raised a hand, and today 4 strangers and a pretty boy had put the Mei family's own retainer face down on the floor. The hotel owner, from the Gao clan, was at my elbow within 90 seconds. Everything you have is on the house. Please order the expensive things. Order more of them. Zhang was not being generous. Jiang was making an investment against the Chen clan, using me as the instrument, and he was completely open about it once we were sitting down. Here is how power works in Pengcheng, and it is the single ugliest thing about that city. The Chen clan holds the gates and the guard, and they hold them because Chen Feihao's sister was given as a concubine to a side branch of the Mei family, and that is the entire basis of their position. Every clan in that city has an arrangement like that, all 4 of them. The whole structure is built out of somebody's daughter. That evening, I found out that my future deduction now runs 24 hours. Not 1, not 2. A full day, simulated, and from here on the levels only add more runs, not more depth, which meant, as I sat in a hotel room in a hostile city, that I could spend the same day 100 times until I got it right. That is my actual cheat, not the ice, not the strength. Everybody looks at the ice. I can live tomorrow, learn from it, and then have tomorrow again. I have run a day where I challenged the Mei family openly in front of their gates, and the old ancestor did not come out. I have run a day where I destroyed most of that clan, and he did not come out. I have run a day where I froze the entire estate solid, every building and every person in it, and all I got was a voice from somewhere underground making threats, and he still did not come out. 3 days spent, none of them real, and the conclusion is the same each time. The Grandmaster exists, he is in there, and there is no provocation on this earth that brings him into the open. So I built a habit out of it. Every morning, first thing, I run the day. And if the old ancestor doesn't appear in the simulation, then whatever I do that day, I know exactly how far it goes. There's a story about a wizard who ran 14 million futures to find the single one where they win. People treat that as a fantasy. It's just a Tuesday with better information. One thing did come out of those runs. In one of them, I froze the Mei estate, turned on the aura, and asked everyone in it where the key fragment was kept. They all gave me the same answer. The old ancestor keeps it on his person. Always. It has never been anywhere else, which means the target is unreachable. And the only question left is what brings a man out of a hole he has been in for 100 years. And I had a bad theory about that. Jiang might be about to break through to something above Grandmaster. Nobody in that clan believes there is anything above Grandmaster. Nobody has ever documented one, but a man does not sit in a hole for a century for no reason, and he does not stay in it while his own house burns unless he is very close to something. The other detail I collected from those runs is the one that keeps me up. The old ancestor's wife is over 100 years old and looks 18. That's what martial arts buys, not just strength, time. And an ability user gets none of it, not one day, and everybody I have pulled out of the fire is going to get old on schedule while men who look 30 sit in a compound and wait me out. I want the elixir. I have been circling that sentence for a while and I might as well land on it. I am not chasing it for power. I have power. I am chasing it because I have built something with about 6,000 people in it, and I have run the numbers on how long I get to hold it, and the number is bad, and I refuse. The retainer I'd chained went back to the Chen clan and immediately resigned, with attitude. I am a retainer of the Mei family, not your dog. His private thought, which he shared with me later, is my favorite thing anyone has said about their own situation. Being Lord Meihu's dog is one thing. I did that voluntarily, but this steward talks to me like I'm nothing. Chen Feihao woke up furious and called his sister the concubine and lied to her. Jiang told her there was a maniac in the city detonating people's heads and that he was hunting him, and she told him off like an older sister. I hear you keep using the bodyguards I arranged for you to push people around in the street. If any of that gets back to the Mei family, you will ruin us both, and I will not be able to protect you. Do you understand what my position in that house actually is? Meanwhile, the clan steward was comforting the beaten retainer, and his line is the most cynical thing in this story. Look at it properly. The beating was a blessing. If you hadn't been humiliated that badly in public, do you think they'd have assigned you a senior martial artist? You've been promoted by being hit. The man's pain visibly improved. Elder Zhang came the next day, and he was a different kind of professional. No speeches, no dignity performance. Take me to him. My time is limited. Whether he is guilty is a matter for the interrogators. I was told to arrest him. Convicting him is not my department. There was a shouting match in the lobby between the Chen clan and the Gao clan about harboring a fugitive, and then a phone call to my room that Chen Feihao took over halfway through. Come downstairs right now, or I will come up and beat you to death in your own room. I came downstairs. The lobby had an audience by then, and people were betting. Come quietly, said Elder Zhang, and you will be spared physical suffering. Kneel down and beg, I said, and I might spare your life. Zhang opened at 30% because you always open low against an unknown. Then he saw my hand coming up in time and jumped straight to 80. Jiang went 10 meters backward. Zhang stood up with his right arm shaking and put it inside his sleeve so the room wouldn't see. How did you enjoy 1/10? I said. The next one is 2/10. Credit where it's due, he tried to leave with his dignity attached. This is a dispute between you and the Chen family. I'll take my leave. Then Chen Feihao started shouting orders at him from behind a pillar, and Elder Zhang turned around and slapped his own employer, which by that point in the week I was starting to consider a local custom. And then I said, 3. And he did not kneel. Zhang put his entire life into one stroke instead. A man who has trained for 140 years, everything he had, all of it, in one cut. The blade energy came apart around a single ice needle that went through it without slowing, and his head came apart behind it. His dying strike arrived a half-second later on its own momentum and broke against my shield without leaving a mark. The lobby understood the second part before they understood the first. A senior martial artist, full strength. It didn't scratch him. Run, everybody run. Are we going to get headshot too? Chen Feihao knelt on that marble and put his forehead into it until it bled. I'll be your dog. My whole family will be your dogs. We have resources, we have treasures, we have women. Take all of it. Take everything. Just. And I gave him the honest answer, which is the coldest thing I have ever said to a human being. Who told you I was going to let you go? Your things are already mine. Do I need your permission? The Gao clan's hotel owner, who had backed me from the first minute, said quietly to his manager, "From today there are 3 great families in Pengcheng." And then I asked him for one favor before I left, and it is the only decent thing I did in that city. If the 4 women I came in with ask where I've gone, tell them I've stepped out on business and I'll be back shortly. Don't tell them what this is. I did not cover my tracks after that. I made them deliberately and loudly and in the largest possible letters, because I had spent 3 simulated days learning that the old ancestor does not come out for insults or for destruction or for a frozen estate. So the plan became simple and stupid on purpose. Make it impossible to ignore and keep escalating and see what number brings him up. Over at the Mei side branch, meanwhile, a domestic argument was reaching its natural conclusion. Ma Ting had caught her husband in his previous lie about the senior martial artist. You said your sister sent one. Avenge my family, you said. What can you actually do besides talk? Gu Cheng is a formal martial artist. Zhang looks about 30. Zhang is over 70, and this pregnancy is very probably the last child he will ever have, which is why he agreed to what she demanded next. She wanted to be driven to the execution. She wanted to watch it happen. I put a crater a meter deep in the courtyard of the Chen family estate. Your son put his hand on me. I already killed him. You and your wife pay for the way you raised him. Everybody else kneels, and I might let you leave. They laughed. Genuinely laughed. Who in this city would dare touch young Master Chen? The first volunteer was still rolling his neck when his head came off. And I said the thing that I now understand was the moment I stopped being a person with a job and became whatever I am. I'm a merciful man. Nobody I deal with ever has to wait for it. One motion, and it's over before your face has finished changing. You could try thanking me, somebody shouted from the gate. Stop, I'm from the Mei family. The head of the Chen clan straightened up with hope all over his face. Zhang was still straightening when I took it off. 4 senior martial artists came for me that afternoon. Actual leadership of the Mei side branch, and they were considerably better than the 2 I'd already dealt with. There was an audience. Ma Ting had her chair brought out, 7 months pregnant, with the dead man's sister beside her, and the 2 of them discussed at length what they wanted done with my body afterward, in a tone people use about a wedding menu. 4 name techniques went off at once. Asura Slash, Shattering Wave Fist, Mountain Turning Palm, Reincarnation Finger. The shockwave alone threw the spectators across the yard. The crater was 10 meters deep. When the dust cleared, I was above it, in the air, cloak moving, without a mark on my clothes. Somebody in the wreckage said, an elite martial artist would be badly hurt by that. His clothes aren't even torn. And Gu Cheng, who is a coward and was therefore the only person present thinking clearly, took his wife's arm and said, something is wrong here. We should go. If those 4 lose, nobody in this yard gets out. She refused to leave. She wanted to see it. All right, I said. My turn. Everything within several kilometers turned white. Not a wall this time. A landscape. Roads, walls, buildings, gardens, the 4 of them, every person in that yard, all of it, in about 2 seconds. I left the faces out, deliberately. I wanted to watch arrogance turn into arithmetic in real time, and I am not going to pretend that was tactical. From somewhere in the field, a very small voice said, I have an ice ability user at home. I hired him to chill my drinks. How is this man's ice like this? The 4 seniors were still negotiating when the ice closed, and then they were not negotiating. Their last argument was that if I let them go, the Mei family might forgive me. The Mei estate is over 10 square kilometers. Only the direct line lives inside the walls. The side branches live outside them and are permitted to visit. They marry within 3 generations for the sake of the bloodline, and the side branches supply the direct line, and that sentence is doing a great deal of work that I am not going to unpack any further. The head of the family is Gu Zhen, master warrior. Master grade lives about 800 years. Jiang is somewhere past 500 and he looks 32. His wife is over 80 and looks 20, 257 concubines, 369 daughters, 352 sons. I stood outside those walls and did the only arithmetic that has ever really mattered to me. Zhang has 500 years and he has spent them on this. On a compound, and a ledger of children, and a token he keeps in his pocket that he has never once used. I have maybe 50. And in 2 months I have built 4 bases, 6,000 people, a school, a clinic, and a supply corridor, and every single one of those things dies with me unless I do something about it. I want the elixir because I am not finished, and I can already see the end of the table from here. The head of the Mei family keeps 4 guardians, all of them elite martial artists. Together they can hold a master warrior for hundreds of exchanges. They hesitated when I walked in, because I did not look like anything they could categorize, and a man who cannot be categorized might be the heir of a family you do not want to offend. Gu Zhen settled it with one sentence without getting up. They're not martial artists. Kill them. 4 needles. 4 ice sculptures, still airborne, still in the postures they had launched from, and I watched a master warrior's eyes fail to track it. His reflexes are good enough to dodge a rifle round. Zhang said so himself afterward, and it's true, but he could not honestly tell me he would dodge that needle every time, and the word he used was honestly, and I respected him for it. Here's what I want, I said. The Mei family serves me. Peng Cheng is mine. Say yes, and nobody else in this compound has to be inconvenienced. And he gave me the only genuinely good answer anybody on the other side has ever given me. Do you know how old this family is? 5,000 years. Ministers of this empire do not speak to us the way you are speaking to me. Governments have not managed what you are proposing to do this afternoon, alone, on foot. Then he told me why the Mei family wants the elixir, and it turned out we wanted it for exactly the same reason. Our old ancestor is past 800. Zhang has less than 100 years left. My son has not broken through to Grandmaster and may not. If the ancestor dies before there is another one, this family stops being a family and Peng Cheng gets handed to whichever city asks for it first. Everything you see took 5,000 years and it is currently resting on one old man's remaining decades. I could have killed him in one motion. I want to be clear about that, because it's the point. I had already done it in a simulation. Eternal Freeze does not care about grades. In front of that ice, a master warrior and a first-week apprentice are the same object at different sizes. I fought him with my hands instead, for one reason, and it was not honor. I wanted the noise. I wanted an 800-year-old man underground to hear his own head of family losing and decide it was time. I froze the 1,000 people in that compound first, so nobody would interrupt. And Gu Zhen rolled his shoulders and said, "Peerless fist," and told me, almost apologetically, that he had not thrown a punch in 100 years. The pressure took the roofs off 2 buildings. I answered it with a fist of Eternal Freeze 10 meters across, moving faster than sound. His technique came apart against it. The fist slowed by maybe a tenth, kept going, went past him, and took the cliff face behind the compound off the map. Jiang looked at where the cliff had been. "How long has it been?" he said, mostly to himself. "Since I met an opponent. The last time, people were still fighting with knives and spears." Then the fist turned around and came back. That was the moment it stopped being a fight. I watched a 500-year-old man's face while a 10-meter ice fist that he had already dodged reversed in midair and lined up on him again, and I saw the exact instant he understood the century he was living in. Somebody in his own household said it out loud because they were all standing there frozen and watching. It tracks. It follows him. That's a man with a bow meeting a man with a rifle. That's not a duel. That's the new era hitting the old one. Gu Zhen emptied his entire life onto that fist. Wave palm. Heaven-turning seal, spirit-shattering leg, a shower of stars, flash finger split, techniques with names that his family has been writing down for 5,000 years, thrown one after another at a block of ice with no face and no nerves and nothing to persuade, not a mark on it. His own guardian, frozen to the chin at the edge of the yard, shouted the correct advice. "Master, don't fight the fist, hit the man." So he came for me instead, which is when I built the second one. A hand, that time, open, 10 meters across. And then there were 2 of them, and a master warrior of a 5,000-year-old family spent 4 minutes being herded around his own courtyard by a fist and a palm that never got tired and never needed to breathe. At one point, I had the fist stop, hover, and extend one finger at him. Jiang coughed blood after that, and I would like to say it was from the exertion. I drove him into his own flagstones with the palm, like a man setting a nail, and left his head out. Then I shouted at the house, "Come out, or I kill your son. That's the offer. It expires." And here's a number I have never told anybody until now. That was the 183rd time I had attacked the Mei family. 182 simulated days. Different approaches, different hours, different orders of operations, different opening lines. I had burned that estate, frozen it, walked in politely, come in at night, come in with an army. 182 times, I said out loud to a building. What is the weak point? Where is it? Why haven't I found it yet? And then finally, an old man's voice came out of the ground under that house. Not shouting, not fighting, negotiating. Young man, leave a path for other people to walk on. Take whatever you like in Pengcheng. I'll hold nothing against you. Release my family, and I will owe you a favor. I have thought a great deal about why he wouldn't come out, and his own family gave me the answer while frozen. When a grandmaster moves, one of the two dies. Always. There is no such thing as a grandmaster losing a fight and walking home to think about it. That is why they never fight each other, why they sit in holes for centuries, and why the whole top of this world is a standoff between people who are all too valuable to risk. Jiang wasn't a coward. Jiang was an asset that could not be spent. I asked for the fragment and he refused, and his refusal was completely reasonable. The fragments are not only ours. Other families hold them, and their patriarchs are not as easy to talk to as I am. And without all six, the vault does not open. So the piece you are demanding is worthless on its own. Do you really want to make an enemy of this family over a worthless thing? Then I put my hand on his son's throat and started counting, and the voice under the house stopped. Just stopped. And I watched 3,000 members of the Mei family, still frozen, listening to their god decline to save the head of their own line. Zhang's not coming. Zhang's not coming out. Somebody near the back said, "So that's it then," in a very flat voice. And there is no ice on earth as cold as that sentence. 5,000 years of standing above everybody, gone in about 11 seconds because a teenager put a hand on a throat and an old man did the math out loud. I waited until the whole city had gathered before I did the rest. 3 remaining clan heads, their households, the guards, the traders, everybody who came out to see what the noise was. Thousands of people in one square. 2 seconds of ice. 1 minute of aura. And then the whole of Pengcheng said the same words at the same time and the sound went off the buildings. The ordinary citizens at the back never knew anything had happened to them. They just saw a figure in the air and thought he looked impressive. Here's what I said to them, and I meant it, and I still do. Your ancestor won't come out to protect you. Zhang just proved that in front of all of you, so I'll do it instead. From today you are under my protection, and in exchange, you do as I say. That's the deal. It's the same deal I have with 6,000 other people, and none of them have complained. Then I did the cruelest thing I have ever thought of, and it did not involve touching anybody. The Mei family has over 300 sons of the direct line, then grandsons, then great-grandsons, nearly 2,000 direct descendants. I put them on a rota, 1 hour each, around the clock, no gaps, every one of them standing outside the entrance to their ancestor's seclusion, cursing him, by name, at volume, for 60 minutes. And when the last one finishes, the first one starts again. 2,000 people at an hour each is over 80 days of continuous abuse before anybody has to repeat a shift. His own son went first. I did not lay a hand on that old man. I never even saw his face. I simply arranged for the only voices he has heard in 100 years to be his own children telling him what they think of him, forever, in shifts. The side branches, several thousand more people living outside the walls, watched all of this and said nothing at all, and their reasoning was simple. If the ancestor couldn't handle him, what exactly were they going to do about it? The treasury was inside a mountain, and I only found it because the head of the family's younger brother told me where it was. That's worth explaining. Soul Chain does not make puppets, it makes allies. People who then go away and think, on their own initiative, about what would be useful to me and come back with it. Zombie Control gives me eyes and takes the will. Soul Chain leaves the whole person there and moves one thing. I am aware of which of those two is more frightening. They had hollowed out a mountain, hundreds of tons of grain. Gold, antiques, weapons with names on them, and shelf after shelf of martial arts manuscripts that were completely useless to me, and which I took anyway, because I was not going to leave them for somebody else. And behind the mountain was a valley, and in the valley was a farm. Thousands of cattle, sheep, pigs on actual grass, poultry, deer, boar, a pond system for fish, and, for reasons I never got a satisfactory answer about, tigers. I stood on that ridge for a while. 2 months ago, people 40 kilometers from that fence were eating each other. There is a base I know where a man was traded for 3 chicken drumsticks, and behind a hill, an unbroken supply of fresh beef had been sitting there the whole time, feeding 400 people who look 30 and are 500. I did not take the farm apart. I put a manager on it and told him to keep it running exactly as it was and to double the herd. I I did not move into the ancestral estate either, and my reason was practical. I hate that architecture, and more importantly, the ancestor is still underneath it. If he ever loses his temper properly, the last place on earth I want my people sleeping is on top of him. So I encased the hotel instead. The entire building, from the foundations up, wrapped in eternal freeze. A grandmaster cannot get into that building. I checked. Twice, in simulation. I gave the city to the hotel manager from the Gao clan, the one who backed me before it was safe. And I stayed in Pengcheng, which is the part that surprised me, not for the food, because the old man under that house is the only genuine unresolved threat in my life, and my honest fear is not that he kills me. My fear is that he comes out, sees what has happened to his family, and takes the city down out of spite, because that is what old men do when they lose. Better to smash your own things than let somebody else have them. So I sat on top of him and waited, and every hour of every day one of his children stood outside his door and screamed at him. I wanted him to break. I wanted him angry enough to come up, because the second he moves, he's a target. The corridor politics at the hotel continued regardless of any of this. I walked past two of my own people, arguing about who was going to take the Northern Command, and it turned into the strangest status fight I have ever refereed. One is an elite martial artist, over 100 years old, looks 25. She led with seniority and rank. And Zhang Xuan, who is 23 and top 10 on Earth rank, said, "Since when has being older been an argument in a woman's favor?" Then she landed the actual point, and it went in deep. Zhang doesn't care about your grade. You've seen what he does. In front of him, the strongest person in this city and the weakest are the same object. Your rank buys you nothing here. It buys you nothing anywhere anymore. The older one walked away and did not come back to the argument. I don't think she was upset about the command. I think she had just realized that 100 years of training had been retired by a 19-year-old, and she needed a minute. Teleportation went to 4 overnight. I checked the day every morning after that. Not for me. For the 4 people I'd brought with me, because in a city that had just changed hands twice, there is no such thing as a safe corridor. The ancestor did not come out in any of them. I went out anyway. Simulations tell you what happens if you do the same things. Say one word differently, and the day forks. Walking through that city with those 4 was a strange afternoon. People stepped aside. Shopkeepers came out. Somebody's grandmother put fruit in John Rong's hands and would not take payment, and John Rong, who is invisible and was wearing a school uniform, did not know what to do with her face, and fortunately did not have one. Pengcheng is the first step, I told them, not the destination, the first step. 18 hours into the shifts, the head of the family himself came to see me and bowed. Zhang had been driven into flagstones the previous afternoon. Master warriors regenerate. Overnight, he was completely healed, and he arrived at my table with the ingratiating expression of a man who is very good at power and has just changed which end of it he is on. Then he proposed something I had not thought of. I am a master warrior. My brothers are high-grade elite. Together, the 4 of us can hold the ancestor for a few minutes. Not beat him. Hold him, long enough for you to arrive. His own father. Volunteered, unprompted, with a diagram. And I thought about the shifts, and about a man half a step from a breakthrough nobody has achieved in thousands of years, and about what 2 months of his own grandchildren shouting through a door does to a mind that requires absolute stillness. Zhang cannot break through while that is happening. It is not possible. Every hour those voices run is an hour he does not get back, and he is 800 and something out of 1,000. I have time. Zhang does not. That is the entire strategy, and it is the first time in my life I have won something by being patient. I went to the farm and picked out lunch, which is a sentence I enjoy. A live bull, shellfish out of their own ponds, and a standing order to the estate. Every morning, prepare what I've marked and send it to the hotel. Dinner that night had 2 audiences. The May women, who have eaten like that their entire lives and did not look up, and the 4 I'd brought from home, who had spent 2 months in the apocalypse and were now looking at a king crab the size of a bicycle. "1 leg," said Zhang Rong's uniform, faintly. "1 leg is a whole person's dinner." "Who could have imagined it?" said Zhang Chuan. "There's a city where the apocalypse never actually arrived." The heads of the 2 surviving clans came to pay tribute the next morning, and one of them tried to hand me 20 people. I told him no, and I told him what would happen if he offered again, and the actual gift I took instead was information about how his business works, which is more valuable anyway. The casino clan out-earns the club clan by a factor of 10, and the reason is beautiful. "No matter what era it is," the old man said, "there are gamblers. In peacetime, they gamble money. In the apocalypse, they gamble goods. That's all that changed." The behavior is identical. And the second reason, which I did not expect, their casino is honest. If you win, you keep it. Nobody robs a winner on the way out. In fact, the house walks you to the gate, because touching a winner means touching a customer of the May family, and nobody in that city is stupid enough to try. That reputation is why people walk 500 kilometers to lose things there. In a lawless world, the only casino where you definitely get to keep your winnings is the most powerful institution on the continent. The other clan's gift was a girl in a cage, human from the waist up. Below that, a deer, 4 legs, and small horns. Her name is Olivia, and she had spent a month in a circus. They made her jump through burning hoops and do backflips on a sawdust floor, and when the crowd didn't throw enough, she wasn't fed. She was skin over ribs when they wheeled her in. The thing that got me was not the cage. It was that she has human intelligence, and she learned to speak by listening, and in the entire month, nobody in that circus ever once addressed her. She was livestock that could talk. Do the trick wrong, and there's a whip, and the whip is not a punishment because you don't punish an animal, you just correct it. I asked her a question, her name, I think, something ordinary. She cried so hard she couldn't answer because nobody had asked her anything. She is the only person in this entire account that I picked up for no strategic reason at all. There was no reward, there was no angle. I did not need a deer. I want that on the record because most of the rest of this story is me doing arithmetic. Then both clan heads tried to give me their daughters, competing with each other over whose was the better offer, and one of them gave his own child a thumbs up while she stood there. I said no, loudly, and in front of the room, and then I said the rest of it. Understand what I'm refusing. She has never once been in charge of her own life. If she doesn't go with me, she gets married off to some May cousin who is old and doesn't care. That's her whole future, and both of you arranged it before she could talk, so no. And write down that it's no permanently, because that's the last one of those anybody in this city gets to offer. The steward looked at me like I'd spoken a foreign language, and I think in a way I had. Here is what I did not do to Peng Cheng, and it is the thing I am most sure about in this entire story. I did not strip it. I did not execute the clans. I did not take the granaries, because they have to live too. The entire Mei family works for me now, which makes them my people, and they are a very substantial fighting force. And in this world, population is not a mouth to feed. It is the only thing that produces anything at all. If you kill everyone you meet, who exactly is left to grow the food? So, 3 clans run the city day to day. I take a tribute once a month, and I sit behind them with my hand on the city's throat and mostly do not squeeze. That is a worse thing to be than a conqueror, probably. It's also how the city stayed alive. The morning after that, I came out of my room, and the entire hotel staff was lined up in the corridor. They bowed at the waist, together. Good morning, Lord Mayhu. Breakfast is ready. The manager rushed up to assure me it was not his instruction, that they'd organized it themselves, that nobody was made to do it. And here is what I said, and I have thought about it a lot since. I don't like being high profile, but I like this. Do it every morning from now on. 10 weeks earlier, I was standing in a booth with a broken heater, and the residents of that district used to walk past me without turning their heads, and one of them told me that if there was danger, I should go in first because that's what they paid for. Now 40 people bow in a corridor when I want breakfast, and I heard myself ask them to keep doing it. I don't know what to do with that. I've decided to write it down and move on. The side branches folded without a word. Their whole structure exists to serve the main line. A strong child moves up into the direct family. A weak one gets sent down. And the branches supply the marriages, which is a polite way of describing what it actually is. They were lined up in their courtyard when I landed, rigid as drawn wire, waiting for the interrogation. I'm not here to question anybody, I said. I replaced Gu Xingyun. I didn't replace you. Live exactly the way you were living yesterday. Just report to me instead of him. You could hear the exhale. One of them, an older man near the back, said what all of them were thinking, and he did not bother lowering his voice. What difference does it make whose dog we are? At least this one is stronger than the last one. They had hundreds of tons of supplies in those compounds. I did not touch a sack. And then, halfway back across the city, the sky broke open. A voice came out of the ancestral estate loud enough to shake windows a kilometer away, and there was only one sentence in it. You have disrupted my DAO heart. The seclusion chamber came apart from the inside. 2 days. That's all it took. 2 days of his own children and grandchildren standing outside a door telling him what they thought of him, in shifts, without a single gap, and a man who had held perfect stillness for 100 years lost it. Jiang had been half a step from a breakthrough, half a step from a realm that nobody in recorded history has reached. Jiang needed silence and he needed years, and he had both, and I took the silence away with a duty roster. Jiang came out and put every person in that courtyard on the ground with one motion, including his own son, the master warrior, who had volunteered to hold him, and then he ran, 100-meter bounds, over the rooftops, moving faster than anything I have seen a human body do without an ability attached. I went after him at 4 times the speed of sound, and it was not close. So he did the only intelligent thing available, and I have to respect it. Jiang took the key fragment out of his robe and threw it as hard as he could in the opposite direction. There, the thing you wanted, go and pick it up. And then he was gone, while I was several kilometers away catching a piece of jade out of the air. His reasoning was sound, and he explained it to himself in front of a lot of witnesses on the way out. Jiang is close to 900 out of 1,000. The breakthrough is the only thing that gives him more time, and any serious injury, any at all, delays a breakthrough by decades he does not have. Jiang wasn't running from me. Jiang was running from arithmetic. The fragment hit my ice armor hard enough that it would have gone through a bare hand. I put it next to the one I already had, and they matched along the broken edge. 6 pieces. Together, they make a circle. A round jade disc with a hole in the middle, and when the two of mine sat side by side, one of the May stewards went completely white and said a name I'd only ever heard in a school textbook. 3 of the remaining 4 are held by 3 families. Nobody knows where the 6th is, which means everyone else in this world can hold at most 1. I have 2. I flew up over Pengcheng afterward and said the sentence, because it had to be said out loud. I'm the master of this city. Anyone who disagrees, now is the moment. And I got something I was not prepared for, which was cheering. Not fear, not silence. A city of survivors making a noise like a stadium. I did not understand it until one of the Gao clan explained it to me that evening. For 300 years, the ancestor of the Mei family was a god in that city. Unreachable, unnamed, in polite conversation. Every clan, every fortune, every marriage arranged around a man nobody had seen. And a stranger walked in, took his house, made his own son stand outside his door, and shouted at him for 2 days, and the god ran away over the rooftops in front of everybody. Other bases had heard rumors about how strong I was. Pengcheng had watched. The last thing I understood in that city changed how I think about the next year, and it is not glamorous. The era of looting supermarkets is over. I have thousands of tons of grain in a space inside my chest, and it is worth less every week because a warehouse is a number that only goes down. Pengcheng is a flow. People walk in and spend. 3 clans run the machine, and once a month I take a cut and I have not lifted a finger. And the Marshall families are not enemies. They are warehouses that keep restocking themselves. There are 3 more of them, and each of them has a fragment. I am going to go and visit every single one. The system paid out for the streak that night, and it paid out like it was closing an account. 40 consecutive rescues, 400 to every attribute, all 4 of them at once, which put me at 2,500 across the board, 50 times an ordinary human being. Plus 4 free points to spend on abilities, plus a 3rd advancement scroll. I sat in a hotel encased in ice and read my own panel like a man reading a will. Eternal freeze 14. I can drive ice at 7 times the speed of sound. Dark space 11. 110 meters cubed. Zombie control 8. Teleportation 3. Heavenly thunder 3. Fish and water 2, soul chain aura 4, berserk 5, which is 100% to everything for 1 minute, 5 times a day, and running, on my own legs, with no cloak and no ice, 450 meters a second. I break the sound barrier on foot now. Walking is a thing I do out of politeness. Then I had to decide where 4 points went, and I want to walk through the reasoning, because it's the last real decision I make in this account. Ice is finished. It is genuinely finished. I cannot think of a problem that more ice solves. Storage is absurd already. I could put a town in that cube. Zombie control is a dead end. I can drive a level 8 and there are perhaps a dozen level 4s in this entire country. I have overshot the available supply of zombies. Fish and water I have used exactly once. And Heavenly Thunder, which I love, is honestly a light show. It is spectacular and it lights up a car park and it does not do one thing an Ice Needle can't do faster. So 3 points into teleportation, 1 into Soul Chain Aura. Ding. Teleportation, level 6, 10,000 kilometers, 6 times a day. 10,000 kilometers is most of a planet. 1 more level and I can put myself on the far side of the world, take a head, and be back before the body finishes falling. Distance stops being a category. There will be no such thing as far away, and the aura went to a 10-kilometer radius, which means a city, all at once, in 1 minute. I sat with that panel open for a long time, and the thought I ended on is the only conclusion this whole account has been walking toward. A martial artist has a ceiling, Grandmaster, and then 800 years of hoping there's a door. My system does not have one. Nobody has ever mentioned a maximum. Nobody has ever mentioned the word. I started at building level, a man who could clear a house, then street level, then a district, then a city. I'm somewhere past city now, and I can see what the next word is, and I would like it on record that I am not comfortable with it. There are 4 martial families in the Shenlong Empire, and they are all about equally strong. Mei in the south at Pengcheng, Ting in the north at Lucheng, Gu in the west at Yecheng, Shimen in the east at Dongfangcheng. Each family named its own city after itself, which tells you the entire political history of this country in 1 sentence. Each has a grandmaster. Each has a fragment. And I want to correct something I said earlier, because it was self-flattering and wrong. The Mei ancestor did not run because he was weaker than me. Zhang ran because he was half a step from a breakthrough and could not afford a scratch. At the other 3 houses, nobody will be mid-breakthrough. At one of those 3, I am finally going to get a real fight with a real grandmaster. I left the city to the family that used to own it. Their head bowed and promised to run it better than he had before, and he probably will, because the difference between a man who owns a city and a man who manages one for somebody frightening is about 40% efficiency. The last thing I did in Pengcheng was put a lid on it. I went up over the middle of the city and put a hand out, and the wall came up around the whole perimeter, 50 meters, then 100, then past the tallest building in the city, and it kept going. And the crowd below stopped cheering and started asking each other what exactly was happening. It stopped when it was higher than the Mei ancestral estate on its mountain, over 1,000 meters of eternal freeze, several meters thick, standing around an entire city. Somebody down there tried to estimate the weight and gave up. Then I put a lid on it. A sheet across the sky, joined to the wall, and I opened holes in it until it was a net. Rain gets in, air gets in, light gets in, nothing else does. The gate is eternal freeze now too, and it locks from inside. And I said the only thing worth saying to a city that had spent 3 centuries being somebody's property. Nobody has ever broken this ice except me. From today, Pengcheng is the safest place on this planet. It doesn't matter how strong they are. Gu Xingyun himself cannot get back in. I did think through what happens if a grandmaster comes in disguised through the gate on foot like a person. Then he's inside a sealed box with my zombies on the walls, and the moment they see him, I teleport in and shut the gate behind me. There is not going to be a second time where a grandmaster gets to run away. I moved the villa district that afternoon. The logic was simple. Pengcheng is now the most defended place in the world, and my people were still sitting in a suburb 500 kilometers away behind an ice wall and a hope. I told them we were going, and they asked for a week to pack. We've lived here 2 months. There's furniture. There are things. You're not packing. I'm taking the district. Nobody believed me. Kuiqing got out a pen. 50 villas, 10 residential blocks. A villa is roughly 300 tons. A tower is 3,000. That's 15,000 plus 30,000. 45,000 tons. You are proposing to carry 45,000 tons. Yes? With your mind. Yes? Then I'd like everybody to come outside and stand well back. I put a dome of ice over the whole district. Then I sent the ice down, under it, through the soil, until it met itself underneath, and then I lifted. 45,000 tons of concrete came out of the ground with a noise like a mountain clearing its throat, and every person in that district screamed, and Dumei fainted properly for the first time in her life, and then we were a kilometer up and climbing. Then I accelerated, and the sonic boom rolled out behind us across 4 provinces. Survivors on the ground looked up and saw a residential complex going past at supersonic speed. Is that a spaceship? That's a neighborhood. That's an actual neighborhood. I can see the balconies. Why is there a housing estate in the sky? Rich people, probably some big shot, is bored. The net over Pengcheng opened when I got there, because it opens when I want it to, and I set 50 villas and 10 towers down on an empty lot inside the city with a crash that shook every window in the district. Everybody in Pengcheng knew immediately who had done it. Nobody else in this world does housework at that scale. Zhang brought his entire neighborhood with him, not the people, the buildings. Even the ancestor couldn't have done that. If he could have, he'd have taken the ancestral estate with him when he ran. And here is the part nobody saw, and it's the only reason I'm including any of this. When it was down and the 2 groups were running at each other and hugging in the street, I stepped behind a wall and put my hand against it because my head was going 50 times an ordinary human, and moving 45,000 tons at supersonic speed had emptied me out. My vision had gone gray at the edges. I stood behind that wall for about 90 seconds before I could walk straight. That is the only time in this entire account that anything cost me something, and I hit it, which tells you what I've turned into. Also, while I was leaning on that wall, I caught myself thinking, if my mental strength keeps growing at this rate, could I carry Pengcheng? There's an old science fiction story about people who put engines on their planet and push it out of orbit to look for a better star. I stood there with a headache thinking about whether I could wrap the Earth in ice and fly it somewhere. I want to be clear that I know exactly how that sentence sounds. I thought it anyway, and then I went and had dinner. Dinner is the thing I actually want to tell you about. Zhang Wen had gotten there before us somehow, and she had already found the kitchens. The hotel had offered to send everything up prepared, signature dishes, 5-star, staff included. She turned it down and asked them to deliver ingredients instead. I asked her why, when there is a 5-star kitchen 400 meters away staffed by people whose entire job that is. Because then what do? She said, chopping. Everyone here has a thing. Kuiqing counts, Gao Pan runs the fields, the teacher has a school, the invisible one does reconnaissance. This is mine. If somebody else cooks, I'm just a person you rescued. I said something about how that wasn't true, and she pointed a knife at me without looking up. You asked. Sit down. It's nearly ready. 2 months earlier, I opened a refrigerator in a house I did not own and found 2 bottles of milk and a girl who told me we didn't cook because we ate out. That night, there were 30 people at a table eating food that a dance teacher made by hand because she wanted to, in a city that eats every day, inside a wall nobody can break. I slept in my own villa. The one I used to patrol past 4 times a night for 3,000 yuan a month, which is now standing in the middle of a conquered city inside 2 separate shells of unbreakable ice. A shield inside a shield. Nobody gets to my people. Not a grandmaster in disguise, not a ninja, not an empire. I lay on that bed and thought, for the first time in weeks, that everything was actually finished. It was not finished. It was about 10 hours from being extremely not finished. Because on the other side of the world, in the Little Sun Empire, 37 men were about to keep a promise. I should explain what happened to their main squad since I left it hanging. Yuki brought 5 heaven-rank operatives into my country with her eyes open, knowing it was a trap, having said so out loud to her own team. It took under a minute. She has been with me since. She is, by some distance, the most competent person in my organization, and she reorganized my entire supply schedule in her first week without being asked. Her people got sent home, all of them, with a list. Fujiwara went back with the rest, and the cover story they had agreed on was good, and they had rehearsed it. They were separated at the border and questioned individually, and every single answer matched. We sent 20 teams, 100 operatives. Fewer than half of you have come back, and why are only men returning? Where are the women? Fujiwara gave them the version we'd written. The Shenlong government's ability users caught them. They found Mei Hu. They besieged him. Jiang was stronger than expected. Captain Yuki was killed. And then he added the line I had told him to add, because it was the one thing that would keep them talking. Jiang's good at everything, sir, but he's a bit of a womanizer. That's why the women aren't back. They tried a honey trap and we were close. We were very close. Send more women next time and we take him. The colonel did not like that at all. You surrounded the #1 ranked ability user on the planet with a heaven rank captain and 4 heaven rank operatives and dozens of earth rank, and you lost. And now you want more women. I find you extremely difficult to believe. What Fujiwara actually wanted was to get into a room with Higami Tanaka, because Tanaka is the highest value target in that country that a man can physically reach, not the emperor. Not the prime minister, their #2 on the heaven ranking, who is a general and who is reachable, and they had a date, all 37 of them simultaneously, because if one goes early, the rest are identified and executed within the hour, tomorrow. They brought in a hypnotist for the second interview. She was a mystic rank Esper, which is nothing, and her ability is that anyone who looks directly at her goes under. That's it. That's the whole power, and it is one of the most effective things I have ever heard of. Fujiwara was out before he sat down. It worked, sir. Jiang will answer honestly now. They asked him his name, his unit, why the invasion failed. Jiang gave the same answers he'd given awake, which convinced them completely. Then the colonel asked, "Have you betrayed the Little Sun Empire?" And a man with his eyes shut started to shake. His eyelids fluttered. His jaw locked. The hypnotist said not to worry, that nothing wakes a subject except injury or mortal danger. Here's what she did not know. She is a mystic rank hypnotist with the mental strength of a slightly gifted human being. Soul Chain is mine, and mine runs at 2,500. Whatever she had put over the top of it came apart the second the question touched something of mine, and Fujiwara opened his eyes. Jiang looked at the two of them for a moment. You suspected me. Fine, that's your job, but you had somebody get inside my head. The colonel started explaining rank to him. Fujiwara broke his neck with one hand, because a heaven rank operative killing an ordinary officer is not a fight, it is a chore. The hypnotist went down on her knees and could not move at all, not from an ability, from the plain animal terror of being close to somebody who has decided to stop pretending. Jiang looked at her for a second. You're not on the list, he said. Run. And then he went out through the door, and outside, all across that base, so did everyone else. 37 of them, at the same minute, going for command staff only. A colonel with a blade in his chest crawled a few meters and started begging, and his reasoning was the most human thing anybody said that day. Don't. You don't remember? I held you when you were a baby. Your father and I served together. I'm your uncle. I bought you sweets when you were 4. Even if you were my father, said the man standing over him. They went through the command structure in about 11 minutes. Then reinforcements arrived, hundreds of ability users, and my 37 got happier, because officers are administrative and ability users are worth points. The reinforcements broke. That's the part their own reports could not explain afterward. 300 against 37, and the 300 broke. They've gone mad. They came back from the Shenlong Empire and they came back wrong. That one lost an arm and he's still coming. Jiang hasn't even looked at it. They're not afraid of dying. They want it. Get out. And then a voice cut across the yard and stopped the retreat cold. Anyone who runs is a deserter, and the only thing a deserter is permitted to do is open his own stomach. Akira Tanaka, former #1 on the heaven ranking of the entire world, now #2, and a general of the Little Sun Empire. Jiang had come down personally, which was exactly what my people had been standing in that yard for 2 hours to arrange. Fujiwara went straight at him and threw a punch and got sent 10 meters for it while Tanaka took 2 steps back. Well, said Tanaka, am I strong enough? How do I compare to your Meihu? Fujiwara got up with blood on his chin. Compared to Lord Meihu, you wouldn't have the right to speak. Your head would already be on the floor and you would not have seen the hand. They lasted under 10 minutes after that, and it was not because Tanaka is a great fighter. They had spent 2 hours running an assassination through a military base, and the 300 reinforcements had spent an hour fighting them, and by the time the #2 ranked ability user in the world walked into that yard, everybody in it was under half. Jiang put his foot on Fujiwara's chest. Tell me now, how does my strength compare to his? And Fujiwara, with a boot on his sternum and nothing left, laughed at him. Not worth one hair. Not one. There isn't a single person in this empire who can fight. You're all garbage. And on the day Lord Meihu comes here, every one of you will be on your knees begging, and I have already seen it, so that's enough. That's enough for me. Second place. Second place, and that's all you'll ever be. Tanaka pushed down with his foot, and that was the end of it. The last thing Fujiwara thought, according to the men beside him who survived long enough to tell me, was about Captain Yuki. That she was with somebody powerful now, that her life would probably be good. Jiang never learned that she was fine. Jiang never learned that she had reorganized my supply schedule. Jiang died in a courtyard on the wrong side of the world thinking he had failed, having personally taken apart the command structure of a national army, and I want that written down somewhere by somebody. They washed the yard down and collected the bodies, and Akira Tanaka stood in the middle of it and could not let it go, because a dying traitor had told him he wasn't worth a hair, and he had believed it for about a second, and he had felt himself believe it. What is this man, he said, out loud, to nobody. What has he got that turns my own elite into that? These are Little Sun Empire officers. Their fathers are Little Sun Empire officers. Jiang called for the interrogation records and read them cover to cover, and it is the single funniest document in this entire war. A punch with the force of tens of tons that turns a man into red mist. Movement so fast it is described as running like wind. 1 m 85, about 80 kilos, sharp features, very handsome, looks about 18. Any woman would like him. Tanaka threw the folder across the room. They describe his face in perfect detail and his abilities in fairy tales. Tens of tons? Do they think Superman is real? Runs like the wind? Every level of an ability user adds twice a human, so a level 5 is 10 times a normal man, and these idiots are describing something else entirely. Then he said the sentence that I keep in a drawer with the apron and the man from the 9th floor. Why not go the whole way and claim he can fly? And, after a moment, working it out with tremendous satisfaction, the only credible line in this entire report is that he is a womanizer. Because look, every returning operative is a man. Not one woman came home. That, at least, is evidence. I should tell you about Tanaka properly, because he is the only one of them I have any sympathy for. Jiang was #1 in the world, globally. First name on every tablet on the planet at level 10, which is the recognized ceiling, and then one day the name changed, so he went to his own government's research institute and took an experimental compound that raises mental strength, which was still in trials, which had no established side effect profile, and he took it like food. His own staff called him a chemical case behind his back, and it worked. Jiang went from level 10 to level 12, 2 whole levels past the ceiling, in a system where every level after 10 costs more than the one before. Jiang came out of the tablet and looked up, and I was still first. Jiang has never recovered from that afternoon. Jiang told me later that he sat down on the ground. The side effects put him into a depression that lasted weeks, and he has never touched the compound again. Jiang was a man who did everything right, permanently damaged himself to be the best in the world, and lost to somebody who was getting his numbers by opening doors for strangers. His conclusion was that I must have some anti-zombie gimmick that games the trial, and honestly, given his information, that is the correct conclusion. Then I go to the Shenlong Empire myself, he said, and he likes women. Fine, I'll bring him plenty of women, I'll use them to occupy him, and then I will take his head. Jiang recalled every operative the Little Sun Empire had in the field, and I did not know a single thing about any of it. I was asleep in a villa I used to patrol. The whole thing collapsed at the top the next morning in the Prime Minister's office, and it collapsed for a beautiful reason. Tanaka demanded the expedition, all of it, every elite the Empire had left, personally led, and the Prime Minister refused and told him why. This morning I received word that the Vice President of the White Eagle Empire has been assassinated by their own returning operatives, the ones who came back from the Shenlong Empire. One of the mechanized units detonated itself in the building, and in the blast, the president of the White Eagle Empire was hit in the chest by a fragment and died on the floor of his own office. 2 heads of state. One morning, by people I had sent home weeks earlier with a list. "General," said the Prime Minister, "the Shenlong Empire appears to be cursed. Every single person who goes there comes back and kills their own leadership. If I send you there with our remaining strength, then in 3 weeks I will be sitting in this chair waiting for you to come through that door. I would rather not." Tanaka swore that his will was unbreakable, that he had been number 1 in the world, that nobody could turn him, and the Prime Minister, who is not a fighter and is therefore the most dangerous man in that building, said the thing that changed the shape of my future. "I am not going to send an ability user against the world's strongest ability user. To remove him, I need something that is not an ability user at all," which meant the ninja. There are clans in that country 1,000 years older than the government. They train from childhood, they run on chakra, and a low-ranking one can beat a heaven-rank ability user without particular effort. They do not answer to a prime minister, they accept funding and nothing else. Tanaka rates himself, honestly, at about middle grade by their standards. And the prime minister had already made the call, and his leverage was perfect and entirely unromantic. The village doesn't farm, they fight. Everything they eat comes from us. If the Little Sun Empire falls, they can either learn agriculture or starve. They understood the argument immediately. 3 days, 1 elite Jonin leading 3 Chunin into the Shenlong Empire to kill me. Tanaka asked to go with them and got a condition. "You are a general. If you travel with the village, you take their orders. Can you accept that?" And he said yes through his teeth, because he has to see it for himself. Meanwhile, in the west of my own country, an old man ran up to the gates of Yecheng. The guards saw him coming from a long way off, because he was moving fast enough to blur, and they stopped him the way you stop anyone. Zhang did not raise his voice. Zhang said quietly, "Your ancestor Gu and I are old friends." And the sound went through the entire city and hit every ear inside it at once. From somewhere deep in Yecheng, another voice came back. "So it's Brother Mei. I heard you'd been in seclusion 100 years. What brings you out?" Gu Shan, patriarch of the Gu family, grandmaster, semi-retired, hasn't run the city in decades. His son Gu Bing runs it, and Gu Bing is a master warrior, so you can imagine the household. 2 old men, tea, a very quiet room, and Gu Xingyun had to explain that he had lost his city. Understand his position. Jiang went into seclusion 100 years ago. Jiang came out into a world with zombies in it, with something called ability users in it, and he has met exactly one of them. "What is an ability user?" he said. "How strong are they? I have been under a mountain for a century, and I come up to find the world full of things that are neither human nor ghost, and a new category of person I have never heard of." Gu Shan, who did not go into seclusion and therefore watched the outbreak happen, laughed at him. "Ability users are ordinary people who got lucky. A heaven-rank ability user is not a match for a formal martial artist. Their world number 1 is probably worth an average formal, at best." And Gu Xingyun put his cup down. "Do not treat me like a fool, Brother Gu. My son is a master warrior. That man beat him and then took his mind. Thousands of Mei family members belong to him now. I could not stay in my own house. Jiang nearly caught me on the way out, and he is faster than I am, and he can fly." Gushan stopped laughing. Zhang fixed on exactly one word, and he was right too. Faster than you, and flight. That's not an ability user. That's the realm above Grandmaster. Nobody has reached that in thousands of years. Zhang is not a martial artist. There was no true energy in him at all. There was nothing. And then Gu Xingyun admitted the thing he had not told anybody. "I got out because I gave him something, the key fragment. I threw it away as bait and I ran while he went for it. His goal is the ancestral dragon, and every one of the 4 families holds a piece. So he is coming here, Brother Gu. Sooner or later, he is coming here." Gushan's response was exactly what mine would have been in his position, which is why the world works the way it does. "Then let him come to Yecheng, and he will not leave it. An ability user, meddling with the ancestral dragon. 2 months. This whole category of person is 2 months old. Can a 2-month-old infant beat a man in his 50s? Gu Xingyun stayed. Zhang asked for a room and permission to continue his breakthrough, and he got both because 2 grandmasters in one city is a thing worth having. 3 more years, he said. "The day I break through is the day I take Pengcheng back." And Gushan's son, who had listened to all of it from the doorway, was even more confident than his father. "Father, that old man's been underground so long he's frightened of the modern world. Jiang was scared out of his own house by an ability user. I could crush that with a finger. In fact, why don't we take Pengcheng ourselves? Then it's Gu family property, and Gu Xingyun can't complain because we'd be taking it from Mei Hu, not from him." Gu Shan, to his enormous credit, said no. "Send scouts first. That decision is the only reason anybody in this account is still alive. I spent that week doing something extremely boring, which is surveying my own perimeter. 50 kilometers out from Pangcheng, there are 7 or 8 survivor bases, 1 to 2,000 people each. They cluster there deliberately because Pangcheng is an umbrella. Entry is cheap, prices inside are brutal, but if a horde comes, you can get behind that gate for a day or two, and that is worth building your life next to. Past 100 kilometers, the bases thin out because the umbrella doesn't reach. And out past the edge of it, I saw zombies gathering. Not wandering, gathering. Sitting behind abandoned houses in groups, out of sight of a base that had no idea they were there. Which meant a horde was forming, and a horde forms around a leader. And a leader means a high level, and a high level means a crystal core, and a crystal core means 100 red pills. Then the leader arrived and I revised my estimate. A devourer walked in from the north, and it was over 10 meters tall and weighed several tons, and the ground moved under each step. Behind it, the whole crowd came out of hiding and formed up, and a second one caught my eye, which is the one that mattered. There was a level 4 in that horde, male, moving faster than the others, close enough to human that at distance you would not look twice, and the crowd was reacting to him. And on the roof of a high building, well back from the line, there was a woman standing perfectly still, watching the entire field and not participating in any of it. A commander who does not fight. That's not a level 4, I said, out loud, to myself, at 500 meters. That's something past 4. The base saw them coming with about 90 seconds to spare. 10-meter wall, 2 to 3 meters thick, properly reinforced since the outbreak. 1,500 people, 5 ability users, 2 women and 3 men. Their leader is called John Hanuo, and she is the best field commander I have met in this world, and I include everybody. Her first decision was correct and terrifying. We go out, now. If the Molters and that devourer reach this wall, the wall comes down, and then it's inside with 1,500 people. We stop them before they arrive. One of her own ability users said what everybody was thinking. Boss, that thing is 10 meters tall. All 5 of us together aren't a match for one arm. Then it's a good thing we prepared. 200 meters out from the base, they had dug pits. 10 meters wide, 20 deep, covered. The devourer went into one head first and vanished, and most of the horde behind it went in on top. We did it. Everybody, fuel, move, before it climbs out. We are going to cook them. And the level 4 roared once, and the entire chaotic crowd stopped being a crowd and became a wall of bodies in front of the pit. John Hanuo is a level 3 ability user, 6 times an ordinary human, and she can throw a 40-kilo fuel can 200 meters. Line up, I throw, you carry, the 5 of us are catapults, everyone else is supply. They lobbed dozens of cans over the top of a zombie wall into a pit. Then somebody stuffed a rag in one, lit it, and handed it over. The pit went up. Fire came out of that hole hard enough to feel from 40 meters, and the devourer screamed inside it. I was watching from about a kilometer up, and I want to be honest about my reaction, because it wasn't tactical. I was impressed. She had dug pits in front of her own base before there was anything to fall into them. She knew to use fire. She had 5 ability users organized as artillery, and 1,100 civilians organized as logistics, inside 90 seconds. I burned a tower block full of zombies once, and it made me strong, and I have not been able to repeat it since, because the zombies learned to walk around fire. This woman found the one method that still works, and she found it on her own. Then the woman on the roof said 2 words, and they carried across the entire battlefield without being loud. Bone spikes, and every molter on that field stopped attacking, disengaged, and went behind the ordinary zombies. Their muscles started moving wrong. Their bones cracked audibly, from 100 meters, dozens of them at once, and then their bones came out through the muscle and stood up into the air. Then spikes grew out of their feet and drove into the ground and rooted them, and they leaned back and threw. Tens of thousands of bone spikes went up in an arc and came down on 300 people in the open. I said something out loud that I am not proud of, which was closer to admiration than horror. Level 5s can decide the evolutionary path of the zombies under them, not influence. Decide. She had converted a wave of shock troops into artillery in 6 seconds, and they reload. The spikes grow back. The spikes weren't fatal. That's the part that made me move. They're 12 centimeters long and half a centimeter thick, and they go into a shoulder or a thigh and hurt and don't kill, and then about 20 seconds later the person carrying one starts foaming and goes down mid-stride and gets back up as something else. They're covered in the thing that lives in those bodies. Of course they are. John Hanuo understood that faster than I did, and gave the worst order any commander gives. Anyone hit by a spike does not come inside the wall. Nobody hit comes in. Do it now. And on the wall above her, the women watched their husbands and their fathers and their sons turn in the open field, and they were not allowed to go down and get them, because the alternative was 1,500 people instead of 30. That is what that world does. It gives you a correct decision. So I went to work. I made several hundred longswords out of eternal freeze, and I dropped them. They came down like rain, point first, and stuck in the ground in the middle of 300 terrified people. Somebody screamed that the sky was falling. Jean Hanuo pulled one out of the dirt and cut a molter in half from shoulder to hip, and the blade did not slow down or catch. Take a sword, every one of you take a sword. They cut through them. An ordinary survivor, not an ability user, a man with no training who had been running away 30 seconds earlier, took a molter's legs off, then its head, and then stood there laughing with his hands shaking. I did that. Me. An ordinary person just killed a molter. They went through the regular zombies like a field being mowed. Then the spikes came again, and I made 300 shields. A man watched a sky full of bone spikes coming down on him, and a transparent shield appeared in the air in front of him, and every spike rang off it and fell, not a scratch on the ice. They picked them up and felt the cold and asked each other whether they had been blessed by a god of ice, and I would like to state for the record that I heard that from a kilometer up, and I did not correct anybody. Sword in one hand, shield in the other. A molter hit a shield braced against the ground and broke its own arm on it. Then the pit finished cooking and something came out of it. The devourer climbed out on fire. It had gone in at 10 meters. It came out at 15, burning from head to foot, because it had spent the whole time in that hole eating everything else that had fallen in with it. Molters, ordinary zombies, its own kind, all of it, until it was tall enough to reach the lip. John Hanuo worked that out in about 2 seconds and said it out loud, and her people heard their commander sound frightened for the first time. Then it roared and fire came out of its mouth, and 3 people near it went up, and she stopped it. In the middle of that, with a burning mountain walking at her base, she stopped a rout with physics. It is not breathing fire. Listen to me. Its stomach is full of gas from what it's been eating, and its mouth is on fire. So when it roars, the gas ignites. It has not mutated. It is still an ordinary devourer. Hold the line. Her own people told me later that the biology lecture was the reason nobody broke. It did not save them. 15 meters is a 5-story building. Its neck is 2 meters across, and their swords are 1 meter long, and she knew it. Run, she said, after about 2 seconds of thinking. Everyone back now. Run. And they ran past the gate of their own base without going in. Because the zombies would stop at the walls, and there were people inside those walls, and while the horde was busy with them, the strong ones would get away. I want to be careful here. She never said that out loud. She has never admitted it to me. But the people on that wall watched their own defenders run past the open gate, and they understood the arithmetic perfectly. They've left us. My husband just ran past. Jiang looked at the gate and he kept going. My dad. That's my dad. Be fair, said somebody, and I have never forgiven whoever it was. That thing is 15 meters. When the apocalypse came, only the strong were ever going to make it. We got protected for a while. That was the deal. The devourer reached the gate and raised a fist that weighed more than a truck, and I put a needle through its head from 4 kilometers up. The head came apart like a dropped melon, and the noise arrived after it. The body stood for a second, then went over backward, and the impact crushed a dozen of its own zombies flat. Jean Hanuo turned around in the road. What happened? What happened? To open a head that size, you'd need a rocket. There was no launch, there was no report, there was nothing in the air. Then she started shouting again, because that is who she is. Counter-attack! Every one of you, turn around, we are taking this field. 300 people with unbreakable swords went back through a leaderless horde and cut it to pieces, and I let them, and I did not come down. The level 4 ran. Ice took him at the ankles and went up, and he ended standing perfectly still, with 2 nearly human words in his mouth. Damn. Humans. And the woman on the roof turned to slip into the building behind her, and the ice caught her too. She stood frozen on a rooftop, staring up at a black speck a kilometer overhead, and her thinking, which she told me word for word later, was the clearest assessment anybody has ever given of this world. Zombies who beat humans eat them. Humans who beat zombies open our heads and take the core. There is no right and wrong in it. There is winning and losing. I lost this, and I should have won it. Everything I did was correct, and there was a man in the sky. I want to note something before I move on. 12 minutes later, the system paid me for 1,600 kills. I said, out loud, I didn't kill anybody, I handed out cutlery. And the system answered, which it almost never does. Those survivors could not have beaten those zombies. Your weapons made it possible, therefore the kills are attributed to the host. In the same way, the zombies burned in the tower block were killed by fire, and the fire was yours. 160 attribute points for standing in the sky and giving 300 frightened people something sharp. I have thought about that more than almost anything else in this account. Every single thing I have ever gotten stronger from, I got from people. Pulling them out of cellars, opening doors, handing out swords. The system has never once paid me for winning a fight. It has been telling me what it wants since the first morning, and it took me 2 months to read it. I came down out of the sky in front of 300 people who had just won a battle, and they pointed my own swords at me. In fairness, they didn't know they were mine. They had the level 4 surrounded, arguing about what it was. Jean Hanuo identified it correctly, and then one of her people did the maths out loud, and the maths is why they were about to make a mistake. A level 4 has a core. A core trades for a ton of food. There are 300 of us. That's kilos each. Somebody was walking up to take its head when I hit the ground and made a crater. Are there flying zombies now? That's its friend. A level 4's friend is a level 4. And an ability user leveled a sword at me, an ice sword, the one I had made 40 minutes earlier, and dropped into his hands. Who are you? That zombie is ours. We killed it. We take the core. I explained the situation, briefly and without much charm, which is that the frozen zombies were mine, that the base was under my protection as of that morning whether they liked it or not, and that they should go and see to their wounded. Zhang swung at me. I slapped him about 8 meters and he came up spitting. You dare hit me? Brothers, take him down. And 300 people who had spent the last hour discovering that they could kill things, holding weapons that could kill anything, surrounded one man. Kneel and apologize to our boss, and these blades might go easy on you. You'd better kneel before we take your head with our own divine swords. I want you to appreciate the composition of that scene. They were pointing my weapons at me and threatening me with how sharp they were. So I moved my hand a little, and every sword in that crowd turned around and started traveling toward its owner's throat. Slowly. That's the detail. It's the only thing about that moment I actually designed. A few centimeters a second. Slow enough that they had time to drop the shields and get both hands on the grip. Slow enough to strain. Slow enough to feel their own strength being outvoted by something that was not even breathing hard. They backed up and the blades came with them. Jean Hanuo is a level 3 ability user, 6 times an ordinary human, and she stood there with both hands on a hilt and could not stop it either, and her voice when she spoke was completely steady, which is why I like her. What exactly is your ability? Why are our weapons doing that? Your weapons. She stopped. I watched you about to be eaten by a devourer, and I lent you a few hundred swords out of pity. Now they're yours, and they're at my throat. Who told you that you could do that? Then I brought them all up into the air, gathered them into a single ball of ice, and closed my fist. They came apart into dust finer than flour and blew away, and 300 people understood at the same time. The swords were his. The shields were his. We were pointing his swords at him. We were pointing the ice at the ice god. Somebody, and I heard this clearly, said, "We are animals," which was a bit strong, but I let it stand. They knelt, all of them, at once, which I have seen enough times now that it does not do anything to me. The men who were still standing were the 5 ability users, and they were grateful, and they were extremely careful, and one of them said what all of them were thinking. In a world with no law, somebody this strong showing up is not usually good news. My name is Mei Hu, heaven ranking number 1, and the new master of Pengcheng. I saved your base. Now one question once. Do you serve or not? And I put a few thousand ice needles in the air behind me while I said it, which was theater, and worked. The reason it worked was not the needles, it was that every ability user in that base had gone into a stone tablet and seen the top of the list. The number 1 name is written larger than everything else on that stone, and it burns gold, and every one of them had stared at it and wondered who that was. And 2 days earlier, a traitor had come through their base with a story about Pengcheng changing hands and the patriarch Gu Xingyun being driven out of his own city, and they had all agreed the man was a liar. It's true, one of them said to the others, not to me. The story was true. It was all true. I took the core from the level 4 before I took anything else. Jiang was still threatening me while frozen, with a slight stutter, which is apparently what level 4s have instead of an accent. Let me go now, or my elder sister will not let this pass. I knew exactly who his elder sister was, because she was standing on a roof 400 meters away with only her face free. Don't worry, I said. I'll take excellent care of your sister. The core came out as a red bead the size of a marble, semi-transparent, worth 100 red pills, which is worth 100 tons of grain, which is worth more than everything in that base put together. Then I went up to the roof. Her name is Mei John, and she tried to kill me about 90 seconds after we met, and I have never held it against her. She started with fear, which was genuine. You did all of this? I ignored that and asked the only question I cared about. How did you make the molters grow bone spikes? And she told me, immediately and completely, which is when I knew she was working an angle. A level 5 can set the evolutionary path of the ones below. Once, only once, per zombie. Once a molter becomes a spike thrower, it can never go back. It roots itself into the ground, and it becomes a machine that fires bone and nothing else, forever. She has one use of that per subordinate, and she spent dozens of them in one afternoon on a battle she then lost. Serve me and you live, I said. Refuse and I take the core out of your head. Yes, yes, my lord, anything, everything. She asked me to free her hands so she could bow properly. I freed her hands. Claws came out of her fingers, longer than my forearm, and went for my stomach. She was frozen again before they got within a hand's width, and her face, when the ice caught her, was the most human expression I saw in that entire week. How? She said. Every man I have ever met would have looked away for that. Level 5s have human intelligence. You know how to lie, you know how to bow, and you know to strike when somebody's guard drops. That's 4 years of evolution in 2 months. It's genuinely impressive. Then she begged, properly, without any performance in it at all, and I put a finger between her eyes and held it there. The mask came off after that. The fawning stopped. The little smile stopped. What was left was a cold, efficient, extremely intelligent officer who had lost a battle and moved on, and she has been the best source of information about zombie evolution that this world possesses. Back in the base, there was a domestic scene going on. A middle-aged woman had her husband by the ear. Song Erhu, you ran past the gate. I watched you run past the gate. If somebody hadn't dropped that thing, you'd have kept going, wouldn't you? You'd have left me and your son behind a wall and kept running. I did not abandon you. I was conducting a strategic withdrawal with Big Sister prior to a counterattack. A what? And the men, all of them at once. A strategic withdrawal, yes. It was a plan. It was always a plan. We drew them out so Lord Mayhu could take the shot, and Jean Hanuo, who owed those men nothing, said in a perfectly level voice, "That's right. It was the plan. Everything was under control." The ear was released. I have never called her on it. She bought 40 men their marriages back with one sentence, and she never mentioned it again. Then I brought Mei John in through the gate and the mood changed. Nobody could tell. That's the thing. A level 4 still looks slightly wrong if you know what to look for. A level 5 does not look wrong at all. Everyone, I said, this is Mei John. She commanded the horde that attacked you this morning. She's a level 5 zombie. She works for me now. The silence lasted about 4 seconds, and then a man near the back said the thing that has kept several bases awake since. If she can walk in here looking like that, then one of them could walk up to our gate tomorrow as a starving refugee and we would open it. We would feed her. We would give her a bed. How would we ever know? Jean Hanuo said quietly. We wouldn't. Then I did the part I actually came for. She stood up in front of 1,500 people and handed her base to me, and half of them had not seen a single thing that happened outside the wall. Jiang saved this base. From today it belongs to him. Anyone who objects can leave now and nobody will stop you. They objected loudly. You built this. We dug those pits with you. We buried people for this base. And they were right. And I let them say it. Because the honest position of the ordinary people in that base is that a stranger had turned up and claimed their home. And the only evidence they had was other people's testimony. I gave them the rules. My tone dropped for one sentence, on purpose. And it is the only time I have ever deliberately let people feel what I am. Break the rules after you've agreed to them, and there is exactly one outcome. If that's not acceptable, walk out of the gate now, and no one will touch you. Nobody moved. Good. Rule 1. Your tribute is cut in half. Silence. Rule 2. Every household receives 50 caddies of seed potato, free, today. You pay back 200 after your first harvest. After that, I take 20% and not a grain more. Rule 3, and this one is not negotiable. Anyone who walks up to that gate gets fed on the day they arrive. No interview, no test, no exceptions. Somebody in that crowd said, "You're giving away food as seed," in the tone of a man watching a rich person set fire to money. So I opened the dark space over the square and dropped 10 tons of potatoes and sweet potatoes into it. It came down as a landslide and piled into an actual hill in the middle of a base that had spent that morning burying people. Potatoes grow anywhere. They don't care about soil. You can grow them in a bucket. Anyone here who can dig a hole can feed a family in 4 months. They knelt again, and I did not stop them, because at that point I was tired, and because the noise they were making was not the noise people make about power. Then I did the thing that changed my mind about everything. I gave every single person in that base a weapon, not the ability users. Everyone. 1,000 javelins of eternal freeze, 2 meters each, 1 per person, and I handed them to the children too. Because the system had told me that morning what it actually pays for, and I had finally listened. You were losing because your equipment is rubbish, I said. Homemade spears do nothing to a molter and nothing at all to a devourer. These will go through a devourer's skull if you throw them properly. Every one of you gets one. And then I said something that they all misunderstood in the most useful possible way. These are unbreakable, and they're the best weapons on this planet, and they're nothing to me. If the situation ever calls for it, I will abandon every single one of them without a second thought. They took that to mean he values us more than he values the divine weapons. What I actually meant is that every blade of eternal freeze in this world answers to me from any distance. If an enemy takes one, they are carrying my property. If 10,000 of them are scattered across 4 provinces in 10,000 hands, then I have 10,000 blades placed in advance, everywhere, forever, and all it costs me is a thought. I did not correct them. I have not corrected them yet. I took Shan Hanuo and Fan Shuang with me as commanders because they were the only 2 people in that battle who thought instead of reacting, and I left the 3 men in charge of the base with a very simple performance review structure. That base is my 4th. The flight home had a passenger list that would have made no sense to anybody 2 months earlier. 2 ability users, a level 5 zombie, and me. The zombie enjoyed the flight. That is the detail I keep. The humans were rigid with terror, and Mei John was leaning into it with her eyes open. They're more open to new experiences than we are, I said. We died once already, she said. It lowers the stakes. Introducing her at home went the way everything goes at home now. They surrounded her. Somebody touched her arm without asking and announced that her skin was more elastic than human skin and that it wasn't fair. Luo Lian the mermaid was distressed on principle. How is it that a zombie looks more human than I do? I have the word person in my species name. I am losing to a corpse. And Mei John, who had commanded an army that morning, said, hello, I'm Mei John. I'm a level 5 zombie. I'll be living here, I think. Please look after me, and then stood there with her hands at her sides while 11 people talked about her at once. What she gave me over the following week is the most valuable set of facts in this entire account. A level 5 runs 10 times an ordinary human, several tons of force. It does not feel pain, and it heals so completely that a severed hand, held in place, reattaches and works. Ordinary zombies are not perpetual motion machines. When there's nothing to eat, they go dormant, which is why a building can sit quiet for 6 weeks and then wake up all at once when somebody drops a bottle. And zombie evolution is driven by food. Feed a zombie consistently and it climbs, starve it and it stops. Which means every base that has ever burned its dead instead of leaving them out has been slowing the enemy down without knowing it, and every base that has ever lost a supply run has been feeding a promotion. There was one other thing at that dinner table, and it changed my plans. Panji asked in front of everybody whether I was sure I was immune. A level 5 carries a level 5 infection. Official research says you need to be 1 level above a zombie to be fully immune to it. The strongest documented ability user in the world is level 3. You've been standing next to a level 5 all day. The table did the arithmetic and arrived at a number they did not like. You'd have to be at least a 6. There's no such thing as a 6. Then what is he? And they all looked at me, and I ate my rice because I did not have an answer, and I still don't. The other thing that dinner produced was the reason I want the elixir, said out loud by somebody else so I didn't have to. Somebody mentioned that martial family women live for centuries, that there is a woman in Pengcheng who is 108 and looks 18, and the whole table went quiet and then got very loud. That's not biology. That's an insult to biology. I want to look 18 at 108. Is it too late to become a martial artist? I don't care about the strength. I want the other part. Everyone wants the other part. And I sat at the end of that table and did the arithmetic. Every person in that room gets old on schedule, at the ordinary speed. The man who ran away from me over rooftops has another century in hand. An ability user gets nothing, not 1 day. The system that made me the strongest thing on this planet has no line item for time. That's why I want the ancestral dragon, not for power. I have solved power. I want it because I have built something with 6,000 people in it, and I can already see the end of my own table from here. The last piece of information I gave anybody, I gave that night, and it settled an argument that had been running since the tournament. Panji reminded me that I had once promised to tell her how many floors I cleared for the top spot. The room started guessing. Somebody said 15, somebody said 20, and got laughed at for being greedy. Context, so you understand the noise that followed. A normal heaven rank clears floor 9, the entire global top 200 sits on floor 10, and the ranking between them is decided purely by time. Shen Tao, 8th in the world, is on floor 10. Nobody in the Shenlong Empire has ever cleared 11. 100, I said. There are 100 floors. I cleared all of them. Nobody said anything for a while. Then Kui Ching, who cannot help herself, started working. Difficulty scales per floor, not by 10%. If it's linear and you did 90 more floors than the best people alive, then you're not 90 times stronger. You're somewhere between 90 and 900 times, and you did it in 31 minutes, and the record for floor 10 is 2 days. Shen Yingying asked how many heaven rank operatives it would take to beat me, and I held up one finger. 1 at a time? No. 1 is how many of you it takes to lose. The number after that doesn't change anything. 100, 1,000, all of them at once with a year to prepare. It isn't a bigger version of the same problem. It's a different problem. which is when I decided to go and take Qianlong apart, because I had been putting it off and there was no longer any reason to. Shen Yan led me there. Fengcheng, over 1,000 kilometers east, 10 minutes at 5 times the speed of sound. Their base is better built than Flying Eagles. High walls, a parade ground, dozens of helicopters, defensive emplacements, a serious military installation. And the structural fact that mattered, Qianlong reports directly to the Gu family. There are Gu family martial artists posted inside that base as observers. Which meant that walking into Qianlong was the first move against Yecheng, and I knew it when I landed. The reception was excellent. Captain Shen's back. Who's the pretty boy? She's been gone 2 weeks, and she's come back with a boyfriend and no mission report. An older woman with a younger man. Shameless. Jiang is very handsome, though. Do you think he'd give me his contact details? There is no phone network. I'd still like them. Commander Song got out of his chair like a man greeting a lottery win because his organization already had Gao Tian, third in the world, and adding the top of the list would put him permanently ahead of Flying Eagle. Young friend Mei Hu, I've admired you for a long time. Qianlong is the home of every serious ability user in this country. We have the best terms, the best support, and Gao Tian himself is. I didn't come to join you, I said. Pengcheng belongs to me. I drove Gu Xingyun out of his own house. Do you really think I'm looking for a job? His face did something interesting, and it wasn't about Pengcheng. It was the name. Almost nobody knows what the Mei ancestor is called. Commander Song only learned it by accident years ago from a senior Gu family official, and he had never repeated it out loud in his life. A stranger had just said it in his office like a place name. Jiang looked at Shen Yan, and she nodded, and that was worse. That's not possible. The Mei family has held Pengcheng for 1,000 years. Families like that do not hand cities over. They didn't hand it over. They lost. Then I put my hand on his shoulder, the way a senior man does to a junior one, and told him what I actually wanted. I'll take your red pills, and I'll take anyone in this organization who wants to come with me, and you're going to send a message to the Gu family for me. A message. Tell them Mei Hu is coming. I'll be at Yecheng within 3 days. Have the patriarch put his key fragment somewhere convenient, or I'll turn that city over looking for it. I said it in an office, in front of witnesses, out loud, with a number attached. Remember that. Jiang went white, and then he went red, and then he tried the thing they all try. Are you seriously prepared to make an enemy of this organization and the entire Gu family? I'm not making an enemy of anybody. Give me what I want, and we're friends. Don't, and I'll take it. And we still won't be enemies, because an enemy is somebody who can do something about it. Then I gave him 5 minutes and walked out to the waiting room, and Shen Yan did the rest. I could hear every word through the wall, which is a fact about me that nobody ever accounts for. Commander, everything he said is true. The truth is worse than what he told you. The Marshall families are finished. Ours stands behind the Gu family, and the Gu family is going to lose. Flying Eagle already made their arrangement with him, and we are going to be left behind. My recommendation is that you give him everything he asks for and buy his goodwill while it's still cheap. And Commander Song said the most human sentence anybody says in this entire account. People believe what they already know instead of what they're being told, because the moment you believe the new thing, you've admitted the world went on without you. Then he came out with a proposal, and I said yes before he finished it. I agree to the bet. Assemble everybody. All of them at once, and I'll fight the lot. If I lose, I join Qianlong. If I win, they come with me. Zhang stopped dead. How did you? The wall's thin and I have good ears. Get your secretary. Every squad on assignment was recalled. Assembly on the parade ground in 1 hour. They came in by helicopter all afternoon, and the terraces called out each one as it landed, and I sat on a wall and watched a national organization arrive to fight one person. 5th squad, 4th, 3rd, then the black helicopter with the white character on the nose, which is Gao Tian's, 3rd in the world, a man whose squad has never failed a mission and only takes the highest classification. Commander Song got up on the platform and told them the terms, and the mood collapsed. Losing squads transfer out. Winning squad gets a commendation and promotion. Nobody wanted to be first, because a commendation is a nice thing and a career is a life. And Gao Tian walked out of the crowd and said he'd take me alone. 1 against 1. If we swarm him and win, it's worth nothing. If we swarm him and lose, it's a humiliation. Alone, at least the result means something. Commander Song started shouting about rules and got ignored, which is the fate of commanders. Zhang is a big man with a full beard who looks like a hiking instructor, and he has been the strongest ability user in the Shenlong Empire for 2 months, and he has been bored for every day of it. Zhang told me afterward that he had wanted an opponent so badly that he had started hoping for bad news. Somebody in the terraces bet 2 red pills that I'd finish him inside 5 minutes and was told he was being ridiculous. 5 minutes? Gao Tian? His power is unmatched one-on-one. The only reason he isn't first on that stone is that he has no area attack and the tablet is full of crowds. Half an hour minimum. Jiang set his feet and started building something enormous. I put one ice needle into his forehead. It did not go through. It became cold, and the cold took him, and he was frozen upright with his technique still unreleased. The terraces made no noise at all for about 3 seconds. Zhang didn't even... 5 seconds. You said 5 minutes. It was 5 seconds. The gap between first and third is supposed to be nothing. In the 100 meters, first place is 9.7 and third place is 9.72. That's the shape of a ranking. What was that? Commander Song put his face in his hands. I looked at the rest of them. All of you together, save us the afternoon, or I'll start. They were still deciding when I moved my hand, and every ability user on that parade ground became a statue where they stood. Commander Song's reaction is the funniest thing in this whole account, and I will not be shortening it. You useless people. Some of you can fly. One of you burrows. One of you sprays water. One of you turns into a bear. One of you breathes fire. I have seen you do it. I signed the incident report. And not one of you used any of it. Not one. Shen Yan, standing beside him, said, "To be fair, Commander, everything is an insect in front of him. It isn't personal." The negotiation afterward was the same as at Flying Eagle, except that I wanted something specific. I offered him a rate. 5 red pills to keep an Earth rank, 10 for a Heaven rank. Zhang bought back 40 men and was delighted because a Heaven rank operative is worth 100 pills anywhere in this country. And then the 40 he had just bought refused to be bought. Commander, don't waste the pills on us. We lost in 4 seconds. We're not worth it. Let us go with him, sir. Zhang has 4 bases. There are potatoes, Commander. Commander Song looked at me with the expression of a man watching his own house being carried away by ants. You didn't just beat my organization. You've taken their hearts as well. Chenlong is finished. Then I asked for the thing I had actually come for. Red pill manufacturing, not pills. The process. I want a factory. Mei Jian had already told me that zombie evolution runs on food. I have an endless supply of meat and I can drive a level 8, so I stop hunting cores and start farming them, and then this country never runs short of ability users again. And Commander Song said, we don't have it. Don't lie to me. I'm not. Nobody in either organization has it. The red pill process belongs to the Goo family. It always has. Flying Eagle's pills were bought from the Goo family with zombie cores. That's the entire trade. That's what the Marshall families sell. So the pills are the Goo family. The fragment is the Goo family. The organization I had just emptied belongs to the Goo family. Everything in my future is in one city, and I had already announced the date. I left the male ability users behind, all of them. I have no use for them. Any elite martial artist in the Mei family would go through the lot in an afternoon, and I don't even want the elite ones. Consider it a favor, Commander, Jiang nearly cried. Jiang also, within 4 seconds, offered me first refusal on every ability user Qianlong recruits from now on, which tells you how quickly a good administrator adapts. 105 people came with me, 35 Heaven rank, 52 Earth, 18 Mystic. I wrapped every one of them in Eternal Freeze armor thin enough to move in, and one of them tested it against her own issued blade, and the blade chipped. Then I put them all in the air and took them home at supersonic speed. And Commander Song, standing on his empty parade ground, said something to his aide that got back to me later and that I think about more than anything else anybody has said about me. The world changed. It actually changed, and I watched it happen on a Tuesday. The Marshall families were never a legend. They were just the tallest thing anybody could see. That boy is going to pull them off the shelf one at a time. 2 days later, in Yecheng, a scout came back from Pengcheng and made a report to the head of the Gu family. Jiang was an elite martial artist and the patriarch's own confidant, which is why every word of it landed. Gu Zhen is his dog. I don't mean he submitted. I got inside using concealment and I heard them talking about him in a private office with him nowhere in the building, and they still called him sir, behind his back, in their own house. That's not possible. There's a villa district in the middle of Pengcheng, 50 houses and 10 towers. There was no villa district in Pengcheng, my lord. I have been to that city, it appeared. Nobody in this world has the equipment to build one in a month, which means somebody moved it there. Gu Bing said slowly, moved a residential district. Yes. Then he can move mountains and part seas. And that is the sentence that finally frightened them, because a grandmaster is the ceiling of ordinary human achievement, and a grandmaster still obeys the laws of physics. Splitting a mountain is a technique. Carrying a neighborhood across 4 provinces is not on the list. The scout wasn't finished. The whole city is inside ice, walls, a lid, the ground itself. I found a quiet corner and hit it with everything I have, and I did not leave a mark. I could not leave a mark, my lord, and the shield opens for him. I watched it open when he came home and close behind him. So a strike team can't get in. A strike team can't get out. If you get in disguised and he notices, the gate shuts and you are inside a box with him. And the last thing, Jiang kills at range with something that takes the head off. A grandmaster would not survive it. Gushan and his son discussed handing over the fragment voluntarily and rejected it, and their reasoning was correct. If we offer it before he asks, we're announcing that we're afraid, and a man who learns you're afraid does not stop at the thing he came for. So they did the only thing left, and it is the reason my next few months are going to be interesting. Then we stop being 4 families, said Gushan. Mei has already lost a fragment. Gu, Ting, and Shimen each hold one. If he won't leave us alone, he won't leave them alone either, and they can be made to understand that. 4 families. 4 families and 4 grandmasters at once. Jiang can be inexhaustible, and it will not matter because we will not stop. And I'll go and speak to Gu Xingyun personally and persuade him to suspend his breakthrough and stand with us. 5. For the first time since a girl in a school skirt told me to go into a bathroom first, somebody was assembling something that could actually kill me. And on the same afternoon, on a beach in the south of my own country, a helicopter put down 25 people on the sand. 1 elite Jonin, 4 Jonin, 20 heaven rank ability users of the Little Sun Empire, which is every remaining operative that empire has, brought along as support staff. Akira Tanaka came in person, and he had to be told where to stand. Their commander is 21 years old. Her name is Momo Mori. She is the daughter of the Ninja King. She is an elite Jonin at an age when that is not supposed to be possible. And she was sent abroad for one reason. Her father has no sons, and a village does not hand itself to a woman with no reputation. She asked where I was, and one of Tanaka's operatives, a young woman with a mental sensing ability, closed her eyes and found me in about 4 seconds. Not by finding me. She can sense anyone she has personally met. She has never met me. She has met Yuki. Yuki, the captain of their main squad, who came into my country with her eyes open, who I chained instead of killing, and who has been living in my house reorganizing my supply lines and getting up early to cook. I let one person live and go home with a leash on, and then I let her come and live in my city. And that put a light on the roof of Pengcheng that can be seen from the other side of the world. The map came out, the finger came down, Pengcheng. Then the ninja looked at the name and went very still, because Pengcheng is the Mei family, and the Mei family is a martial family. And in the Little Sun Empire, the ninja clans and the Shenlong martial families are the same order of thing. An elite martial artist matches an elite jonin. A master warrior matches a village elder. A grandmaster matches the ninja king himself. Jiang's inside the Mei family's city, Tanaka said, and I could not have designed a better misunderstanding if I had tried. That's it. That's the answer. Jiang hasn't been beating us. The martial family has been beating us. Jiang joined them, and they used some 1,000-year technique on our people, and that's why they came back turned. It was never him. Jiang felt much better after that. Jiang told himself that even heaven ranking number 1 has to bow to somebody in that city, and that if the number 1 has to bow, then Akira Tanaka being ordered around by a 21-year-old is not humiliating at all. They took a base that evening to use as a foothold. 1,500 people, a low wall, a few crossbows. Momo Mori went in alone, over the wall in one jump. A sentry challenged her, and she put a finger to her lips and said hush, and he woke up sometime later on the ground. Then she found a quiet corner and made a series of shapes with her hands and said 4 words. Cherry blossom fall, and petals started coming down out of the sky over the whole base. It was the middle of summer. The base leadership was in a meeting about supply routes, and there were cherry petals drifting through a closed room, and the man at the head of the table caught one on his palm and said, "It isn't the season for this," in the tone of a man asking a reasonable question. Then the petals on their skin disappeared, and their eyes went out. 1,500 people, in under a minute, standing upright and blank and swaying gently, walking corpses that still had pulses. For ordinary people, one of the other ninja explained to a very impressed Tanaka, Jinjutsu cannot be broken, not with effort, not with pain, not with time. They live in it now. If Momo Mori does not release them, they will live in it until they die of thirst. Tanaka, who is a general and the second strongest ability user on this planet, said, even 1,000 pigs would be harder to round up than that. They ate the base's stores and complained about the quality, and their commander, who was the only one of them worth taking seriously, listened to her escort brag about how easily the Shenlong Empire would fall and shut them down. There are 4 martial families in this country. Any one of them is bigger than our village. Our village could hold off one. If the 4 ever stood together, we would not survive the conversation, let alone the war. Then she called her father on a satellite phone and told him where I was. And the Ninja King, who had sent his daughter abroad to collect a reputation and not to die, gave her an order that has bought me some time. Hold your position. Do not go near Pengcheng. Do not let the Mei family become aware of you. If a master warrior finds out you are in his territory, you will not have time to make a hand sign. Stay where you are. I am convening the elders. So that is where things stand. Let me close the books properly, because I started this by telling you what I had, and it seems fair to say what I have now. 11 weeks ago, I opened a refrigerator that belonged to somebody else and found 2 bottles of milk and a girl who explained to me that they didn't cook because they ate out. We had 7 days of food. I had a baton, a set of keys to houses I was not allowed to enter, and a job description that said if there was danger, I went in first. Tonight, I own a city with a roof on it, 4 bases, 6,000 people. A school with 3 classrooms and a teacher who won't let me sit in. A clinic with a surgeon who has never had a reason to be afraid of me. A farm behind a mountain. 105 ability users. An empire's worth of turned operatives. A mermaid. A snake. 2 cyborgs. A level 5 zombie. And a deer girl who cried the first time somebody asked her name. Gu Xingyun is out of his own house and running. 2 of the 6 fragments are in my pocket, and nobody else in this world holds more than 1. And the last thing I did before all of that, in an office at Qianlong, in front of witnesses, was put a clock on myself. 3 days. I said it out loud, with a date attached, because I wanted the Gu family to hear it. They heard it. And while I was counting, 4 families stopped being 4 families. An 800-year-old man was talked out of his hole to make 5, and something 21 years old that can put 1,500 people to sleep with falling petals landed on a beach in my country and got told to wait. They found my city, by the way. They found it through Yuki. I let her live because killing her was wasteful. Then I brought her home and gave her a job and let her get up early to make breakfast for people I love. Every wall I have built is unbreakable. There is a lid on my city that a grandmaster cannot get through, and the only door locks from inside, and I have been extremely proud of all of it, and I walk the beacon in through the gate myself.